All right, back to
All right.
reticulating spines.
Yep. I think we are we're live, right?
I hear us.
Yeah. Let me there we go. Let's see. And over here I'm going to stop sharing. Hey, there we go. So, bear with me 1 second. There we go. Hey, Catherine.
Hi.
Hi. Hey, Gavin. So, welcome everybody. Those of you who've joined us on this beautiful Saturday morning here for our very first ever Suncoast Developers Conference. Let me split. There we go. That's me. Hi. Got a my Zoom window didn't scale right, but that's okay. We're only gonna be talking to everybody here as a group for a minute. Um, So anyway, thanks for coming. We've got some really great presentations lined up today. I just want to get started talking a little bit about Suncoast Developers Guild, who we are, and what this event is all about for those of us, those who might be watching who aren't familiar um, with us, and that'll be that. So, my name is Jason Perry. I am the CEO of Suncoast Developers Guild. I'm joined here with Catherine Trammell, who is our campus director, as well as Gavin Stark, who's if you say something, Gavin, I'll.
Hi.
There we go.
I'm
There's
in a
Gavin.
little I'm in a little square in the upper left-hand corner. That's me. Hi.
Yep. So, yeah, Gavin is our instructor here at the academy at Suncoast Developers Guild. So, sometime around 2014 or so, Suncoast Developers Guild informally started as kind of a community organization that was an umbrella for a number of different meetup groups in Tampa Bay to help kind of coordinate resources and communication. We started a Slack team. Back then it was 20 or 30 people. Today, last I checked, it was over 2,200 people in the community Slack over there. Um, we've started recently a Discord server that some of y'all might be in that we're kind of pushing to for this event to kind of have the Q&A and that kind of stuff going. Um, but what we're probably better known for is in 2017 we launched the Academy at Suncoast Developers Guild, and we incorporated and became a 501c3 nonprofit entity, making us kind of an official community organization here in Tampa Bay. We we host a lot of meetups. We do free kids classes, teaching kids to code, and we run a full-time immersive bootcamp program where folks can come and learn web development. So those of you who are familiar with us or familiar with the company and school that Catherine, Gavin, and I all worked at prior to Suncoast Devs, um, you would know that every 3, 4 months or so, we have a graduation ceremony for the most recent group of graduates that are coming out of the program. Um, Today, this is that. It's taking on a new face as a conference where we've also invited folks from the community to come and present. So what you're going to see today is a mix of folks from our community sharing some knowledge. You're also going to see some of our more recent graduates showing off their capstone projects that they built during the 12-week program. And we are all here together to kind of celebrate all of that, I think. Does that pretty much sum it up, do you think, Gavin? Yeah. So that's kind of it. I think I think that's it. I don't know. I don't have much else to say for the opening ceremonies unless anybody else does.
I think I just really wanted to thank our speakers for joining us as our first conference. You're all awesome and we appreciate it. And the community support behind this has been fantastic. So thank you all to everyone out there. And we're really excited you get to see some of our recent grads who actually finished the program yesterday. So they're going to be showing off their apps and they worked really hard. So being able to highlight them and have these awesome speakers just really means a lot to us. So thank you all.
Absolutely. We do have a special events channel in the Discord. If you've joined us, I'll be keeping an eye on that. So if anyone has any questions for the presenters, I can sort of facilitate a Q&A after the presentations. Otherwise, they can hop in Discord and answer questions directly for you after their presentation's over. It'll all kind of depend on time. If you've looked at the schedule on the website, you'll see that it's listed in kind of 1 hour blocks with 4 or 5 people in each hour. So we're expecting roughly 10 to 15 minute long presentations, so sort of like lightning talks. The original idea for this was sort of like an unconference, like bar camp, but with a little more structure to have a schedule and get some speakers in advance. In the future, this may evolve into more of an unconference. I think that works better in person when there's a whiteboard and everyone can kind of rally around it and sign up. I think with the online format, it's a little easier to plan in advance for who's speaking. But anyway, we're not going to be too strict on time, so those we're going to go in that order that's on there. I think there was one speaker last minute who had to drop out for unforeseen reasons, so we'll be skipping over them. But otherwise, the schedule that's on the website, we're not going to at 10 o'clock cut anyone off or anything like that. If someone runs long or someone runs short, that's okay. Anyone who knows me and how I run things, they know I run the opposite of a tight ship, whatever that is. So that's probably how today's going to go. Um, yes. Um, we have our first question in Discord. So who's watching the conference on Twitch? Everyone right now who is hearing me is watching the conference on Twitch. So anyway, thank you all for joining us. Uh, I am conveniently the first presenter, so I guess I will just go ahead and get right on with it. Uh, let's see. Yeah, everything looks good. Let me get over here and start my presentation. Mine's going to be a little bit weird because it's not, I'm sharing a different way. I apologize than everyone else who's just going to be joining us in Zoom. What does that say? Okay, so this is me. Um, so what are we talking about today? My presentation here is entitled Badges, and hang on, let me fix the zoom here because I thought this would work better than it did. We're all doing this for the first time here. There we go. That'll work. Badges, right? We don't need no stinking badges. And yes, I know that this is a very famous misquote uh, from the movie, but that's okay. That's still the title of the talk. We don't need no stinking badges. So what badges am I talking about? What I'm talking about is over the next few months or so, we're going to be building an achievement system for our community. This would be for all of Suncoast Developers Guild and the Academy graduates. Um, why? I think that a way to recognize and celebrate our skills and achievements as individuals is important. It gives us some bragging rights among our peers and colleagues and friends, and most of all, I think that it'll just be fun. So when I'm talking about badges, I'm talking about the type that you see in the scouting organizations that we've got, and that kind of thing, but virtual and maybe one day brought into the real world. We're going to have two main types of badges, and the distinction between them I hope will become clear and why a little bit later. But the first and the main type is skill-based badges. Let me get that cursor out of your way there. So So skills like Ruby or JavaScript, right? As developers, these are skills that we level up. So these badges will have ranks. I don't have a preview of the star rankings, but they'll have 1, 2, or 3 star for sort of novice, intermediate, and advanced skill levels. Um, and right, so uh, different areas, right? So if you're a .NET expert or you're just starting to learn Android and you're really into it, you want to get that badge. Uh, this is what we've got. Some of them might be for popular services that we use. I'd like to think that once we get the system up and running, when you sign into it, you can sign in with OAuth and link in your GitHub, your GitLab, or Bitbucket, whichever SCM hosting service that you use. And with that, we'll be able to do automatic things like verify that you're an open source contributor, right? Have a set of requirements that if you meet them, you can automatically get this badge. But not all the badges will be automatic. Some of them you'll apply for, and we'll talk about that more in a little bit. We'll have badges like machine learning, artificial intelligence, mobile development. If you're a web developer, right, you get your little web development badge. Um, it's one of the things that a lot of our students in the academy program do is we do a lot of code wars. And as you rank up and grow your skill on code wars, that's quite a thing to be proud of and celebrate. So we're going to have badges for all the different ranks in code wars. And this is another thing I think that can possibly be made automatic, but at least could still be verified is ways your rank on code wars. And so this badge will level up as you do. But some of the badges, this is the other type, we're going to call special feats, right? These are badges that are unique and not necessarily obtainable by just everyone or anyone. They might be things that relate to a specific event that you participated in, like maybe you attended the very first Suncoast Developers Conference or were a speaker at one of our conferences, right? Um, Maybe they're tied to your identity in some way. If you were an alum of Suncoast Developers Guild or the Iron Yard, we're going to have cohort-specific badges for all 18 cohorts and then new ones, ongoing. That's going to be um, something fantastic. Oh, and if you're there in Twitch, our the illustrator Jamie, who did the illustrations for us, he's there. He apologized for not mocking up the star rankings. That's which is perfectly fine. We've got a wonderful set of illustrations for the first few badges, and we're probably going to be launching with 30 or 40 different badges when we launch, and as you'll see in a moment, we're going to have a good, interesting way of I think of presenting um, the community with new badges. Um, so, like your individual identity, right? So these are going to be badges that not just everyone will identify with or be even eligible necessarily for, but they're going to be there for you. Um, some of them might be tied to hobbies you love, right? So if you're an avid video game player or board game player, we're also going to have a separate badge for game development as well. So if you're a game developer, right, that's one that anyone can apply for. But things that are specific to your tastes and preferences as well are going to be kind of separate from the skill-based ones. And why is that important? Um, because we're going to have a leaderboard that I think, like I mentioned before, it's fun and you've got some bragging rights. We want to see people sort of rank up right on that leaderboard and get some points. But some of the special feats are not necessarily going to be fair to count those for points because of the way they come from. So special feats are if you've ever played video games and have seen achievement systems in video games, some certain feats of strengths, right? They're the hardest ones to get, but they don't necessarily give you points, right? Because they're so hard to get. They're priceless essentially. So that's how we're treating those, and that's kind of what the distinction is there. We're going to do some fun integration in with some of the things we already use, right? So dynamic embeddable banners on So if you've got we'll have a little JavaScript widget or an iframe that you can drop onto your website, a portfolio to show off your badges. Um, Maybe a static image one that you could embed in the README of a repository on your GitHub. Um, However you want to make that work, we're open to ideas in addition to the ones that we've already got. Um, so here's from those initial set of badges that I showed you all. Here's me, right? This is what I look like, but somebody else might look totally different as far as the identity that they show in their badges, right? You might have overachievers who want to treat them like Pokemon, and I think that's going to be a lot of fun to see folks aspiring to earn those. We're going to have Turbot integration. So if you're not familiar with Turbot is our long-running Slack bot. Prior to Slack, it was our IRC bot in the Tampa Ruby IRC channel. We're going to, as part of this, we're going to update and revitalize Turbot because the only thing Turbot does today is keep track of internet points in Slack. We're going to add it to Discord as well, and I'm going to see if I can figure out a way to make, um, or maybe ask somebody in the community to contribute this, a way to have your identity in Slack and Discord tied together so your internet points match up. So if somebody gives you internet points in one, you can see them in the other. But also a way to maybe flash your sash, right, with your badges there in Turbot and drop your badges or your leaderboard ranking right there in chat. That might be a fun way to show off your achievements. So community involvement. So I mentioned a lot of these things, like adding new badges, right? This is going to be something that we want to have. So we're going to have an upvote system. So new and ideas that are popular can bubble up, and we can curate those and pick ideas for new badges. The requirements should be well defined. So we'll have a rubric of sorts that's as objective as possible. Some of these things might be more subjective, but we'll see how it shakes out. And at that point, once we've got those things done, we'll commission artwork for the badges. This might be me, it might be Jamie, it might be other illustrators, contributing to these. I'd love to see hundreds of different badges available, made by dozens of different artists. Um, and once that's done, the badge will go into the system, and then at that point, people can begin applying for the badge on the website. You'll submit whatever credentials, documentation you have. Here's a link to my CodeWares account where you can see that I am a second Q um, code warrior, I guess is what they would be called. Here's my open source contributions. Here is my body of work in JavaScript to verify that I am, in fact, what's defined as a level 3, JavaScripter. All of that sort of stuff you'll submit. Um, the community will be able to vote, verifying that the requirements are met, and once we meet a certain threshold in those votes, the system will award you the badge. I'd like this process to be as automatic as possible. Um, so all of this will happen transparently and visible to everybody. So there's no shenanigans or favoritism or anything. You sign in on the website, you'll be able to see um, both all the discussion around new badges as well as upvoting. So say once you have an account, if somebody submits an application for a badge, maybe it's a badge you have or something, right? You'll get a notification that it's time to go look over somebody's credentials and say whether or not they should also get the badge that you have. That might be one way to do it. We may decide that that's an unfair, biased way to do it, and we'll look at other ways to do it, but it's going to be a work in progress. So when is this coming? When is the launch date? The launch date is soon, I guess, right? Anyone who knows me when I'm working on projects, they'll know that there's always something coming up, right? So we've had this conference coming up for the last couple of weeks, and I'm sure next week there'll be something else. We've got new cohort 19 starting in a week, so a little over a week. Don't want to rush it. It's actually 10 days, but 9. um, so there's always something, but this will be an ongoing thing. Once I've got the skeleton of it up, I'd love to have some help. It'll be open source on Suncoast Dev's GitHub, like everything else we produce. The artwork and all of that will all be Creative Commons. The uh, the code is all MIT licensed. That's standard for everything our organization produces internally across the board. So I don't have a specific date. I would love to get it up this year. That's my plan. So uh, any questions? I will switch over to Discord and see if anyone's got any questions for me. If I can find it. Gamification strategy. Yeah, I think the leaderboard leads to that. But if we have any other ideas for how to gamify this, I think that would be exciting. I'd love to hear them. So let's see. It's very interesting. All right, so that's me. Let me switch back to. Oh, that's the one. Hi. And let me see who is up next on the schedule. I believe it is Robert Bieber. So let me spotlight that. Hey, Robert. Let me unmute you. Oh, there you go. You got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, Robert Bieber. I'm gonna hand over the full screen to Robert and let you take it away, sir.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Robbie Bieber, and I'm going to get the Twitch window off my screen because the delay is weirding me out. Okay, so I'm here to talk about scaling web apps today. And this is not going to be a super long talk, so it's not going to be like a how-to guide. I'm not going to talk a lot about specific technologies. I'm not really going to show you any code. My goal here is to give you kind of an overview of some high-level concepts that you can learn enough about that if you find yourself in a situation where you need to apply them to your own projects with your own tech stacks, you can hopefully have enough of a base to go and learn the rest of the details you need to make that happen. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. I'm gonna draw a really simple web application kind of architecture on the board behind me here. And the idea here is that this red box, we're going to say is like a physical server, right, or a VM, right? It's one conceptual machine. And we'll say on this machine, we've got two things running. We've got your app, right, your PHP code or your node module, your executable, whatever's handling your requests. And then we've got your database running. You know, your MySQL or Postgres, maybe a Mongo instance, what have you. And they talk to each other via localhost. So this is a really simple architecture. I think probably most of us got started doing web development with something like this architecture. And this has a lot going for it, right? It's very simple. It's very easy to set this up and get started on your laptop or your home PC. It's very easy to configure it. There's not a whole lot of credential management here. It's very easy to deploy it to relatively inexpensive hosting options. Now, the thing that people ask, of course, is, does it scale though? And there's kind of two answers to that, and they're both correct in their own kind of way, right? The first answer is the obvious one, which is, no, it doesn't scale at all. If you throw a huge volume of traffic at this architecture, it's just going to fall right over. But the other answer is that it might not matter. So I would hazard a guess that probably a solid majority of the apps on the web today could run with this architecture, given a sufficiently powerful server. It's very simple, but it's also nothing to sneeze at. You can run a lot of traffic through this if you put it on a sufficiently beefy machine. So if there's nothing else that you take away from this talk today, I'd want it to be this. You don't always have to go for the most optimal architecture for your application right off the bat. I think one of the biggest mistakes people make is in the critical early days of a project, they might focus on building something that can scale up to just an immense volume of traffic when they don't have an immense volume of traffic yet. And they may never have an immense volume of traffic if they don't focus on building the features and the user experience that bring in the users to actually drive that traffic. So don't sneer at this, right? Like, this is a fine place to start. But let's say that your app gets a little bit bigger and this is just not working, right? You can't handle the volume of requests you need. So what people usually go to next is actually a very similar architecture. We have the same basic components, right? We have your app and we have a database, but now they're on separate servers. And instead of talking to each other over localhost, they're talking to each other over the network. Now, this is more complicated to set up, but it's not that much more complicated. Now we have separate machines, right? So there's some clear advantages here. The application and the database can each run on machines that are more, particularly suited to those tasks. But the big advantage here is that we can scale this, right? If the database is getting overloaded, we can add more replicas. And if we're getting too many requests to our application, that's fine. We can add more instances of it. And then we can put a load balancer in front of the whole thing. And requests can just come into the load balancer, and it can distribute them to all the different instances of your app. Now, this is a more complicated, but an extremely capable architecture. A lot of very large websites run on essentially some variant of this design. It will probably suffice for just about anything that you'll ever build. But it doesn't work for everything. And you don't show up to conference talks to hear about sensible, fairly straightforward, everyday architectures. So let's talk about some of the crazy stuff you can do if you get into just really absurd volumes of traffic. So I want to talk a little bit about the ways that this kind of typical web architecture can break down. I'm going to look at two failure modes in particular. And we're going to talk about how we can account for and deal with each one of those. So let's go ahead and get started here. The first thing I want to talk about is what I will call a read failure, right? What do we do when the amount of data that we're reading is just too high? So I'm going to go ahead and draw a really simplified version of the architecture we were just talking about here. And the basic problem that we're going to be considering here is, what if we have either too many requests coming in, or our database queries are too expensive and we just can't optimize them anymore. And we get to a point where our database, no matter how many replicas we've added to it, it simply can't take the volume of requests that we're sending to it. Maybe the app server is still running fine, but the database is reaching a point where requests are timing out. Maybe it's crashing altogether and having to be restarted. It's just a whole mess. So the solution to this kind of problem that we will usually reach for is what we call caching. So the idea behind caching is that if we have an expensive operation that we're doing, which usually, but not always, means a database query. We have an expensive operation and we're doing it over and over and over again. And we're doing the exact same operation over again. And we're getting the exact same result over and over again. Why are we doing it all these times? Why don't we just do it once, save the result, and then use it afterwards every time we need it? So that's the basic concept. And I want to be clear that a cache is a concept, right? Like, a cache isn't a type of server. It's not a particular type of software. It's a concept you can implement in a lot of different ways. So a cache, in a lot of cases, is going to be like a machine with a lot of memory running some software like Memcached or Redis. But it can also just be a static variable in your app where you store, the most common responses to some of your highest volume queries. So it just depends on the needs of your application. In our case here, I'm going to say, let's go ahead and throw an actual independent cache server into our architecture from before. So we'll say that now we have a cache in the middle. And basically the difference between the database and the cache, right, is that the database is a very sophisticated and permanent data store. So the database has, an extremely complicated view of your data. It's got tables with their own schema, with their types and their columns. And you can do very sophisticated queries to it. And of course, if the database goes down, you bring it back up, the data is still there. The cache is an extremely simple data store. It's going to be what we call a key value store. So if you're familiar with a hash table or a map in your programming language of choice, that is basically what a cache is, but it's like a giant one that lives on a separate server. So a cache is basically a table of values where we can insert values into it, right? We give it a key, we'll say the key of A, and we can give it a value like say 128, right? So we put a value into a cache with a key, and then when we come back to the cache and we ask for that key, it'll return the value to us. So it's just an extremely simple thing to have here. If we can make a kind of a tortured analogy to a computer, right? Like your application is kind of the CPU, the database is the hard disk, and your cache is basically RAM. It's temporary, but very fast memory that you can use to speed your application up. So how can we use this to improve our database performance, to take load off the database? Here's what we can do. Let's go ahead and imagine that we have like a typical, social media type of application, right? Where we have users and the users have posts and the users occasionally look at each other's posts. And the problem we run into is that some users are a lot more popular than others, and we get a ton of requests for their particular posts. Let's say that we have a request to get the most recent post from a user, and we're getting a ton of requests for user 527, just random number. And we're getting so many requests from user 527's posts that it's melting the database. So here's how we can restructure our app to take advantage of the cache. Typically, a request would come in, the app would go to the database to get the most recent post for the user, and then they would return it to the requester. What we're going to do now instead is we're going to go and we're going to send a request to the cache. Now we have to come up with a unique key for any given operation that we want to cache. So in this case, we can construct a cache key, which we will, and usually you'll see cache keys kind of formed as strings by concatenating different unique identifiers, right? So what we can do is we can start with a constant that identifies the operation. We'll call it top post, right? So this is our query for the top post for a user. And then we can put in a separator. We'll just use a colon here. It's really common to put a version number in your cache keys. The version number is nice because if you ever change the way that that cache key looks internally, then you can just change the version number, and you don't have to worry about dealing with old values. So we'll say this is top post. This is version number 1 of that particular query. And we're going to be looking for user 527. So all these things together form this unique identifier that says this is the top post of user 527. So we go to the cache and we say, do you have a key, or sorry, do you have a value for this key? And the first time we ask that, the cache is going to return null because there's no value. So at this point, the app will behave exactly like it would without the cache. It's just going to go to the database. It's going to get the most recent post for user 527, and it's going to return it to the user. But now we're going to do something different. We're also going to take that value and we're going to insert it into our cache. So in our cache's key value table, now it's going to have an entry for top post 1 527. And the value is going to be, whatever contents of that post are that we just fetched. So now the next time a request comes in for that same post, or sorry, that same user, when we go to the cache, we're not going to get a null back because we're going to have a value here. We're going to get that post that we just inserted into the cache. And the result is that no matter how many requests come in for this user's top post, we're not going to hit our database. As far as the database is concerned, it's like we just got one request, when in fact we could be serving thousands or even millions of requests without hitting the database again. And the cache is much faster than the database, so we don't have to worry about it melting down at nearly the same volume. The cache is built for exactly this purpose. It's meant to, it keeps values in memory, it returns them quickly, it can generally handle a very high load. So that's the advantage of caching, right? It can take a ton of load off your database. Now there are downsides to it as well. So a big downside is, imagine that we have this value in our cache, and then user 527 comes along and they make a new post. So shortly after that, a request comes in for the most recent post of user 527, and we go to the cache and we return this value. But now this value is old. This is actually not the most recent post of user 527 because they just made one. So what we have to do is what we call cache invalidation. Anytime some data is written to the database that also exists in the cache, we have to figure out which cache keys could exist that have that data, and we have to invalidate them. Basically, we're just erasing this existing value that is now old. Because if you don't invalidate those values, then you're going to serve what we call stale data, right? You're going to be returning results that are not actually the latest value from the database. And this, in this particular instance, that seems like a pretty straightforward thing, right? Whenever we make a post, we just figure out the corresponding key for that user and we invalidate it. But in a production system where you have, a whole bunch of different queries that are being cached, and a whole lot of different places that data could be written to the database, this can actually be a really complicated problem to solve. And the tricky thing about it is that you can screw it up in some very subtle ways that can result in some extremely difficult to hunt down and fix bugs. So caching is a great technique. It can save you a ton of load on your database. It can, make an architecture that just simply wouldn't have worked run seamlessly. But it also has complications to it. So it's not something that I would reach for right off the bat if I didn't need it. Like most of these techniques, you have to balance the extra cognitive load and the extra complexity in the system versus the results that you're going to get from it. So that's how we deal with very high read volumes. You can probably guess the next thing I'm going to talk about is how do we deal with very high write volumes. So what I want to do now is consider kind of the opposite problem. Let's say that we have our app. I'm not very good at drawing rectangles, just for the record. Say we have our app, and you've got your database. And we'll go ahead and we'll use the same like social media app type of example here. So let's say you have your app in your database. Your app first launches, the database is empty, okay? You get your first user, you insert a row in the database. The user makes a post, you insert a row in the database. Let's say a second user signs up, row in the database. The two users become friends, row in the database. And this keeps on going and going and going. Now, if your app is not too big, right, and I would say this applies to most applications in the real world, you can just keep doing that forever. It's not a problem. But let's say your app really takes off. It becomes the next Facebook or Twitter. You're going to find that there comes a point where you just can't insert any more rows into this database. One instance of a database can only take so much data. Eventually you're going to run out of space on disk. It's going to be too big for the database to handle in memory. So how can we solve that problem? What we can do is we can use a technique called sharding. So the idea is that we want to take our data set, which is becoming just cumbersome and large, and we want to split it up into a series of individual shards. So we're going to add more databases to our architecture here. But the key here is that these databases are not replicas of each other. Each one of these is a separate database that has its own chunk of your application's data. So let's go ahead and number these. We'll call them 0, 1, and 2, okay? So the idea behind sharding is that we don't write to just one database. We write to 2 databases or 3 or potentially hundreds if you get big enough. So now the obvious question is, when we're writing data, how do we decide which database to write it to? And when we're reading data, how do we decide which database to read it from, right? This adds some complexity. So the obvious, like the simplest and also an extremely fair strategy would be to just pick a random database every time you need to insert some data and write to it. The problem then is that you would have no idea how to get the data back, right? You would have to search every single database every time you wanted to do a query, which would be extremely inefficient and would kind of defeat the whole purpose. So similar to what we did with caching, we have to define a key for any given piece of data we want to insert. So let's start with an example. Let's say we have our old friend user 527. They just signed up for an account. What we need to do is we need to pick a key, right? We'll call it a shard key that defines which database this data is going to go on. So a really convenient, easy one to pick is just the ID for the piece of data. So for this user, we'll say their user ID is the shard key. And then what we do is we use a hashing algorithm, right? We hash the ID, and then we take that hash and we resolve it to one of the available databases. So let's say that 527 hashes to database number 2. Great. So now we're going to take user 527 and we're going to write it to database number 2. Now, if a request comes in, someone is asking for the information on user 527, no problem. The request parameters include the user ID. So we take that ID out of the request, we feed it to our hash algorithm, we get the same number back, number 2. So we know to look on database number 2. Easy. Now let's say that the user makes some posts. You know, they make maybe post 123. And they make post 124. So let's say that we use the IDs of those posts as the shard keys for the posts. And we hash those and they come out to say 0 and 1. So post 123 ends up on database 0, post 124 ends up on database 1. Now this is solving our problem with the amount of data that we're writing, right? We're spreading our data out between all 3 databases. But we've just developed a very big new problem, right? Which is that we have completely broken our ability to do basic SQL queries. So you can imagine a very common request might be for a given user, you know, give me their posts. Well, now user 527 has their basic info stored on database 2. There's one post by them stored on database 0. There's another post by them stored on database 1. So at this point, if we want to fetch all the posts of this user, which is probably a common operation, we have to make a request simultaneously to all 3 databases. This is not good, right? That will solve our write problem, but it's going to give us read problems that we're not going to be able to deal with. So the solution to this is what we call data co-location, which basically means we want to take data that's related to each other, that's likely to be queried at the same time, and we want to put it as close to each other as we can, ideally on the same physical database. So here's how we can solve this problem. So we're using the ID of each post for its shard key, but there's no rule that says we have to do that. What we can do instead is for a post, which is generally going to be strongly associated with the user who made it, we can say that the shard key for a post is going to be the user ID of the user who made the post. So now the shard key for post 123 and post 124 is 527, the ID of the user, which means that they're both going to hash to database 2. Great. Now, post 123 and post 124 are both located on database 3, along with the information for user 527. That means that now, if we want to request, at the same time, basic information about this user, as well as all of their posts, we can run one simple join query on database 2, and it works basically as you would expect a normal SQL query to run. Now, this brings its own problem, which is that if someone now makes a request for a specific post and they just give us the post ID, we no longer have the ability to query to figure out which database it's on. We would have to query every database. So there are workarounds to that as well, right? You could make the ID that you give your users for posts, you could have it include the user ID, which you could then extract a shard key from. But in some cases, you may just find yourself having to query all your databases. If you can, for particularly uncommon queries, that may not be a problem. So the trick with sharding is you have to figure out what are your common queries, and you have to optimize your co-location strategy for those. So that is sharding in a nutshell. My disclaimer here is that this is a really complicated thing to implement. I think some databases nowadays actually have kind of helpers for sharding built in, which can take a little bit of the workload off of you. But conceptually, this is still a difficult thing to reason about. It's a difficult thing to implement. It adds a lot of complexity to your architecture, and it breaks a lot of your typical fundamental ideas about how databases work. So this is an extremely powerful technique, right? This is how Facebook has 1 billion users' data all stored on MySQL. They don't have like a MySQL instance the size of a small moon. They just have a lot of MySQL databases. So you can store a ton of data this way, but it's very complicated to deal with, and it requires a lot of work to maintain data consistency and to keep your read performance up. So once again, this is something that, it's good to have, it's good to know about, and you can reach for it if you need it. It's also something that for most data sets, you're not going to need. And I would recommend that you avoid introducing that level of complication to your app if you can avoid it. So that is all I have for you today. Big thanks to STG for having me, and to all of you for tuning in. Everyone else is going to speak today. I think we've got a little bit of time left before the next thing on the schedule. So if anyone has questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Otherwise, y'all can move right on along.
Yep. Thank you, Daniel. So all I said was I'm reading the Discord chat and the Twitch chat to see if there's any questions, and Daniel pointed out that I was in fact muted. I got my mic down now. So I don't think.
We got one on Twitch.
Oh, we got one on Twitch.
Okay.
Dave Jetty says, concerning sharding, would this pattern apply to document stores as well?
Yes, assuming by document stores you mean something like Mongo. Definitely any data store that you're just trying to shove more data into than it can handle, you can find some way to shard it. So at work currently, I actually work with sharded Mongo databases. So it'll apply to whatever type of data store you find yourself using. I'm pretty sure Mongo also has some like built-in sharding functionality.
I was gonna say I haven't used Mongo in about a decade, but I do remember that being one of the key features. And the way the keys work, I think, is like they're natively like designed to be partitioned easily or something. That's what I remember from a decade ago. So
yeah, so that may make your life a little bit easier. It will still probably be complicated, but maybe not as much.
yeah, cool. Daniel says, are there some good resources that you can recommend to do some more reading on sharding?
Yeah,
or maybe scaling in general.
So I'm mostly just like I use like interview prep materials for like systems design interviews. There is a pretty good GitHub repo that I cannot remember the name of. I will try to hunt it down after the talk and put it in the Discord. Wikipedia is also a pretty handy thing. There's also a related topic to both of these, by the way, that you should definitely look up. Consistent hashing. Which is basically how we answer the problem of if we have a cache or if we have a sharded database and we need to add and remove instances, how do we do that without just like upsetting our entire data set? This is something you're going to want on Wikipedia. I promise you it will be an answer to like 60% of systems design interview questions. It always comes up. So that's another related topic to look up.
Cool. See, I'm looking.
I've got a question.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So when you're doing database sharding, at what point in time is your database, your initial database store, at a point where you do want to have sharding, if that makes any sense? Because like we're talking about at scale, right? Like high availability servers or high availability infrastructure. I mean, this is when it's most useful, right? But like when you're first starting an application, it's usually going to be like something small. It's like normally like maybe a couple hundred users starting out, but then like as you progress and your data gets too big, maybe you have a lot of logging. Maybe you have whatever, or like a pub sub database that's just generating a lot of data. At what point should you look into sharding your database and using the hashing structure for determining like, okay, this is a new user coming in, we'll take this hash, and if this user is under this hash, this goes to this database? Because like you increase the amount of overhead you have to deal with. Why don't you just go with like a single large database store and do database replication to back up those either, I think it's like asynchronously or synchronously. There's two different types of replication systems for backup systems. I'm not really an expert on this, so I'm just curious, like what's your opinion on like single large database versus sharded?
Yeah, so this is actually an interesting question for me because like I have the good fortune of never having to have ever had to set up a sharded database. I've only worked at places where like those systems are already in place and have been in place for a while. Personally, I would say like I would go with the large database model for as long as I could get away with it. And depending on the size of your data, I mean, I think you can generally, the typical SQL database, like you can get to millions of rows and it's not going to be a problem. This is something that you're usually not going to find a need for. But where replication eventually breaks down, right, is you'll hit a point where the replicas can't all have the entire data set. And speaking of logging data as well, right, like the first thing I would actually do is I would see if I could offload my logging data to a different platform. Maybe dump it into Hadoop or something if it was getting to a point where it was overloading my live database that I use to serve data on the app itself. And then, once you start to get to that point where you just, you're getting into like millions of rows, and the rate they're getting at it is accelerating, and it becomes clear that like this is not going to work in perpetuity. Once you see the individual instances are approaching capacity, then you have to start thinking about how do I live in a world where one database can't store my entire data set.
Okay. Also have another question with hashing. So let's say a user is signing up on like, let's say reddit.com, because there's millions of users on there, or probably more than that. And let's say that you are using a hashing system to determine which data shard the user will be stored into. Are you just using like a specific, like for instance, the person's like registering their email, their phone number, their username, and whatever, and I guess there's going to be like a unique ID generated from it on the backend API, which then hits the sharded database? Is that unique key from the API, for instance, is that what you're using as the reference for the hashing, or are you? I mean, I guess like there's a lot of ways going back because like a user might change their username down the road, and then at what point is the hashing consistent anymore? I don't know if that makes any sense. Like what part are you hashing to determine the shard? The shard
Right.
location?
UUIDs are pretty standard for this and kind of why they were invented, right? So that
Oh, that's true.
before it would be even inserted, you would have, you know, you don't have to ask the database for a unique ID. You can generate one on the client before you even send it in and say, this is where it's going,
Right.
and I know this from the UUID. Correct me if I'm wrong, Bieber. I know that's one way you can do it.
Yeah, so big IDs are generally like the easiest solution here. Because if you, now, I mean, you're always going to have to shuffle data around occasionally, right? Because you're going to add and remove instances over time. But the more static you can keep the data, the better. So a big ID is usually the easiest way to go. Like I know Facebook doesn't use UUID, but they use their own like 64-bit address space IDs, which is big enough they don't have to worry about collisions. I know at Snap they used, I think they used UUIDs for a lot of content. So yeah, basically a very large randomly generated ID is
Mhm.
going to usually be the easiest way to go, because if you try to do like sequential IDs or something, it becomes a problem because now you have a bunch of databases and you have to make sure that you don't assign an ID that's used in any of them. So now you need some kind of like address issuing service that has to keep monotonically increasing, and
Twitter had
random
that exact
IDs are
problem,
just,
right?
what's that?
Twitter had that exact problem a number of years ago when they reached the whatever 32-bit integer limit of user IDs. Yeah,
There we go.
I
Yeah.
remember it was a big deal that they had to like, I can't remember the specifics. It was a while ago. So.
And last question: that UUID, is that generally assigned on the API level or on the database level? Because you can do it either way.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, I would assign it at the API level because you have to, that's how you figure out which database to insert into in the first place.
Wasn't sure if there was like another data layer or that would determine, or that would do that and then shard it, but I don't know.
Yeah. And it's also like, it's very dependent on your particular architecture, right? Like these are all generalities. You know, you have to keep in mind that at most places that reach this kind of scale, like you're dealing with sharding and caching simultaneously. So there's a lot of moving parts, and you have to just kind of pick which one is the best to own something like assigning an ID to content.
Yeah, that's all the questions I have.
Great. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Looks like our next presenter is ready. Thank you, Robbie, for being the first not me presenter at a Suncoast Developers Conference. So I'm going to switch over. Let's see. Let me. Hey, Kento.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
Pretty good. Ladies and gentlemen, Kento Kawakami.
All right. Let me get started and share my screen here. Okay. All right. Can we see that?
That would be a yes from me.
That would be a yes. Cool. Hello, everyone. I'm Kento, the president of Nintendo, and I have some exciting news to share directly to you. I'm just kidding. That was just a Nintendo reference for those of you Smashers out there. I'm a pretty okay Smasher. I would say I'm a former graphic design student turned to wedding photographer and a former SDG staff, and now a student here at SDG.
Hey,
or
Kento.
an alumni now.
Hey, Kento, what's a Smasher?
I'm sorry. What is Smasher? We'll get into that in a second.
Great.
All right. As a teen, so how did I get here? Why am I here? Why am I coding? How did I get here? So as a teen, I've been involved in the Mario Kart modding community for quite extensively, which to me, honestly, it feels like it's filled with a lot of really smart people. People are able to do a lot of modding things for Mario Kart and doing crazy stuff putting crazy stuff like, I don't know, playing Mario Kart without carts, and that's pretty weird. Or, I don't know, putting Thomas the Tank Engine as a playable character in Mario Kart. And I've done my fair share of doing things like texture hacks, where I've taken Mario Circuit, which is on the left, and then turning it into this weird textures that I created for myself. And there's one particular user that always stood out to me, and he's made a big name for himself in the community, and he goes by the alias of Mr. Bean 35,000 VR. And this is the guy who's able to implement features like playing with 24 players online with other people who are on the Nintendo's servers. And he's also worked on this project where he created a private online server for Mario Kart Wii players, even after Nintendo has shut down their online service, moving on to their newer consoles for like Nintendo Switch. And then most importantly, this is the guy who's able to create custom tracks that brings a lot of Mario Kart, or that brings in a lot of Mario Kart tracks from other games to play on this modded game. And the best part is all online. And as a result, he's made this whole community for himself who really, really love this game and turning this game into something more that Nintendo could have ever made. And one time I remember he asked me to work on some patch or some kind of thing that I was testing for him. And I had a Japanese console, so I was testing for the Japanese people out there. And he had me join him in a race on Rainbow Road. And I remember it was this very last moment on the last lap, right before the finish line. The game just froze, and I was like, just confused at why the game froze. I just thought it was like, oh, something's not working. And then he was like, okay, well, give me your log files. Let me see what happened. And then him and his brother went behind the scenes and like changed 1 or 2 lines of code or something. And then lo and behold, when he tried it, it was fixed and it was working again. And I was like amazed at how that whole process worked. And I just wanted to learn whatever it is that he did. And that's kind of how I found myself here at SDG. But anyways, enough about me. Let's get into the meat of this presentation. And so to start off, my app is about Super Smash Bros. I know we've been talking about Mario Kart, but I've made an app of this game that I just love. And it's such a fun game. I play a lot of matches with some of my friends. And one of the for those of you who aren't aware of Super Smash Brothers, it's a fighting game released by Nintendo with a lot of characters. And I mean a lot, as in there's exactly, I believe, 79 of them. And as a matter of fact, it gets really overwhelming to learn a new character. And what a lot of the people do to start off is they'll learn something they'll learn how to play a certain character by learning their basic combos. And in the community, we call these bread and butter combos. And Smash is a little different. It's not like there are these other fighting games where they have these combos implemented in their game where they tell you exactly how to do something, like they do here in Dragon Ball Z or in Street Fighter, or even from Injustice, right? Now, Smash is a little more abstract. What a lot of people in the Smash community do is they'll do something like this where they make a video showing you how to do something and telling you how it works. And I wanted more of like, I wanted to create something more like an interface that kind of tells you a lot of these things, like how these games are doing, rather than having these content creators make them on their own YouTube channel and share. So it kind of, learning a character can get really difficult. It's a whole process of exploring a new character and kind of trying things out. So I made an app that kind of deals with this. So let's go to the app. Let's see, let me just 1 second here. So let me give you a demonstration for my app. So I made this thing called Smash Combos. And to start off, let me show you what we have here. You're able to create your own combo inputs and show them exactly as you would, how you would implement them through these button controllers that I've created. And you're able to attach a video using a YouTube ID. And you can put segments and times on when the video does certain combos, and it puts them on repeat. So it's a way for you to attach a video to the actual combo so you can visualize how it works. And then lastly, I made this interface where you can go and share these combos and kind of check out what other players have created or what other players have posted, and kind of showing you how to play a certain character. So the idea here is that you can just go to a character and you can just learn how to do certain combos by watching videos and inputs, and you're able to share notes and make comments and have discussions about it. So let's kind of walk through what this process looks like. So first of all, when a user logs into our my website here, is they'll get to see the list of characters, and as I've shown you in the character select screen, it's a lot of them. But first things first, as a guest, you will be able to go in and kind of check out some of the combos already. The only limitations is that you won't be able to vote, or you won't be able to make a comment, and you won't be able to submit a combo, as you would see on the left here. But let me show you what it looks like when you sign up for an account. I'm going to call this Cool Smash Player, and then Cool Smash Player at example.com, and then we're just going to make up a password, and let's sign in. So we're signed in as Cool Smash Player, as you can see here. And let me kind of show you and demonstrate what the submitting a combo page looks like. So now you have this fancy little menu called Submit Combo, and we can go in here now, and we can go in and choose a character. For myself, I've been learning a lot of Min Min. She's the most recent character that Nintendo has released, and I've been having lots of fun. So we're gonna do one for Min Min, okay? I'm gonna call this Some Cool Min Min Combo. And then we need a video ID. So this is a really cool part. So the way this video ID works is you have to go in on YouTube and find the video that's related to your character. And I'll grab this ID, which is everything that comes after V. For those of you who's played around with YouTube, you might know what this is. If not, the ID is usually in the link like so. And what you do is you paste this video ID, and then it'll show you the live video of when it starts. Now, the really cool part is we can now give it a time to see when you would like the combo to start. Because right now you'll see that it just started from 0 and just keep going up. So what I would do is I would say I've written a time for this. It's 52 seconds to 55 seconds. And now what it does is it'll load the video from 52 seconds all the way up to 55 on loop. This is a really good way for you to visualize how the combo would look right before you're posting, so that you're making sure that you're posting the right content. Okay. And another really cool feature that I added is there is a filter on how this YouTube ID works. This will prevent any trolls or people who are just trying to mess around on the app to putting irrelevant videos. So what I did is I went ahead and grabbed this video called Fried Rice Japanese Style. This is completely irrelevant to Smash, and I'm just going to grab its ID, and we're going to stick it right in here, and let's see what happens. We get an invalid video. Please enter a valid ID that relates to your selected character. This is because there is a filtering system where you can only post videos that is either related to Smash Bros. Or your character. Sometimes people like to post videos about their character and not tag Smash Bros. Somewhere in their title description. This is a really good way for you to tell if it's a good input or not. So I'm going to go back to Min Min's video here, and then let's just keep going. So this is an intermediate combo, as said by the user here. So I'm just going to go ahead and put medium, and it says it's a true combo on the right. So I'm going to set that as true. And then I believe it does approximately 36 damage. And the inputs exactly, or what the inputs look like, is she does a, let's see it. She does a short hop, nair, down tilt, and up smash. So what that looks like on here is you get a short hop, then nair, then we do a down tilt, then an up smash. Oops, I made a typo. Let's go back one space. All you have to do is click this button right here. You just click on this window. I can just go in and go back. Cool, right? All right, so now I'm just gonna make some additional notes. Some cool combo. Try it out. And let's submit. Actually, let's check if everything looks good. We got the video, we got min selected, we got the video ID, and it looks good. So I'm gonna go ahead and submit. And now we'll be taken back to our character select screen. And from here, now we should be able to go into min and show that it was posted by Cool Smash Player, and here's our combo. Let's upvote this combo. I like my own combo. It was cool. Now we can go in here and check out what the combo looks like. My computer's working a little too hard right now, so it's a little slow, but usually this works really well even on mobile and on desktop, as long as your computer can handle everything. But yeah, there's some really good information here. It tells you who posted it, tells you the title, it tells you the damage that it does, how difficult it is, and if it's a true combo or not. For those of you people who play Smash Bros, I'm sure you know what a true or not true combo is. It basically means that the combo always works, or it doesn't always work, or it's situational. It depends. But anyway, so there's our notes, and now we can comment. Let's say I'm another user. Wow, how did you figure this out? And submit. Uh-oh. That was a question. Let's edit that. That's another cool feature that I added, is you can edit the combo themselves. Now now as a user, let's see what we can do if we wanted to polish up our entry that we have here. Okay, what we can do now is go to the edit button, and maybe we wanted to polish the video to start at 53 seconds instead of 50. Now, I'm not saying this is the right input, but for demonstration purposes, I just wanted to show you this. We can go ahead and update it for 53 to 56 seconds and submit. Uh-oh, we got to fill this out too. And then now the video is updated to 53 to 56 seconds. Cool. And lastly, I can also come in and delete a combo. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that name. I'm going to delete. I took this idea from how GitHub lets you delete your repositories by copying their name. I thought this was pretty cool. So if I want to go and delete, I'll just say, put in the title of the name, or title of the combo, and say delete. And we lost the min combo. Oh no. But pretty much that's how the user side of things work. Like, you can go in and find some of these combos that people posted. And I've already posted a few, and I've had a few friends post some. I know we had one for Young Link. My good friend Joe did this for me, where he came in and posted some of this combo. I think he also did one from Bylith right here. And then my friend Dakota also did one for Link. He posted a lot, and they look really good. Yeah, cool. So anyways, that's pretty much the user side of things and how it works. Let me kind of show you some extra features that I have for an administrator. I do have administrator features in here, so I'm going to go ahead and log out. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention, I also have a tutorial on how the combo works. It tells you exactly what are some good examples on how to write good combos. Cool. So let's log in as an administrator. Okay, now we're logged in as an administrator. As an administrator, I have two other features in here that you can have, called an add character or edit character. Now, I left this as administrator options here because Nintendo doesn't always release characters, all the time. They only come out every, I don't know, half a year, 6 months, sometimes a year, it depends. But I also still want the option there for me to be able to add a character, just so that it's easy to do. So just let me kind of show you what that looks like. So I'll go ahead and add a character. I'll call this Bubbly Soda, as the only best example I can think of, because I have a bubbly soda right in front of me. And we're going to give it a character position. I'll explain what that is in a second. but you'll submit. When you submit, now we have the bubbly. Cool. But we don't want the bubbly. But oh, and another thing I forgot to mention is you'll notice that we don't have an image for them. And this is because you would have to go into the source code and import each of these character images. And I don't have the graphics for any characters that doesn't exist. But I just wanted to leave that feature in here so that it's easier to do. So now let's just go ahead and delete that character. We can go and edit a character and just say delete. And now bubbly is no longer there. Let me show you some editing characters. So let's talk about the Y position. Let's say we want to go to the min. Okay, I can change her name to mini. And I can change her Y position to 20, or let's say 90. This will make the most sense when I actually show it. But what the Y position does is it allows the portraits to show and center correctly when we are going in the interface. So that because each of these characters have different positions under focus, like their faces are in different parts of the images. So I put this position to show you exactly what that does. So if I say 90 Y position, it'll go down 90% down from the top. And I'll show you that in a second. So we'll make that change. We'll go to mini. Now she's mini, and now it's focusing on her feet. That's weird. We want her face to be in there instead. So let's go back to 23. And her name is not mini. Her name is min. So now we fix min. Cool. Anyways, that's pretty much the gist of the app and how it works. Let me go back to my slides here. Let me kind of talk to you. So what's a code conference where I don't talk about code, right? So let's talk about a little bit about code. So the way this app works is there's three parts really. You got your database, you got your web page, the front end. Your database is the back end, the web page is the front end, and then we got your YouTube API, which handles the ID validation, and obviously we have the user who interacts with the web page. For my app, I was able to build the database and building the API endpoints that does certain things that the web page calls for. But the web page is able to upload combos, which goes into the database using API get points, or sorry, API endpoints. And then on the web page, I have a filtering system where it takes the ID validation, and I did write some code that filters out certain keywords so that we're making sure that people are posting content that is related to Smash. And then obviously the user only sees the web page, and they're the ones that interact with the interface themselves. And let me talk to you about the code that I'm the most proud of. So as we saw earlier when we did the combos, you saw how the combos look here, right? You got your AAAA dash ZZ LL whatever. These are all stored as strings, and strings look like this. It's just one big, long, ongoing sentence with just spaces in between them. And what I did to convert this string into a button input, and this graphics that I showed is through these two codes. Now, this is written in React and a little bit of JavaScript, or sorry, a little bit of HTML mixed in. But essentially what this does is it takes the string, splits them based on where the spaces are, puts them into an array, maps the inputs as the input graphics from an array with the graphics associated with them. And then now every time when someone presses a button, all it has to do is add that input, whatever input is the string of the input that's associated with the button inputs, and put spaces in between them. The first if statement basically says, oh, if it's the first statement, don't put a space before, because you don't want space. We don't want space, forward flick, then conditional, Java basic, blah, blah, blah. We want forward flick, space, then conditional. So that's what that line of code essentially does. Okay. And anyways, that pretty much wraps up my talk. This is how you can get a hold of me. You got my GitHub, LinkedIn, Twitter. I like to do all my updates and everything and update requests on Twitter for this project, mainly because I really want the Smash community to start being able to use this app in a more like competitive way, hopefully. And you got my photography Instagram over there. And if you want to directly email me, that is my email. And that is my time. If anyone has any questions, I'd love to answer them. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching.
There was a question in Discord. Somebody asked if, can you hear me okay, Kento?
You sound a little low.
You sound a little low. Okay, well, I'll speak up.
Okay, I can hear you though.
Okay, good.
Speak up. Okay, I can hear you though. Okay.
Oh yeah, we got an echo though. Does Kento, does this also give credit to the video creators? And I kind of answered that with the YouTube embeds linking back to the original.
I kind of answered that with the YouTube embed. So this credits the YouTube creators. I mean, it links you to their videos, right? It shows you who posted the video. I haven't really given it a lot of thought on what this looks like and the copyright issue. But my hopes is that like people will be able to go into something that they see on a YouTube clip of some pro player doing some crazy play or something like that, or crazy combos, and be able to upload them and share them that way and kind of have other people talk about them. So as far as crediting goes, I mean, it's getting directly from their YouTube video and it links them to the video themselves. So
if you've got the Twitch stream open, Kento, can you close it for me?
Twitch stream?
Yeah, or something is echoing. Or is that somebody else in Discord?
I don't have Twitch.
Oh, it's actually here. I figured it out. There we go. Oh, I fixed it. It wasn't you. Okay. All right. Let's see. The other question was, David says, from your explanation, you use YouTube video tags to filter valid videos. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, okay. I've filtered these videos using the video ID tags, and there is a line of code where it says where when you get this YouTube video ID, check its title and description to see what contents are related to what content or what kind of content does this get, and does it match with what we're looking for? And I did write, there are some cases where people will make a Smash combo and don't put Smash Bros or Smash Bros Ultimate in their title or description. Sometimes they'll say, this is a Palutena combo. If you have Palutena selected on your character select during the drop-down menu, and you pull a video that says Palutena somewhere in the title, it will validate that video, even though it doesn't say Smash Bros or anywhere else in the title or description.
Cool. XOX Camaro XOX says, wow, Kento, that was an amazing presentation.
Thank you.
Misericordia says, how long did the project take from concept to finished product?
Yes, so I've been working on it for 3 weeks during our capstone grind, and it's been about, I did the math and I put in about 250 hours.
250 hours in 3 weeks, folks. In case you're wondering how you get a capstone like that, that's how.
And that means me getting up at 7 or 8 a.m. to getting on campus at 9 a.m. and I would stay here till at least midnight. And there had been times where I was here till 3 a.m.
Yeah,
to get up at 9 at 7 a.m. to go back home and then get up at 8 a.m. to get here by 9 a.m. So it's been a lot of work.
For those there who have noticed, Kento's on campus. As a staff member, I haven't even been to campus very often, yet every time I've been there for the last few weeks, day, evening, weekend, whatever, Kento has been there. So sometimes I go up and say hi, but usually I just pop in downstairs and leave. Anyway, let's see. Any other questions? People seem really impressed with the filtering. They like that. But I don't see any other questions in Discord or Twitch. So with that, let me see who's next. Oh, right. So
Yeah, if anyone else has any more questions, like I said, I'll be around. This is the way to get a hold of me, and I'll be hanging out on Discord too.
Yeah. So up next we have
Thank you so much.
Cody and Abtahee, who may or may not have been ready because Dylan is next on the schedule, but unfortunately Dylan wasn't going to be able to present today. So if Cody and Abtahee are ready, we can go, or I can fill some time. Oh, hey Abtahee.
How's it going?
Pretty good. Let me unpin Kento's video. And are you going to be the main video presenter here, or it was Cody, wasn't it?
It was Cody, yes.
Yeah. So let's do
I'm
that.
just setting up right now, almost finished.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry, I forgot to mention to you too in advance that you would be going right after Kento, that Dylan had dropped out. So my bad.
No worries. It's okay.
Oh yeah, we're 100% ready to go. Let's get the show on the road.
All right. So whenever y'all are ready, I'm gonna cancel the spotlight on Abtahee. So if you bounce back and forth between the two of you, it should broadcast either of you. So anyway, how about a round of distant applause for Kento? Yeah.
Great job, Kento.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I will be at your place once social distancing is done to play some Smash Bros.
Yes, Abtahee and I have been playing a little bit of Smash Bros every here and then.
Yes,
So,
I was
looking forward
able
to
go
that.
on campus. Kento was showing me how great he is and how I need to.
You got it, bud.
So how's everyone doing this fine morning?
I'm good.
It's good to hear.
Good. Oh, there's applause gifs in Discord. So it's exciting. Oh, while I've got everybody here, let me steal the camera. I think Cody might still be getting ready. I just preview the new SDG shirts. Here you go. This is the for cohort 18's graduation and the incoming cohort 19 shirt. So you saw it here first. It's a baby sea turtle is the new shirt. The last one was a flamingo, and before that a pelican, and we had an alligator and a manatee. So we're continuing the series on iconic Florida animals. And anyway, that's just wanted to share that with everybody at some point today. We normally sell the shirts on campus for folks in the community who want to come pick them up. We sell them at cost. And the grads today will all be getting one in the mail soon. But yeah, anyway, it looks like perhaps Cody's ready, so I'm gonna pass this back on over to the hosts there. And I swear to you, I had just resized this, but I guess I didn't. So let me boop this up here. There we go. All right, Cody and Abtahee, it's all yours.
All right.
All right, let's get the show on the road. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. And today we will be presenting our application, Evolution X. And my name is Abtahee Ali.
My name is Cody Banks.
And like I said, let's get it started.
Let's do it.
So before we go more in depth with the application and our project, we wanted to tell you guys a little bit about ourselves and our path to become developers. For myself, I recently graduated from the University of Florida with a bachelor's in public health right before attending Suncoast Developers Guild. There was a little 2-week gap, so it was like a quick transition, but it was exciting. But towards the end of my undergraduate career, around my beginning of my 4th year of undergraduate, I realized I had a passion for technology when I started taking programming courses on HTML, CSS, and C#. It's something I fell in love with programming. There was like a special spark that I never felt before. And I knew with programming, I could help build applications that will provide a positive impact to those who utilize and interact with them. which is when I started researching, talking to people, and that's when I found Suncoast Developers Guild, and I knew this is the way I wanted to start my development career.
So before I started my journey with SDG, I worked full-time at my local Chick-fil-A as the operations director. I worked for this company for over 4 years, and I developed a knowledge for how business should be run. I've always enjoyed helping others and striving above and beyond to work my hardest. My dad is also a fellow developer, and growing up, I would always be exposed to his work. He would explain to me what he was doing and working on that day, and this helped me began to grow a passion for development. As a student at the University of South Florida, I'm finishing up my final year and will graduate in December with the degree in Management Information Systems. I wanted to expand my skills in development, and this is what led me to my path onto SDG. So now we'd like to explain the story behind our application. So Evolution X accesses a user's Xbox Live Microsoft account using a third-party API called XAPI. We can retrieve information such as games played, achievements, friends, and many more useful endpoints. The programming languages used in our build were .NET, C#, Entity Framework, PostgreSQL, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React.js.
And now you may be wondering how you came about this idea. Well, at the beginning of July, I contacted Streetlight, an organization that was really dear to my heart during my undergraduate career, if they needed an application as I would be working on a capstone project. And it turned out they did, and it worked out perfectly. But there's definitely more to the story, and we thought the best person to describe what Streetlight is, and the application would be Emily Sullivan, the Streetlight director herself. Unfortunately, she was unable to make it today, but she did provide us with a video that goes into more details about Streetlight and how they'll be using Evolution X.
Hi, my name is Emily Sullivan and I direct the Streetlight program at Shands. We're a program that offers peer support to chronically ill teens and young adults at the hospital. So we're seeing a lot of chronically and terminally ill patients who are like 13 to 30. And video games are such a huge way that our patients cope with their pain and also socially engage with other patients and volunteers at the hospital. What Abtahee and Cody are doing is making an application that allows us to see how our new generation systems are used. And so we can craft the user experience specifically for these patients. Resources in nonprofit work are really slim, and so we want to make sure that the donations we get, we're able to put them into materials and equipment that the patients really enjoy, and we want to make sure that equipment really fits their needs and makes their time in the hospital as full as it can be, because unfortunately some of our patients, they don't make it and they're playing these systems up until their last moment. So for us to know how they're able to connect with other people, how we can increase their social support and also their self-esteem through their achievements is huge. So thank you, Abtahee and Cody, for all of your work in helping us.
I hope you enjoyed the message from Emily, as we enjoyed working with Streetlight and Emily herself. But now you know the background on Evolution X, let's get more in depth with the app itself.
Is everybody ready?
I know I'm ready. Let's get it started.
Let's do it.
So now, as Cody's pulling up the application, we'll be showing you guys the desktop view and also the mobile view. Yeah, Cody, it's all yours.
All right, so when you first navigate to our app, we're gonna have a little sign-in page. But if you haven't signed up with our app, you can click on this little tab right here, and it'll bring you to the sign-up page. But first, you have to sign up with the third-party X API. So we created a detailed list of instructions that'll walk you through each step on creating an account with XAPI. You have to create an account with XAPI so that you can connect your Xbox account to the API, which connects to our application. So once you've created an account with XAPI, you can go ahead and navigate to our page. And the only thing you need is your API key and your Xbox profile ID from XAPI. So you can create your own username and email and password associated with your Evolution X account. Let's go ahead and sign in. So when you first sign into our app, it'll show a detailed overview of your gamer card for your Xbox profile. It's going to say your present status, which I'm offline right now, your name, your gamer score, your gamer tag, gamer picture, your friends and follower count, as well as your location and your bio associated with the account. So let's go ahead and navigate to the friends page. So the friends page is going to show all the friends associated with your Xbox Live account. It's going to have their gamer tag, their gamer picture, and their gamer score associated with their account. We also built a search feature that can allow you to search for a specific friend as well. So right there, that's Abtahee.
That's me.
You can also search for any friend that you'd like. So let's go ahead and navigate to the message inbox.
So the message inbox gives you an overview of all the messages that was received to the user's Xbox account. It gives you who it's from, the date it was received, and the body text. You can also search for a specific sender if you want to have messages from that sender itself. As you can see, Cody is talking to dog and he wants to play Apex, but it's very sad that Cody's not playing. So maybe after this presentation, Cody will make dog happy and play some Apex. And now moving on to recent achievements. You'll see all achievements that the user has earned with their account. It'll show the gamer tag, what type of achievement is locked, the image associated with the achievement, the gamer score that was earned, and the image title and the game that was earned. You can also filter by game, but as you see, Cody loves Halo and he's dedicated to his franchise, but I respect his dedication. Now moving on to Xbox One games. You will see all the games that the user has played. It'll give you the game image, the game title, the game achievements that is earned and what else is earned, the trophies unlocked, and also last played. You can also search for a specific game if you like, and that will give you all the specific game, as Cody has quite a collection of Call of Duty. So I like to switch up from Halo, Cody. But now moving on to the About the Application page, which we did give you a little preview, and we'd like to give a special shout out to Mack who made our logo, to Icons 8 for all the icons, XAPI for our API, and Streetlight, of course. Now moving to the settings page. This will give you all the settings for the user, from the username, the email, API key, Xbox ID, in which you click on the button and it displayed the email or all the items. There's also update account and delete account. But for presentation purposes, we won't be deleting Cody's account, as we could definitely use it, but let's update it. So you can update the username, the email, API key, and Xbox. Knowing Cody, he's probably gonna do something with Yo or Halo. Seems like he chose Yo-Yo, so that's gonna be his new username. So when he presses update, it will update automatically, and when he logs out, it will still be there. Now we'll be showing you guys a little snippet of our mobile view.
All right. So we really wanted to highlight and make sure that our app was mobile friendly, because we know there's a trend towards people using apps on their phone. So we really want to make sure it looked clean and looked really good. So this is the gamer card on the first page. It's the friends page. Message inbox. Recent achievements. Xbox One games. User settings, as well as update account, and about the application. So now we're going to move back into our presentation and highlight some of the struggles that we had while working together in a group project.
So before we do highlight all our in-depth analysis of the project and what went into it, we want to talk about why Cody and I teamed up and we didn't want to work individually. We knew when working with the company, we'd be working in teams and using Git pulls and pushes. So we decided to get an extra start by working together for our capstone. So let's get to challenges as a duo. The main challenge, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you could relate given our situation, was collaborating virtually. With our curve being fully virtual, we had a good grasp of working virtually using Slack video calls, Zoom calls, and a screen share feature to show code to each other and our opinions on specific code, or if we were stuck on the problem or anything. But throughout the bootcamp, we never worked on the same project at once, which definitely posed a few challenges.
So initially, we were a little lost in how we should be able to work together. We started off using the live share extension for VS Code, where Abtahee would send me a link, and we would be working on the same VS Code at the same time on the server. This caused an issue because if Abtahee was not running the server or actively working on his computer, I wouldn't be able to join. So after talking to our instructor, Gavin, and looking up a few tutorials, we decided to use Git branches and that would be the best way to complete our capstone.
And as Cody said, we decided to use Git. We realized using Git would be more effective and it would maximize our productivity. Learning how to use Git branches, merges, pulls, pushes definitely took some time, some research, and talking to our instructor, Gavin. Although it was a little confusing at first, especially with merge conflicts, it eventually became easy to use and became second nature. With merge conflicts, either Cody and I would screen share and discuss a conflict and how we should go about solving conflict, what code to delete, what code to keep, what can we just fix around and everything. But yeah, it definitely helped us resolve the conflict.
So as Abtahee was saying, we did run into a few merge conflicts. So in order to avoid these problems, we decided to make a thorough breakdown of our schedule and a good workflow for the capstone. So Abtahee and I decided it would be best if we worked on separate components to maximize our productivity. So for example, Abtahee would work on the friends component while I decided to work on the games component. And here's a little breakdown of our schedule.
Yeah, so with this being a pretty large project and us working together, we want to map everything out and also practice our project management skills with an in-depth schedule. On this slide, you'll see our table of everything broken down to a schedule from each day to which tasks complete, from what languages and technology we'll be using, and maybe some resources that could be beneficial, and also what tasks Cody will be completing specifically and what I would be completing specifically. To the right, you'll see a block out of all for adjustments. On these 6 days, we would stop adding features. We will work on fixing code, finding bugs, and just polishing the whole application and providing the best user experience. And now we're gonna be going more in depth with our wireframe. This was definitely key to our planning as we didn't want to just start doing our HTML and CSS and scramble and get confused and everything. This definitely provided a nice layout for us and that gave us a great guide and helped us maximize time. And now we'll be talking about third-party API, which is XAPI.
So XAPI is created and owned by Friendly Dev Limited. We at first wanted to use Microsoft's actual API, but we saw that the application process could take months to even years to get completed. And we also needed to be a licensed developer team, which we are not at the moment. So XAPI is free, which is great. And then this allowed us to go and dive straight into our work.
And yes, using XAPI and making an account, you had to link your Xbox Microsoft account. After those few steps, XAPI gave you an API key and your Xbox profile user ID, which allowed you to access endpoints to obtain specific information related to your Xbox account.
So XAPI provided us with a rich and detailed data set that allowed us to obtain more information than we ever thought possible. Like, we were really impressed by the amount of data that we could actually access. With this data, we were able to conceptualize what our website should look like and what the data we could actually work with.
And we want to continue our planning and scheduling and being very detailed. So we were playing around with Postman, but we decided Insomnia had a better user experience for us. With Insomnia, it was an essential tool for viewing responses from XAPI, and without this tool, it would have been extremely difficult to see what we were working with. Insomnia allowed us to view the overall structure of the JSON responses and allow us to begin planning what information we would display on our website.
So with these endpoints provided from XAPI, we were able to get specific information related to an Xbox account. So for example, the endpoint title history allowed us to view all the games for that specific account that they've ever played. So in this title history object, we had a nested array of titles that allowed us to view every single game object.
And using Insomnia, we were able to narrow down 6 specific endpoints we wanted to use from XAPI. The endpoints we used were history of the user, gamer card, profile, messages, friends, and all the achievements the user has obtained. And now let's go on to the most challenging part of our application.
So while building our app, the most difficult part, hands down, was creating, updating, and deleting an Evolution X user. Our users are created with an API and stored in the backend of our app. A user must fill in 5 fields before creating an account. After they've created an account, we make sure to hash their password for security purposes, just in case somebody was able to get into our SQL database.
And of course, during our demo, you saw us go to the settings page and want to update, delete account. Out of all these features, updating an account was definitely the hardest part because we did not want to erase the always stored hashed password. With the time and effort, research, and our instructor Gavin guiding us towards the right path, we were able to overcome this challenge. And now let's talk about our favorite part of the application.
So displayed below is the games page, our favorite part of our capstone. From the physical code to how we retrieved each individual game, we enjoyed every aspect of this page. The code snippet on the right shows how we were able to retrieve each individual game and map it onto the page.
And the search bar at the top on the left image of the page allows the user to search an Xbox game by title. We created a React hook that filters games by the text, including a search bar. We then map each game to the page. I know, and I believe I could speak for Cody and I both, that the games page was definitely our favorite from the HTML CSS, as the layout was just the way we want to look and how we imagined. And with using the endpoints, retrieving the game image, the title, and everything just made us feel very accomplished and proud. And now let's move to future iterations, as this project will be used by Streetlight, and we definitely want to keep updating and having version 2. One of the first things we want to do is having an administrator user. The admin user will have access to all accounts on EvolutionX, and they will see all statistics and trends over time for each account. And this will be beneficial to Streetlight as they have multiple Xboxes with different Xbox Live accounts distributed to patients. This will allow them to have easier access to all their accounts rather than having to make multiple accounts within that application. As Emily said in the video, being able to track all patient activity is key, and having an admin page will help them with this process.
So another feature we'd like to implement is if a user navigates over to the Xbox Games page, we would like them to be able to click on a specific game. When they click on the specific game, we would like to see how long the user has played that game and maybe their progress in that game as well. We would like to break this down to see how much time they played each day. So for instance, maybe they played from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. We'd see that they played for a 3-hour block. So this data would be beneficial to Streetlight as they could monitor each playtime and use this data for research to showcase.
And one of the last features we want to add to version 2 would be having the user be able to delete friends and message delete directly from our application, which would then translate to the Xbox Live account. For those of you who do have Xbox and Xbox Live account, you may know that deleting a friend and message is very tedious, as you have to click on the friend or the message and delete them. But within the application, we want to be able to have a select all box or just check the box, please check multiple messages with friends and just delete them. And when you log in back into Xbox, they'll be gone. Streetlight could utilize this by cleaning out the system once the patient is discharged, and he can be ready for the next patient. And well, that kind of wraps up our presentation. But before you go, we definitely want to get in touch with you guys. Here's our virtual business card with our phone number, email, GitHub, LinkedIn, and portfolio. But also, if you want to scan the QR code, that will give you easy access to the GitHub, to LinkedIn, and our portfolio. But yeah, thank you for your time. I hope you enjoyed EvolutionX as we enjoyed creating it.
Yes, thank you for attending the first SDG conference. It's really great to be here, and I appreciate the time you guys have taken out of your day in order to watch all of us. So thank you very much.
If there's any questions, we will answer them. If we did run out of time, we will get to you guys as the day goes by. Jason, you might be muted, but I'm not sure.
Thank you.
All right.
I will do that.
Okay.
I will do that, I swear to you, 5 more times today, at least.
I went to the Twitch stream and I was like, wait, Jason's talking. He's muted.
Let me see. One sec. The Zoom capture does this weird thing whenever anyone flips from presenting to camera, it like freezes, so I have to go kind of kick it over. Anyway, we do have a couple questions. The first was, do you guys use a database or is everything fetched from the API? So I think they're wondering if like what's shown in the client app is directly from XAPI, or do you fetch XAPI on the back end and sort of catch those things and then show them to the user?
So our fetches are on the front end, but we would like to get to the point where we can put it on the back end, because in our second iteration, We want to be able to compare data for how long a user's been online. But for right now, it is on the front end. All the fetches are on the front end. We only store our users in the back end.
Right.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So when they create an account and all the API key, it's stored in that back end, but everything else is front end. As
Yeah.
Cody said.
That's the pragmatic approach for an MVP like this, I think. Let's see. David asks, any PII concerns since you're working with a hospital?
Yes, this is actually a great question. So with HIPAA and PII, there's definitely some concerns, especially with one being the messages. For our presentation purposes, with our capstone, we include a message text, but for shootout purposes, we're probably removing that because we don't want to intrude, or shootout doesn't want to intrude in their messages and everything, and definitely keep that to themselves. So any private data like that, like messages being sent, or if there's like game recordings, will definitely be filtered and like probably brought to the HIPAA board and everything. But yeah, we're definitely talking with Sheila and collaborating with them and knowing, like, making sure, like, okay, what are we able to do, what are we not able to do, and like definitely able to, like, easy to access. And another future iteration probably will be adding like a download, so they can just download a JSON file directly onto the computer, so it's stored with them internally. But yeah, we're definitely in the works with talking with them, making sure we don't cross line with HIPAA, as the patient is our number one priority.
Absolutely. Great. I'm looking to see if anyone else has any questions. Yeah, somebody added on and age restriction concerns there.
So with Streetlight, so they typically don't see patients age 13 and goes from 25. There's some older ones, and there might be a little. Sometimes if the patient's turning 13, we'll allow them to a program, but there's no age restrictions. And I know with the games being played, if they're under 18, their parents have to fill out a form saying they're able to play M-rated games or they're not able to play M-rated games. And of course, there will be like their parents or the patient themselves, if they're 18, will be saying, hey, it's okay if you just track your data, like how much you're playing. This is for research purposes and it'll help us with funding. So the patient will be definitely like overview everything what we're doing, and they'll definitely be in the know. But yeah, so when it comes to games and everything, all of that, the patient's parents or the patient themselves will they will be allowed to or not allowed to, and we'll definitely brief them, of course.
Great. How do you Chris Packett says, how do you plan to roll this out to the Streetlight team? What will that coordination effort look like?
So as of now, with it being virtual, our app is published on Heroku, so the Streetlight team will be able to log on, create XAPI account, and log on to our account. But of course, during the first initial phase, I'll probably be talking to Emmy Sullivan and also Drew Walker, who's the main head of the Streetlight Gaming League, and like walking them through about everything and making sure. But we've also been coordinating with them through our project the past 3 weeks, and we've been showing what we've been working on, how everything works. So they already kind of have a good idea of how everything works, and that they've already logged on to our account, kind of using it, becoming familiar with it, and making sure they get tired with their research and everything. But yeah, coordination has been an ongoing process with us. We try to do like a weekly Zoom meeting showing updates and how the process works. Cody, do you have any input with that?
Oh, yeah, we just we try to have weekly meetings, and we try to tailor to their needs and what they want as well, and just work with our client the best we can.
Great. Stark Reactor 900 asks, how many times did you rehearse? The flow, cadence, and details were great. I know this is something you two worked hard on. So.
Cody, I'll let you go first. And
yeah, upwards of maybe 10 times we've rehearsed this. Yeah, we took a long time to do this.
Yeah, you two did a great job.
I will definitely say with rehearsal, we have to give a shout out to like the alums and also the Streetlight, the Suncoast team, like Colter and everyone, for like giving us advice, and definitely shout out to Chris, and Chris, Daniel, Marcus, Mack. They all helped us a lot, and also like significant others and everyone. Just our whole family, everyone helped us. We just rehearsed with them. They probably know this presentation by now.
Yeah.
Memorizing themselves to give this presentation to you guys. But yeah, definitely like just talking to the whole community and our support definitely helped us.
Great. Cool. I looks like got a couple other compliments there for you in Twitch. Y'all can check those out. But it looks like we're we're getting ready for the next presenter, which should be Daniel Demerin with the Rubber Duck Pal program. So I'm going to go ahead and Daniel, are you with me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I sure can. Yeah, go ahead and flip your video on.
All right.
Hey, Daniel, how you doing?
Good, good. How are you doing today?
Good. Thanks for joining and thanks for presenting.
Absolutely. Everyone's doing such a great job. It's really amazing to be a part of this.
Yeah, it's super exciting. Let me tweak real fast your little the way Zoom wants to show me cameras and stuff is like it's always a little funny. The window's a different size every time someone presents or someone hops on camera, and I'm constantly battling it. I'm sure there's a better strategy, but I'm new to streaming. We're gonna get better though, because I think this is part of STG's adaptation to the new normal.
Absolutely. I mean, streaming is a huge thing right now, right? And it's really cool that we're doing this conference. I look forward for like a live conference at one point, but this works really well as we've seen the past couple of presenters.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to when we can get back to doing this live, because I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
But in the meantime, I'm having a great time today, and I hope everyone who's watching is as well. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to you and take myself on mute. So, ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Demerin.
Let me just quickly share my screen here. All right. So, good morning. I just want to start off by thanking everyone that made this conference possible and show my appreciation for all the hard work put in by the speakers and the students. I'm really honored to be a part of this conference, and I'm looking forward to seeing it grow with future cohorts. With that being said, my name is Daniel Demerin, and today I'd like to talk to you about the Rubber Duck Pal program. So before we dive deep into what the program is, here's a quick overview of what I'll be covering today. I'll be starting with a brief introduction to who I am, speak about how important relationships are to our industry, and then go over what the Rubber Duck Pal program is, while leaving some room at the end for any questions that anyone may have pertaining to the program. Like I said, my name is Daniel Demerin. I'm a recent graduate from cohort 17, a former animator and developer, or rather animator turned developer, and currently looking for work as a front-end developer in the field. I have a high focus on aesthetics and design that come from my previous experience as a graphic designer and coordinator. With my eye for design and development skills that I learned from SDG, I've teamed up with a few buddies from my cohort to build a website for an insurance brokerage. I've also reached out to a couple of my friends to prototype new websites for their businesses. Lastly, and the reason why I'm speaking today is because I'm striving to be a voice in the community and be a positive, encouraging force. This desire to lead by example is possible through the confidence I've developed from the relationships I've built and the support they've given me in the form of constructive criticism. And relationships are what it's all about. In fact, our industry, like many others, is built on relationships. It's no surprise to anyone that most jobs are landed through friendly recommendations. So, maintaining strong personal and professional relationships is very important no matter where you are in your career. I was very fortunate to have a tight-knit and vocal cohort from day one. The bonds that I've made with this group are certainly hard to come by and have only strengthened my confidence in them and in myself. The fact that we all went through the same rigorous, intense program is something that we celebrate together and we will always have in common. But that's not the only thing that brings us together. Taking the time to share our interests and future aspirations goes a long way. Even simply checking in with each other during these wild times that we're facing means a whole lot. I know that for me, having this group for support is one of the best things that that has come out of my tenure at SDG. I've come to really trust these guys, and trust is a very powerful thing to have in any relationship. I can easily say that the bonds I've built with this group are already developing into lifelong friendships. And this is something I know that cohort 18 has missed out on due to the pandemic. This is what the Rubber Duck PAL program hopes to alleviate, whether classes continue to be held remotely or when it's safe to hold them back on campus. So, what is the Rubber Duck PAL program? Well, it is an opt-in pilot networking program for grads and alums to sign up for in order to give current students the opportunity to build relationships with those in the industry before they even begin their careers. Students would also have to opt in on a first come, first served basis, pairing the first student that signed up with the first alum or grad that did the same. Now, this is a three-month commitment, one group call a month, 30 minutes a week, and a rotation between PALs every month. The rotation between PALs will allow participants to engage with more than one person, get different perspectives, and practice their communication skills with different personalities. But before we move on to the next points, an important distinction to be made is that this is not a program meant for mentorship or tutoring. If a participating grad or alum offers help, that is up for them to extend. But there should be no expectation from students that they are in the program to receive help with their homework. The reason being is that the program will be focused on soft skills, pairing with SDG's Soft Skills Friday to further emphasize the importance of speaking confidently and building personal relationships that will help our industry continue to thrive. This is an ideal program for recent grads to continue to participate with SDG and support current students with their experiences from their cohort, as well as their experiences looking for the job. But this is not to say that the program is only open to those that just graduated SDG. We welcome anyone from earlier cohorts and even those that didn't go through SDG's bootcamp to participate. Fostering a strong community means we promote and encourage inclusivity from those that have a passion for helping out. So let's talk a little bit about how we will be preparing participants in this program. Student participants, known as Little Pals, will jump into calls with prepared worksheets pertaining to the curriculum of the week and encourage them to start conversation by asking their Big Pals what their experience was like when they went through that particular portion of the course. Conversely, Big Pals will have an ever-growing playbook that gives them the confidence to lead the conversation with playbook tips and give them the opportunity to get a little bit of a taste of having some seniority. One way this will manifest is with Big Pals helping Little Pals with mock interviews, giving Big Pals the chance to be on the other side of the interviewing process by using interview questions collected in the playbook. Now, the ideal time to have this call would be during the Friday when students have open time after lunch. But we do understand Big Pals participating may not be able to jump on calls during that day. So this would be something scheduled between pals in order to find the right times that work with both parties. Lastly, to incentivize alums and grads to be Big Pals, I've reached out to a few educational resources to partner with and provide Big Pals with a free 3-month subscription. On top of that, pals will receive specialized swag like stickers, t-shirts, and badges, like was mentioned before by Jason at the beginning of the conference, upon the completion of the 3-month commitment. I mean, because who doesn't love some swag? With that said, these bullet points are only the first steps to creating the program. We are absolutely open to any suggestion from those that are willing to give feedback. So just to summarize, The Rubber Duck PAL program strives to foster a greater sense of community by building relationships through the cohorts and focusing on soft skills to help engage conversation between pals. We want to equip little pals with questions to have them feel comfortable starting conversations, as well as giving big pals a playbook that helps them gain confidence to lead the conversation. All of this is rounded off by incentives to get our alums and grads to participate and continue to show our unique sense of camaraderie. Well, actually, really quickly, one thing I would also like to point out is if everything with this goes really well, and with all the necessary adjustments needed for a program of this caliber, this can potentially grow into a mentorship sister program. This is not very far-fetched once we have those involved really communicating with one another. I'd like to take another moment before I finish to thank everyone involved that helped develop the proposal for this program. You all know who you are, and you are very much appreciated. I will be reaching out to those who participated in the conception of this for more support as needed. If anyone has any questions, feedback, or would like to learn more about the program and participate, please contact me on the email address on this slide or on LinkedIn. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm really excited to see what grows from this. I am looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
Does anybody have any questions? I'm looking at Twitch and Discord. I don't see anything. Liz asks, how would you work in people who didn't do the same stack? I think I know the answer to that question, but I'll let you take it.
Absolutely. Well, this is something that will be discussed with those that are going to be participating. This is, as I said, this is really big on feedback and taking in the ideas and working those in and testing them out, because this is a pilot program and we want everyone involved to have a voice in the program and adjust as needed. If there are different stacks involved, absolutely. Well, we can talk about that and see where where we can match some of the things that we learn at SDG with the ideas that they're going to be bringing forward. Again, this is really, we're just testing things out, experimenting, but really, if someone's going to be involved like that, we're going to take all the suggestions that we can. And you had an idea of an idea. Speaking of feedback, Jason.
Oh, did I? Sorry, I got distracted by the conversation in Twitch.
Sure.
No, but yes, there absolutely will be a rubber duck badge for people who participate as the big pals and possibly even the small pals too. I don't see why not.
Right.
I think that,
and I being my art background and a graphic designer, I would definitely be into helping design these things as well as for the badges that you're going to be creating. Yeah. And then I've also talked to a couple of other people that seem pretty interested in lending a hand for, developing and conceptualizing other badges.
Great. Awesome. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun project. I think both the Rubber Duck PAL program as well as the badge program. I think it's gonna be neat to pull things together. So Stark Reactor 900 says, great program idea. Is it limited to SDG grads?
No, it is not. I want to open it as much as possible. Really, this is all about inclusivity, right? We want to make sure that everyone is able to be a part of this and really grow it out, because there's a lot of room for growing and we don't have all the answers. And so the best thing that we can do is open it up to others that may have really great suggestions, right? I know one of the biggest things that I did was talk to as many people as possible before even thinking about doing this presentation. I think I spoke to at least 10 10 or so people, whether they were past alums, potential mentor, some recruiters, even the group that I talked to, and even Jason and Catherine. I'm still open to talking to more people, honestly.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, Catherine says, I love that it is open. Soft skills is something that many people that are new developers or have been in the field sometimes need help with. Yeah, I could see folks being involved with this who are not current students at STG as little pals, I call little ducks, but also the big pals. I think that having an STG alum as a big pal brings a unique perspective of its own because they've been through what you're currently going through. But as somebody who's outside of that, say a 30-year veteran, that's a whole different perspective that a recent alum of the program is not going to have, right? So I like that you have them rotating out once a month because people can exactly. Yeah, I think everyone sees where I'm going. Stark Reactor 900 says old devs need soft skills too.
Absolutely.
So, great. I'm looking around. One last call for questions. I see some applause over there in Discord. So, a round of applause from me. Great work. And with that, I am going to introduce our next speaker, Colter.
Hello.
Hey,
I'm not.
Colter.
Is it on me?
It is on you now. Yes.
Okay. Awesome.
Yep.
So my name is Colter Lena. I am a newly minted alumni of SDG. I just graduated yesterday. I previously went to college at the University of Tampa, where I graduated in May of 2018 with a degree in communications. After graduating, I worked for 2 years in marketing, first at a marketing firm and then at a startup company over here in Tampa. I decided to change careers after really, taking a hard look at the industry and also, where a lot of the jobs and the marketing dollars were going. And I found out about STG, and it seemed like an amazing program with a lot of really good people that were committed to building up the tech community here in Tampa Bay. So I decided to join. It's been an amazing experience, and I'd highly recommend it to anybody who's considering, starting a career in web development or, wanting to expand their skill set as well. So today I'm going to be talking about my capstone project, which is called Furry Friends. I put together a little presentation, so I'm just going to share my screen really quick. Okay, can anyone see my screen? Thumbs up?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, awesome. Just going to minimize this and begin. So, to start off, what is Furry Friends? Furry Friends is an app that connects dog owners with professional dog walkers through a user-friendly, full-stack web application. Some features for dog owners are you can create a profile, you can view all the dog walkers in the system, and you can request a walk from an individual walker. For dog walkers, you can create a profile, you can update your schedule, and you can receive requests from a dog owner through your email. To talk a little bit about how I built the front ends, I built it using HTML, CSS, and the React JavaScript library primarily. And I also use the Bootstrap CSS framework to help out with scaling and also to make the app more mobile friendly as well. I built multiple web forms to handle user inputs, and I also used Fetch to communicate with the backend API. For the backends, I built it primarily using C# and .NET Core. I also created SQL databases to store information for the web app, and I created controllers to handle passing information from the front end to the back end. So I'm going to demonstrate some of the features now. that the app has. I put together a little video just to make things a little easier. I'm just going to narrate along. So here's the home page. This is for a logged out user. So I'm going to start off by creating a dog walker account. We're just going to give this person the name Jonathan Jones. So I'm just going to input an email for Jonathan, a password, and some basic background information. We're going to leave the schedule blank for right now. So I'm going to log in. So as a dog walker, you can view your profile. So here's some of the information we inputted earlier. And you can also change your schedule. So currently it's blank, so let's fill in some times. And let's change it. Okay, so here are the times we just inputted. So let's view it from the client side of things. So I've already created a profile for myself using my personal email. So as a client, you can view your profile. Here's some information I input previously. You can also view all the dog walkers in the system. So you can compare prices, look at their schedules. And there's Jonathan. And there's the information we inputted about him. So let's say we wanted to book a walk. We'd start out by selecting a dog walker. Let's do Jason Miller. And we would enter in our personal information, when we'd like the walk to be, and what the pickup instructions are. So we just booked the walk, and let's go to Jason's email. Oh, look, Jason just got an email from Furry Friends saying he has a new booking with Colter Lena. That's me. And as you can see, the email says, "Hi, Jason, you just received a request from Colter Lena. It has the time of the walk. It has my address for pickup. It has the pickup instructions as well. And it also has my contact information in case he needs to get in touch with me." Okay, let's just get out of this. So I wanted to include some contact information and also a link to the GitHub profile for the project and a link to the live app as well, in case anyone wants to check it out. So there's my email, and I guess you feel free to ask me any questions.
See if there's any questions. Anybody got any questions? Looking at Discord, looking over Twitch. Oh, here we go. Liz says, what was the most complicated part for you?
Good question. I'd say probably sorting out the emailing component was the most difficult, but I was able to find a library that helped me out. And, you know, I think it turned out pretty well. In the future, I'd maybe like to add a little bit more formatting to the email to make it look, more like an email that a person might send.
Sure.
And just a few other features. I'd also like to add a photo upload feature as well, just for profile pictures and other things like that. So going to be working on that next week.
Great. And that actually answered somebody else asked what features you'd like to add. So great. Liz also asks, and what is the part you are most proud of?
Well, I guess there are kind of two things. Number one, I'm proud of myself for kind of taking on a huge project like this and, breaking it down into smaller bits and getting it done. When you have a big project, like a capstone or, something else like that, there are a lot of things to do, and a lot of times it's hard to figure out where to start. So I'm really proud of myself for really going through and listing out each step and getting it done. Regarding features, I'm really proud of the email feature, number one. And I'm also really proud of myself for setting up a lot of the back ends. I kind of consider myself more of a front end person. So I'm proud of myself for getting out of my comfort zone and creating a functional backend that can both read and update information.
Awesome. And with that, David says, speaking of the backend, what did you use?
I used C# and .NET Core. And I also generated some controllers to handle passing information from the front end to the back. I also use SQL as well to generate databases.
Great. Code Pirate says, can you talk a bit about your experience with setting up a Heroku app?
Well, that's a good question. So during the course, we didn't really use Heroku as much. So it was interesting to go through the setup process. I actually had a little trouble with it in the beginning, only because I tried to, what's the best way to put this? I tried to do it through the Heroku website interface as opposed to the command line.
Yeah.
And that created a few problems. So I ended up deleting the app I first tried to create and then doing it through the command line. And that solved a lot of the issues I had earlier.
Yeah.
I did also experience a few issues with connecting it to my GitHub account.
Right.
But I was able to just do, I tried to just set up auto updates and it didn't really work. I kept getting like an error message. So
the
I just did
deployment.
git push Heroku master and that's,
That's pretty much it. That's Heroku in a nutshell right there. Yeah, we
pretty much.
For those wondering, we do use a custom build pack for the .NET stack on Heroku with the students because there's a whole Docker thing you have to do and stuff, and it makes it pretty straightforward. It's as easy to deploy a .NET app on Heroku as it is, a Rails app or a Node app, which they support natively as well. So yeah. Liz added, I'm super proud of you, Colter. I'm glad to have been able to see your growth from the part-time class.
Oh, well, thank you, Liz. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Liz is a great teacher also. Take the part-time class.
Yeah, it's a great way to, well, as it's aptly named, it's the Web Development Test Drive. So it's a great way to kind of get your feet wet and see if you're even interested in doing this for a living. So we do have another demo coming up next, and then Dylan Attal with CSS-Modules and React, and Vincent Tang. We've got some great speakers coming up. But up next is Trent Costa's demo. So thank you, everyone. A round of applause for Cody. And I see Trent just flipped his camera on. So whenever you're ready, Trent, go ahead and unmute yourself. And
can everybody hear me?
yes. Hey.
Hi, everybody.
Hi. I'm going to pass the full screen over to you now. So. You've got it.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Trent Costa. First, I'd like to thank everybody that came out in attendance for support today. We really appreciate it. Everybody that's gone before me has done so well. I'm really appreciative to be a part of this cohort. A little bit about myself. I've been in the financial service industry for about 7 years prior to this, but I really wanted to make a change because I wanted to get into a career I was really passionate about. One that I could stay up at night thinking about because I wanted to. And so after doing some research, I had always been interested in technology, but a little intimidated to get into the field. And after finding SCG and looking into it, I thought that this program might be right for me, and it's been an absolute blast. So I'd like to thank all the instructors here for really making this work, even though we're under some pretty harsh conditions right now. All right, and so with that mindset, I really wanted to do my capstone on something that I was really enthusiastic about, one that I thought was fun, but also practical. People that know me know that I love sports. And one of the things I love about going to a sport event the most is going to the tailgate party beforehand. Everyone's there with their friends and their family, grilling out. There's usually more food and drinks than you could possibly eat. And so for my app, I wanted to make an easy way for people to create and post tailgate parties, but more importantly, search them out and find them. First, a little bit of how it was built before we dive into the application. On the back end, it was built with .NET with a C# model and controller, and then we used a database of PostgreSQL. The front end was created a combination of React Router with hooks, some JSON, JavaScript, CSS, and HTML. Some third-party applications that I really wanted to highlight that helped me on this would be Bootstrap, which helped on a little CSS, Mapbox, which provided the geographical map that you're about to see, and Cloudinary for the image storage. All right, let's dive into the application now. Welcome to Tailgate. Here's my login page. When I was designing the layout of Tailgate, I wanted to focus on an easy-to-use, intuitive user interface, one that is simple to sign up for, simple to create a tailgate on, and simple to search for a tailgate on. Too often, even good products can be bogged down by a clunky or hard to navigate user interface. I want to. Welcome to Tailgate. Welcome to Tailgate. Here's my login page. When I was designing the layout of Tailgate, I wanted to focus on an easy-to-use, intuitive user interface. It's still on my screen. I have the video. Welcome to Tailgate. Play if it will play. Here's my login
Yeah, I
page.
guess let's do that.
When
Sorry
I was
about
designing
that.
the layout of Tailgate, I wanted to focus on an easy-to-use, intuitive user interface. Let's one that is simple to. Welcome to Tailgate. Here's my login page.
Do you want to share your screen, Trent?
Oh, I wanted to focus on an. Welcome to Tailgate.
There we go.
Here's my login page. When I was designing the layout of Tailgate, I wanted to focus on an easy-to-use, intuitive user interface, one that is simple to sign up for, simple to create a tailgate on, and simple to search for a tailgate on. Too often, even good products can be bogged down by a clunky or hard to navigate user interface. I wanted mine to be as straightforward and simple as possible. Let's take a look at the login. First, we have a create an account button here, or a proceed as guest button. First, let's proceed as guests and see what options are available to us. In the nav bar, we see that we have 3 options. One for a search page, which we're on now, a login page, which we are just at, and a create an account page, which we'll get to in just a minute. Below, I want to highlight what I believe is the engine that makes this website run: the ability to filter and search for tailgate parties. Starting left to right, we have the ability to search by date, by type of a sporting event, or by a location of where you are. If I were to type in an address in here, it would then return to me all tailgate parties that are located within a 10-mile radius of that address. Finally, we have the ability to search by tailgate name or keywords such as the teams. Next, let's take a look at the map. The data on the map corresponds to the data being populated over on the right. So all tailgates on the right will be painted as pins on the map to the left. I went to the University of Florida, so let's pretend I'm going up to Gainesville for a weekend. As you can see, we have 5 flags being populated around Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. However, I want to know the flags and parties that will be there for when I'm going to be in Gainesville. So let's narrow it down by date. As you can see, the data on the left changed as this flag disappeared, and the data on the right repopulated for the available tailgates. Next, I want to narrow it down even further by going to football. As you can see, 2 more data points have changed over here, and the only ones being populated on the right are these 2 tailgates: Florida State and Gators. This is a very powerful searching tool because you don't really need to know very much information in order to be able to find a tailgate. Say I just have a date of when I'm going to Gainesville, and I have a location of where I'm going to be. As we can see, we have 4 different tailgates that I can choose from on that date that are within a 10-mile radius of Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. If I were to get rid of the date, a new tailgate would populate down here, because now this is returning to me all tailgates during any date that is only a 10-mile radius away from Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. Another unique search function of this map is this button in the top left. If I were to click on that button, it would geolocate my ISP address and make a pin in the map so I could see where I am and then search for locations all around. This map also works all over the United States. Say I wanted to go to a Broncos game. I see that there are 2 tailgates being populated around Broncos Stadium. Let's narrow it down. We see that we have the 2 on the right here. Now, let's narrow it down by date. And we see that we have 1 tailgate to choose from. This tailgate corresponds with this tailgate, and you can either click on the title in the pop-up or you can click on it to the right. Here is our party page. This is a stock photo for any tailgate that is created without a photo being uploaded by the user. Below that, we have all relevant information and another map. So anybody that's looking on your party page will easily be able to find you. Finally, we have a post a comment. But nothing happened. I have designed this so only users that are logged in and have an account can create a tailgate or post a comment. Let's go to the Create Account page. I wanted this to be as simple and straightforward as possible, so I only made these 3 fields mandatory: full name, email, and a password. When you put in your password, the password is then put through a one-way function that is hashed and stored in our database. We do not keep your password in any way, and so we are protected against database breaches. I already have an account, so let's go log in. Now we can see that the options in the nav bar have changed. We have a log out button, a profile page, a My Tailgates page, and a Create Tailgate page. Let's check out the profile page. On the profile, we can see all the information that we entered when we created our profile, except for now we can add more. If we wanted to add a username, a favorite sports team, or a photo. Next is a My Tailgates page. This page is only populated with tailgates that are created by the current user. That way, it's an easy way to store, update, delete, organize all parties that you've had. Now finally, a Create Tailgate page. Here is all the relevant information we'll need to build your tailgate party, including being able to add a photo. When we click on a tailgate that this current user created, we see that it looks the same. However, 2 buttons appear, a delete party and an edit party button. When we click on the edit party button, all the information is pre-populated, and we can go in here and change anything we would like. Take a couple of those out. Edit. And now there's only 2 exclamation points. Finally, we can post another comment. And now we see that the comments scroll left to right. I like to keep all the information within a contained field. That way it's easier to find and easier to access. All right, and those are all the main functions of my application. I hope you guys enjoyed looking at it as much as I enjoyed creating it. And do you have any questions? Jason, are you muted?
I am muted. Thank you. That's 1 down, right? We got 4 more to go. Let's see. I'm looking for any questions. Does anybody have any questions for Trent? Liz wants to know. Same question. Most difficult and favorite part. That's a good one. I'm going to ask that to the rest of the demoers. I think we only have 1 more demo left today, but yes.
By far the most difficult was getting the search by radius. Gavin and I worked on that for a solid couple hours one morning, going through a variety of different things. We had to download another third-party application called Net Topology Suite, which gave us this point classification. And then through that, we are able to get the latitude and longitude. However, the documentation we were looking at, I believe, said it was going to be in meters, but it was actually in degrees of the Earth. And so it was kind of hard going through. And then when we tried to bring in another third-party application that would convert that, it rendered link no longer useful. And I was using that to get my parties and attach the comments. So that was by far the hardest part. And then the part I'm probably most proud of is just completing this. It was pretty difficult to do in such a short period of time. We learned so much so quickly, but with the help of everybody, I was able to get it done, and I'm very proud of that.
Awesome. I used to work for a company that was a marketplace for mapping data, and so the data that would come in would be there's all sorts of different projection systems that maps use. That depending on what you're doing with the map, you would want to use a different type of projection, because the map's also like not perfect. The Earth is not perfectly spherical, which makes doing things with any sort of like consistent numbering system pretty difficult. And what was challenging was if you wanted to buy a piece of map data, you could specify like the area that you wanted and which maps you wanted, which products, and then we had to convert pricing data for the area that you were buying from one type of projection to another to factor it into the pricing. It was all very complicated and pretty wild, but it was neat. It was a cool project to be working on. And some people are pointing out that Microsoft SQL has geography type built in, and I know that I think you used Postgres, and I don't know, did you use the was it PostGIS? I think is one of the plugins for Postgres that has location stuff built in. Was that something that you used or looked at using?
Yes, I believe that was a part of it as well.
Cool. Cool. Excellent. Well, thank you, Trent. Round of applause for you and for everyone. And I think up next is Dylan Attal. Oh, there he is. All right. I didn't see you when Trent started. I didn't see you in Zoom, and I was worried, but you're here now. So great.
Here I am.
Yeah. Hey, there you are.
Hi.
Hi. Cool. So I'm gonna pass things over to Dylan. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, let me go ahead and just share my screen. All right, cool. Can you see my screen now?
In 1 second, I've got to kick over that little thing. There it goes. Yes, I absolutely can.
Awesome. Let me move my Zoom bubble so I can actually start my presentation. Cool. Hey, everyone. So my name's Dylan. I attended Suncoast Developers Guild, so I'm super excited to be here and see the students' projects. I attended in cohort 12, so that was about a year and a half ago now. And after Suncoast Developers Guild, I ended up employed at Banco ZK, where I am now. I work with .NET Core on the back end and Vue on the front end. But I'm actually not here to talk so much about Vue today. I'm here to talk about React, and more specifically, the library CSS-Modules in React. And it's a funny little story how I ended up on this topic. I was giving a talk to the current cohort students about 2 weeks ago about the technical assessment portion of the interview process. And I was giving them advice. I was saying there's always this one type of question that I run into. And it goes something like this. The interviewer will ask me, like, tell me about a past project that you worked on and a challenge that you encountered, and how would you overcome that challenge today as opposed to what you did back then? Or maybe something like, tell me about a feature you worked on, and knowing what you know today, like, how would you improve that feature? So it's always this sort of like reflection and improvement question. I think that's a really good interview question, and it's a really good one to be prepared for. So naturally, I was just thinking to myself, like, you know, today, how would I answer that question in an interview? And one of the topics that jumped straight to my mind was the way that I managed my styling in my SDG capstone project, which, you know, was built in React, because that's what I learned while I was at SDG. I got hired for Vue, so I happily, you know, made the shift to Vue afterwards. But at the time, I was building in React, and I ran into this issue called naming collisions. And naming collisions, you know, in a nutshell, is basically when, you know, two or more elements in your project share the same class name unintentionally. So you're having the styling from one element overriding the styling of another element. And there's a super easy mistake to make, and there's no like sort of inherent safeguard for this in CSS. In fact, being able to override styles is a feature of CSS. So this is just an easy mistake to make, and it's something that was plaguing me in my project. And it's something that I ultimately did overcome at the time, but probably not in the best way. So looking back on it, I was able to come up with a better way to address this problem, and that was the library CSS-Modules. So I'm here to talk about CSS-Modules today. Let's take a quick peek at the file structure of my capstone project and sort of figure out why I ran into this problem. So you can see that in my project, I had a pages folder, and I made each page a component. So you can see at the top of the screenshot here, I've got the landing component, I've got the my trips component, I've got the new drive component, et cetera, et cetera. And then the way that I separated styling was I just made a different style sheet for each component and imported it into that component. So that worked sort of like conceptually. That worked for me as a developer to be able to like organize my code in a way that made sense to me and where I could find things, but it didn't do anything to avoid the naming collisions that I was running into. And so here's how I tried to work around that issue. Here's how I tried to solve that issue at the time. This is the screenshot from the my trips component that I had in my project. Use class-based components, so you can see my render function there, and the first tag that's actually rendered to the page is that main tag. And you can see that I gave it the class name my trips, right? So the my trips component, the very first tag on the page has the class name my trips. And I've got a screenshot here from my trips style sheet. And as you can see, I prepended every single rule in this style sheet with the my trips class name. And so that's how I, at the time, avoided naming collisions. You can see the third one down, my trips and title. Title was a class that I reused a lot throughout my app. And so I didn't want the my trips title styles to collide with the like new drive or user profile title. So this is how I tackled the issue at the time. So when I was thinking back 2 weeks ago, oh, this is an issue I ran into, how would I solve it today? Well, I know off the top of my head how I would solve this in a Vue project, but I absolutely didn't know how I would solve this in a React project. So I wanted to do a little bit of research on that and try and figure that out. And ultimately what I came across was a nice little library called CSS-Modules. And CSS-Modules is so popular and so common, in fact, that they actually built it into Create React App, the scaffolding tool. So if you're on version 2 of Create React App or higher, you get CSS-Modules baked into that. So it's really nice. You don't even have to npm install or anything. You have access to it right away. So what we're going to do now is just look at this tiny little demo app I built for the occasion to get a better understanding of how we can use CSS-Modules in our project to avoid the naming collisions. So let's do that right now. Okay, so this is a one-page app. Really not much to it. We've got a header component up here at the top. The title is My Library Demo App, and I am the author of this app. And then you can see we only have 7 books in our library. They are the best books, the best series, the Harry Potter series. And we've got the title of each book along with the author of each book, right? And that's it. So let's take a quick peek at the code and see what our app looks like from there. All right, now let me move my Zoom bubble again. Cool. So you can see on the left here, we've got just a couple components when we're looking at the app component, the book component, and the header component. Here's our app component. This is the top level component that's going to render everything else. And you can see that we're importing the header and importing the book. We've got a list of books, right? These are just all the Harry Potter books that we are iterating over and returning to the page and passing down their title, author, and source, the source for the image, just as props there. And here's our header component just being rendered at the top of the page. Let's dive into the header component itself. You can see here's the title of the app, and we're using the class name title. Here's my name, I'm the author of the app, and we're using the class name author. And you can see that we are importing our header.css style sheet. So we've sort of following the same strategy so far that I did in my capstone app. We've got our different components and we've got their respective style sheets being imported into those components. But here's something interesting. we are looking at the header style sheet and we see that the title and the author class should have the text color of blue. But if we look back at our app, we see that the title and the author of the app and the header component are actually black, not blue. So something's going wrong. We are encountering naming collision here. So let's see where that's happening. We open up our book component and we can see that this is where the title of the book is being displayed. And indeed, we have the same exact class name that was in the header, it's title. Here's where the author of the book is displayed, and we see that it has the same class name as the header component, author. So now let's take a look into the book style sheet. And indeed, we see that title and author both have a font color of black. And so what's happening here is that the book styling for font color is colliding with and overriding the header styling. Interesting kind of side note. I thought that in my head, the reason why is because book was being rendered to the DOM after header, but I think it has more to do with the import statements here. So if we actually import header second, then we'll see that the header styles are the ones doing the overriding. So now everything is blue instead of black. So I thought that was an interesting point. Cool. So how do we fix this? How do we address this? Well, let's see how we would use CSS modules in order to fix this problem. And like I said, we don't even have to npm install anything. That comes built in. And there are 3 easy steps we can take to solve this problem. And we're going to go ahead and do it on the book component. We're going to use CSS modules to scope our book component styling here. So the first step is to rename book.css to book.module.css. Cool. The second step is to change our import statement here. We're going to import styles from book.module.css. And our third step here is to change how we set the class name. So instead of the string title, we're going to use curly braces to indicate that we're about to do a JavaScript expression here, right? And we'll do styles.title. And we can do the same thing for author. So 3 steps: change the style sheet name to module.css, change your import statement, and then change how you set the class name. All right, so I'm going to save that. And lo and behold, we see that the header font color is now blue as it should be, and the book font color is now black as it should be. And if we take a little peek into the dev tools here, we can even see what's going on under the hood. So here is our element, the title, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, right? And the author here, J.K. Rowling. So you can see in the dev tools that the class itself is no longer just title. What CSS modules does for us is it prepends the class with the component name, right? So this is in the component book. So you can see that book comes first, and then the actual class name title, and then a random hash after it that's going to help distinguish it. And we did not use CSS modules for our header component here. So the title and the author class are going to be left untouched up there. They're just no longer colliding. There's no longer a naming collision with our book title and book author. So obviously I'd kind of want to like go through the entire app and scope each component in the app using CSS modules. But I'm not going to do that right now, just in the interest of time, now that we've gotten to see how that works. So let me jump back to my presentation. Cool. So that's, the answer to the interview question. That's how I would address the naming collisions that I encountered back, a year and a half ago in my React project in my SDG capstone. That's how I would address it today, knowing what I know after having done, my research. And when I was thinking about this, I was like, wow, this reminds me so much of the scoped attribute in Vue, Because in Vue, you've got your HTML, your CSS, and your JavaScript all in one file in a Vue file. And you've got a literal like style tag, and you can add the scoped attribute to that style tag, and it scopes all of your styling, for that component. And the way that it does it under the hood is super similar to what's going on with CSS-Modules. So you can see on the top here, CSS-Modules is going to change the class name itself, right? And on the bottom, the Vue scoped attribute adds a data attribute with a component specific hash to every element in that component. So a little bit different, but kind of the same concept. And as I was doing further research, I discovered that CSS-Modules is actually available in Vue. Who knew? I didn't know. Now I do. And if you look here, if you're familiar with Vue, you can see that the syntax to use CSS-Modules is super duper similar to what we see in React. And just like in React, CSS-Modules comes built into the Vue CLI. So that's really convenient. And I thought this was just kind of like a full circle moment for me as a developer. I mean, I remember sitting in SDG and hearing Gavin talk about like concepts like, oh, technologies share from each other, technologies borrow from each other, because the best programming practices and concepts that end up, working out really well that everyone loves, frameworks will just steal those ideas from each other because everyone wants to use them. So I thought this was just sort of like a case in point to speak to that, and a really cool little exploration that I did in my free time to brush up on my React, since I haven't worked with it for a year and a half. So thank you all so much for listening to my presentation. If you want to reach out to me further, you can reach out to me on Slack or LinkedIn. It's just my full name as my username on both those.
Thank you, Dylan. Yeah, I almost wanted to jump in. My gut instinct was to jump in the middle of your presentation when you were talking about the order of those imports changing. That's absolutely the case. It changes the order that the CSS is defined in when it gets imported into the browser. So like when the style sheet actually gets built, it's in the order that the import statements are in, and the order that the styles appear in the style sheet to the browser is the most recent one will take precedence over any older ones that excuse me. So that's exactly how that works.
Yeah.
In fact, there's some good interview questions you'll see for front end where they'll give you some examples like what color will this text end up being, and they'll show you some HTML elements and some CSS, and they'll do things like have like the class attribute in the CSS say like class equals red space blue, and then they'll have the CSS, where it says, it has the blue is color blue and the red is color red, and then it'll ask you which color will the text be. And some people will look at the tag and see the order that the attributes are in, and blue was the last one, where it says, class equals red, blue, and they'll think, well, of course it'll be blue, and it's like, no, actually, because in the CSS, red was defined last, and that's the only thing that matters.
Yeah.
So, cool. Um, Darren says, I love scoped styles in Vue components.
Me too.
Yes, and he
That's what I
remembers
use.
you from the Vue meetups at OZRK.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm so glad. Yeah, I love
Yeah.
those. And hopefully, when the whole pandemic thing is over,
Yeah.
we can start doing more of this.
Yeah. Yeah, looking forward to it. And I want to start, if this does continue on, like it probably will, because I know I'm not in any rush to get back to in-person events, even if they start becoming more of a thing. I'm hoping that STG can continue to, sort of like we're doing this conference, but also help meetups facilitate being online, providing the technical support and that kind of stuff as I master this stuff, and as SCG starts kind of gathering the equipment and tools and know-how that we need, we'll hopefully be able to help other meetup groups that have just kind of gone dormant, kind of reinvigorate, like I said earlier, in this new normal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
So,
definitely a transition that we're all just having to make right now.
yeah. So up next is, unless anyone else has any questions or any comments for Dylan. Don't see anything. And while you remind me, every time someone switches from camera to presentation, I have to go hit this button in OBS, It's the strangest thing because nothing is changing other than Zoom. They're just switching whether you're presenting your camera in Zoom. I don't know. So anyway, that's beside the point. There's just a lag. In case anyone's wondering what that lag is, when it goes black for a second whenever anyone switches. That's me. So yeah. And where's Vincent? Vincent, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Yeah, go ahead. There we go. Hey, Vincent.
Yeah.
All right. I will pass things over to you.
All right, so I'll share my screen here.
Great.
And here it is. Hold on, right here. So for today's talk, I'm gonna do a presentation on how to make your own coding tech podcast. So my name is Vincent. I've actually done a few presentations before with Suncoast Developer Guilds, and I'm happy to be back here. So a little bit about myself. I currently work as a full stack developer at a web agency in town called E2 Generations. I moved here to Tampa probably about a year ago from today, or actually starting today actually. So this is my first year in Tampa. I have about a total of like 1.5 years experience in terms of actual professional software experience on paper. I actually don't like have as much experience, coming in. So a lot of what I'm going to be saying is kind of just from like the beginner mindset of how to actually start your own podcast if you don't know anything or know nothing about how to even begin. So again, I'm from Orlando originally. I love the outdoors, and I recently got scuba certified recently too. So onto the talk. So some of the reasons for podcasting, at least in my opinion, it can be a really fun and rewarding experience, especially since you can share kind of what you learned, kind of like or at this conference, in a way that you can teach others in a manner that you can kind of like reflect on what you've sort of like challenge yourself to get to that point. So, and if you have a co-host, in this case, like if you have someone else that you're speaking with in your podcast, it could be like kind of a fun experience to kind of like reminiscent on like things that you've done together, which I'll get into briefly. And kind of like in the same aspect of conferences, podcasts is just more or less just audio content itself. You can also have guests on that might speak on like a specific topic that you might not be nearly as knowledgeable in. And that could be a way for you to learn, something related to like IoT, hardware development, AWS, kind of like the talk earlier from Robert on how to set up like and scale an application. So those are just some things you can think of when you're thinking of talks and topics for podcasts. And you don't have to be an expert in anything particularly, because there's always an audience that you can relate to. And for listeners too, like I'm coming from more of like the conference talking standpoint, since I kind of started off my coding career, kind of doing lightning talks at meetups and speaking at different events, and that was kind of rewarding in its own sense when you get people to actually learn from it, kind of like me learning from CSS-Modules with Dylan. I didn't know that much about it till just now. So there is a lot of gratification in that sense. So it's almost like a cyclical loop. So again, learning by teaching. And it's another way to share creative proof of knowledge. So you hear all this like advice on the web. It says one of the most important things, at least for career development, is you should blog, you should do YouTube, you should do conference talks, you should do podcasts. And that's a really good way to showcase that to a future employer or to a future place that you want to work at, that you actually know what you're talking about. And a podcast is a very good way to showcase this knowledge. So you could be working for several years at a company, but it might be all within indoors. There's no way to showcase like what you actually know on paper, and then you have to go through the whole struggle of like applying for jobs all over again, as like almost as if you're a bootcamp grad all over, just because none of the employers out there know like what you know, and you have to showcase that ahead of time. That just saves you a lot of effort down the road. So those are just some of the reasons to podcast. There's plenty more. And my podcast that I run with my co-host is called Code Chefs. We actually haven't released the schedule on Spotify or any other podcast platforms, but we're really close to there. We're looking about probably like 1 or 2 weeks from now. So it's been kind of delayed, but just some brief kind of records. We already put the first episode on the website, so you can actually head over there. And I haven't gotten the audio player set up correctly, so this is what it looks like right now. It's super simple. It's just our logo. Got a newsletter, got an about page. It's kind of like really simple stuff. Right now, it's fully responsive. Nothing else really going on there. It's just the focus has not really been primarily the website. It's mostly been the logistics of getting everything else set up related to the actual audio content itself that we've been working on for the last probably 2 or 3 months. So that's what it looks like right now. We've got 1 episode up. I just put some temporary auto links right now, just straight off of Google Drive, just because I don't have AWS set up for actually deploying the MP3 files and some show note links. So you can check it out, codechefs.dev. And it's definitely going to change a lot more down the road in terms of what it looks like. But that's just, just a disclaimer. I'm not really an expert on this. I'm still kind of in the weeds, and I'm kind of making that push for the final run. So yeah, so we recorded already 5 episodes just so we can kind of get the feel for how we're going to flow in terms of what we want to release to a public audience. So we've done an episode on a preview intro, our first developer job experiences, React versus Vue in terms of what are the core differences if you're coming from React and you want to learn a little more about Vue. We did one on fitness. We did one on backend development. So those are just some of the content that we're trying to put out there. And you can put pretty much any content that you want for a podcast, but you just have to cater it toward a specific audience. For us, we're catering it toward web developers. And yeah, you can go to our link, check it out. So let's go over some of the most important things that you want to do questions you have to ask yourself when you're going to be podcasting. The first one is probably whether you be co-hosting or not. Co-hosting is when you have 2 people speaking, right? So you're one co-host and then your friends are the other co-hosts, and it's almost like forming a business partnership in some senses. So you definitely want to have someone, if you're going to have a co-host, someone that you've actually worked with in the past, someone that you have a good, meaningful relationship with. And I've known my friend German, who's from Orlando, for 2 years, and he's my co-host. And we just have very dynamic content when it comes to that sense, because I understand his personality, he understands my personality, and we both have different skills in different senses. So I'm more stronger as a front end developer. He's stronger as a back-end developer, so he can fill in those knowledge gaps. And by having a co-host, you can have more interesting, varied conversations. And then that's just my co-host right here, German. So you can also do just a single hosting solution where you're just the primary speaker, in this case, kind of like what I'm doing right now. But I don't think it's as fun or dynamic. So that's one of the first questions you should ask yourself when you're setting up a podcast platform, whether you're a co-host or not. So getting into some of the logistics for sound hardware, some of the things that you want to consider. So you don't really need fancy audio MIDI systems or those giant things that you see in the sound recording rooms. Those aren't entirely necessary. So what you really need actually is just something very simple. You want to have a good microphone. So something like this Blue Yeti is what I record on. And there's actually nicer mics out there if you're looking for more of systems that actually do equalization built into it. But this is good enough for most people. This is what most YouTubers use as well. So this is what I personally use. And you also want to have another system set up in place, which I don't know where it's at, but you definitely want to have a standalone audio mic recorder, just because in the event that your computer crashes or software blows up for whatever reason, you want to have a backup track. And I've learned this the hard way when I've gone to conferences and done talks, and I forgot to record on my Mac, or sometimes the audio recording system is way too far away, and then I've realized the audio content just came out really bad, even though the video came out okay. So that's just one thing I've kind of learned from just doing presentations. And preferably you should have this for both speakers. So if you have a co-host, in this case, you should both have a primary and a secondary way of recording that are completely independent of each other. And it's just a nice to have. You don't actually have to have it, but this is what we do. in terms of actual software that we use, we like to keep it really simple, and we've explored a lot of different options out there in terms of different solutions and tool sets. But what we personally like using is Zencastr for sound recording. So what it does is you have a web platform that essentially records locally on your machine and then locally on your co-host machine, and it gets uploaded to the cloud right away after you're done recording. So what we do is we throw that link up, and to keep the conversation fluid, kind of like in a more natural way, we usually do screen sharing as well as two-way camera communication. That way we can like kind of do gestures and communicate with our hands, and that way we can see like what's going on to make it more dynamic. We also do some pre-planning here as well. So for post-production, one thing that I've realized, at least it wasn't really clear to me when I first began just doing the first 5 soundtracks of our podcast, is there's actually a decent amount of post-production that goes into making a MP3 file ready for the web. Because what happens is when you're recording your podcast, right, on your side, you might have a different level of volume than your co-host, and because of that difference in volume, it might not sound very natural to the listener. So you have to think about how you're going to take the range and kind of like make it so they're roughly equal. And there is a lot of times that you'll have a lot of like brief pauses, or you might say a lot of ums. And for me personally, I have a lot of issues when I'm speaking on like through a podcast that I kind of breathe in like really hard, and it gets very noticeable. So and there's also, after that, you also want to compress the file as well when you upload it to the web, because those MP3 files get really big, and the bigger it is, and the more times you have it streamed through different various sites, it can get expensive unless you pre-plan ahead of time. So other software that we use, we just use Google Drive for kind of like planning out all of our show notes. Our logos are raw MP3 assets. So this is going to be like our intro and outro take. So when you're listening to a podcast in the beginning, there's usually like a starter MP3 segment, and then there's going to be like the show itself. And then there's like an outro segment, which kind of like is a call to action of where you want the listener to go next. Maybe they can follow us on Twitter, they can go to our website, etc. So this is how we keep things organized, and there's different ways of doing it for sure. Slack is how we just communicate. And then if you're looking for someone that has skill sets that you don't necessarily have, for me, it's personally, I'm not very good at audio production or logo asset design. So you could consider other avenues and marketplaces for that. So I use Fiverr for this personally. So here, I'll show you some actual sound intro bites of what it actually sounds like. So I'm gonna take what our actual intro sounds like on my Bluetooth player and put it up for you guys. So here it is. Hold on, just downloading it. Does anyone have any questions so far? Feel free to interrupt me whenever you want.
You're listening to Code Yes, the podcast for hungry developers. Buckle down and ready up. We're serving JavaScript, web design, soft skills, back-end development, and more. Now, here are your hosts, Vincent Tang and Herman Gamboa.
Water up! Yeah, so what do you guys think of it? It's different. It's not the traditional standard intro, but we like being a little different, and that's just our personality type. So I personally would probably get kind of tired of hearing that every time and every episode, but I think it's very catchy at least, and it is kind of old school in the fact that it actually uses dubstep. I actually told my designer to pick one of like 4 different soundtracks. One was like an electronic R&B segment, one was a dubstep segment, and then another was like an electronic rock, and then he picked the dubstep one, and I'm just like, okay, whatever. He already produced it, just roll with it. So that's what happened. Yeah, so there's definitely different intros that you can potentially put to the audience when they're first hitting the podcast player. This is just one example. There's many other examples. If you listen to podcasts, there are some intros where it's just like, you know, like a high bed of music, and then it just says your name of your podcast, and that's it. Like Coach Chefs, and then you just start from there. So there's, like I said, there's different styles. There's some that are more ASMR, which is kind of like more relaxing in that tone sense, where it's like more gradual. This one's kind of like high energy, upbeat, and that just goes right in your face, which this is just what we like doing. And again, this is personal preference. You can have third person annotations like this, where the announcer announces your name, or you can be the announcer yourself and then announce yourselves too, which we do right afterward. But just a general rule of thumb, if you do create an intro and an outro, which I didn't show the outro yet actually, you definitely want to keep it under 30 seconds long, just because the audience members generally don't have the patience to listen to anything longer. I personally don't either. And you could definitely go with themes too. So themes in the sense, ours is cooking based. So we go for a more restaurant-y theme, just because me and my co-hosts both have a background in restaurants, in the restaurant industry. I came from a kitchen designer background. My friend used to be a general manager at Zaxby's. So that's where that dynamic comes in. And if you're looking for actual music for your intro or your outro, I personally like using this site called Storyblocks, and this is what was recommended to me from the actual producer of the audio content. I didn't make that audio segment, but I just wrote up like the script and just gave some ideas, and then he kind of finished off the rest. But I had to select all the intro soundtracks as well as all the special effects, and there was a long process of like figuring out whether this cutting sound sounded better than this cutting sound, or this chopping sound sounded better than this chopping sound, or this frying sound sounded better than that frying sound. And you'd be surprised how many sounds there are for just something that's super simple, and sometimes you can't find sounds that you want. So this is if you want to add special effects that aren't really traditional, but you can also find sound beds themselves and mix your own music that way. So more for like backgrounds, and like for this one was like a dubstep background, but you can have like an R&B background, and it's usually one background for the whole segment, and you just cut and slice pieces, and that's usually what your producer does if you use a producer. And yeah, so, and again, feel free to ask me any questions along the way.
Yeah, we did.
So,
We did get a couple questions actually.
Oh really? I didn't see that.
No, that's okay. I'm watching for you.
Okay, yeah, ask me.
Catherine says, you might still cover this, but what are some tips you can give for finding guests and keeping topics rotating?
So what we do is we just go through. So when we originally pre-planned it out, me and my co-host German, we just made a giant Google Doc, and we just threw in every idea we could possibly imagine into this paper. And I think we came up with like 50 to 100 different ideas, and we just kind of condensed like, okay, this topic and this topic are really the same thing. And then we kind of had a list of like potential like guests that we thought were interesting in topics that weren't familiar with. So I'm not that good at QA. Neither is my co-host. He doesn't know anything about QA either, but we actually have like a third partner that kind of came up with a lot of the like intro sound bites in the beginning. So he's kind of helping us out a lot, and he's really good at QA, and like actually has built his own QA platform, kind of like Cypress, if you're familiar with that, or Java Selenium, but it's a different version for something else. But so just like think in that sense, like people that you know or people that you follow and like are inspired by, you can always reach out to them on Twitter and, you know, ask them if they want to come to your podcast. I have friends that are also podcasters themselves, and they've invited me to their podcast. So that's kind of like how I got into it, since I kind of fell in love with it after, you know, like the whole segment of like actually talk to someone else and like learning from them, then learning from me, and then like having a good time and just showcasing to everyone else that wants to listen is really cool, at least to me. So those are just some ways. Any other questions before we move on?
Yeah, Mike Traverso says, content-wise, what's been your biggest challenge so far?
Content-wise, the biggest challenge so far is actually getting the website up and running, because I'm using Gatsby, and Gatsby is kind of complicated. If you know React, I feel like Gatsby is just like, you have to learn all these nuances on top of that, at least in my opinion. And I haven't finished building the site, as you can see, because I didn't know what the layout was going to look like. There's just so many different things you have to consider when it comes to both mobile and web responsiveness. I actually had a web player already built into it, but I actually removed it for the time being and just put a temporary Google Drive link on here. So it's not even finished yet. Yeah, so the website has been challenging. The other part that's been challenging is like the workflow in terms of how we can keep the audio natural and like in more of a conversational fluid sense. And also there's some other things. I'll get to it later though. I have it at the very end actually. But let me move on to web hosting.
Sure.
I'll get to the questions at the very end. But web hosting, there's a couple of different options for web hosting. I personally use Gatsby, which is a static site generator. What it means is you basically have all your content live in the site in your Git repo itself, and it just pre-processes information to create a bunch of web links that you can then push to a front end hosted platform, like in this case Netlify. And this is what I personally use. You can also use Jekyll, ViewPress, any other flavor of static site generators out there, or you can use something like WordPress, which is PHP, MySQL, LampStack, etc. So those are just some of your options. For hosting, we haven't done this yet, but I actually got a different person from Fiverr to do post-production on the quality output from one episode. And those files are actually really big. It's like 15 megabytes for 20 minutes. So you're looking at a megabyte a minute, and those files get really large. So I definitely need to look into hosting solutions for that, at least when you're pushing this out to different podcasting platforms. For us, we personally use Netlify for free hosting, just because you can add a custom domain. With Gatsby, since it's just a front end site with all the backend pre-processed at a time, that works for us. But there are also other solutions out there, and just to name one of them, Transistor. It's basically all the stuff that I showed you above, all done for you, so you don't have to deal with any of the hosting, any of the web design, etc. You just throw your content up and you're done. And then all the RSS feeds are all figured out for you, which it costs more money, but we're developers. You can just build it yourself, and I think it's more challenging to build it yourself. So this is what I'm trying to do instead, is going for the build it yourself solution. So some show note examples, in case you're curious, like how we go through the process of figuring out what to write. And I've seen many other show note examples from other podcasting platform or podcasts on the tech side. But this is what we do personally, is we just have a title and we just figure out something that's catchy. We write down our audience, and then we write down as many bulleted notes as possible. The top level is generally kind of like our different main points, and then everything underneath is just kind of like talking points that we just go hit randomly in random order. So, and this was like the 5th episode that we did. We haven't like done the post-production yet, but we just did one on like staying fit as a developer, thinking about like what topics should start first for someone that's more or less or that's more general in a sense. So going for weight loss first, then going out like different like workout routines specifically in the major muscle groups, as well as like bulking up and supplements. And then just some other things that we add afterward, and just some notes that we didn't cover. So we keep it really simple, and this is how we do collaboration ahead of time before we actually record the next day or the day after. So that's just an example of what we do. Other people probably do different things, but we keep it simple. So podcasting platforms, I haven't actually done all this stuff yet, but these are the main ones from what I've researched online for what tech podcasts usually use. Spotify, Apple, Google Play Music, Google Podcasts, Overcast.fm, Podcast Stitcher, and the most important one is the RSS feeds. So how a lot of these podcasting platforms work is they actually will listen to an RSS feed off a website, and then it just automatically publishes based on that content. So for that, you'd have to have your own hosted assets for the MP3 files, so that I can grab it and use that for pushing up to Spotify or Apple or whatever. And I don't actually have this built out yet, and I'm not sure how this works with Gatsby, but I know it exists. So that's something you should really consider, and that's something I just ran into just now as I was writing this topic up, because I didn't know that. So this is actually, yeah, it's not too hard. It's probably not.
Well, the Suncoast dev site has an RSS feed. I can show you how that works if you're curious.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested.
We use the same stack. It's Gatsby and Netlify and all that. So.
Oh, really? Awesome. Yeah, I'd love to learn more about that. And then here's some lessons learned. So I think I might have covered some already. One thing that I've learned is you should always take more show notes than you need, just because we've ran into this problem where we forgot what to talk about, because it's like, oh, we're talking about CSS and I haven't touched any CSS in a month, and neither has my buddy German, and we don't remember what CSS is anymore. So definitely just write more show notes than you need. That way you can just kind of like, as you're talking dynamically and reading through those notes, you can kind of like cut out parts that don't fit within that sort of like conversation piece. And then that's better than like having stuff that you don't know what to talk about, or stuff that you're like, oh, what was that thing that we're trying to remember again? I forgot what it was called. That's like the worst thing ever to do, right? So definitely just write a ton of notes at a time, usually like 1 or 2 days before you record. Another thing I've realized is if there are 2 hosts, the same person should always do the intro, and usually the same person does the outro. So what I mean by this is when we're introducing the talk, there's always someone that starts off the segment of the actual episode itself. And in this case, I do it. Well, it's like, welcome to Code Chefs, the podcast for hungry web developers. I'm your host, Vincent, and with me today is, and then my buddy will then announce himself, and then we go for the conversation piece. It's just easier if it's more, if you're used to saying the same thing over and over again. So what we were trying to do originally is we were trying to make it fair. Like I would do the intro, then he would do the intro, then we'd forget who was supposed to do which intro at some point or another. So always like stick to like a routine. I personally have this problem, and I just said just now. So if you have your mic too close to you, and I personally do, you kind of like might breathe in too hard, and I have this problem, and I've realized this in post-production that I have to like cut out all the ums and mouth breathings that I did, which is kind of frustrating. If you record your track without any of those issues, it makes post-processing so much simpler. You just slap on your side, you slap on your co-host side, and then the intro and outro, and you're done. But it's not the case for me, at least not yet. Another thing is write the show notes at least a day before recording. Do it as a weekly habit. There was a time, at least during COVID, where we're both really busy and we didn't record for like 2 weeks, and we forgot how to record just because like, oh, right. Like, what do we do again? I don't remember. So just try to make it a habit. And also another thing I've realized is you should only do it in one take. We actually did the intro the first time around like 8 different times because we had no idea what we were doing. We didn't know how to proceed the conversation forward. We weren't using like webcams at the time either to kind of see and have that natural conversation flow. And at a certain point, like after like 5 takes, it just becomes really robotic and it doesn't sound natural anymore. And it's going to get really boring and drab. So if you can do it just all in one take, it'll save you a lot of time and effort. And another thing I've realized too is you should talk about 20 minutes before warming up, because as coders, you just might not be talking. Well, we might just like be talking at stand up, and then like for the rest of the day we don't say anything. We're just too busy coding. Then we go straight into recording, and like you're not used to, you don't have the conversation like loosened up at that point to like have a natural conversation. So just talk about the topic a little bit, go through the show notes, and then just proceed from there. And just make it fun. So personally, what we do is we have a segment after each episode called Dessert Time, which is where we talk about anything we want. Like I talk about anything I want, and he talks about anything he wants to. And it keeps it fun and interesting just because we can kind of like blow steam on anything we want, or talk about something that we find fun or interesting. For me, I like doing a lot of like different outdoor sports and trying out new things. So that's what I usually talk about. My buddy, just recently became a dad, so he's been talking about parenthood. So just think about those things. It makes it fun, at least in my opinion. And those are just some of the to-do things I have to do because it's not finished yet. I need to refine the audio player, which exists, but I haven't pushed it up. RSS feed systems for all the podcasting platforms, S3 for hosting the assets on the MP3s, and then marketing, which I have not really done either. So there's a lot to work on. Anyone have other questions? Anybody?
I'm looking. Let's see. There were some comments about Gatsby. Stark Reactor mentioned he uses Anchor.fm and Speaker.com for hosting the podcast content.
Yeah, that's a solution too. I've heard of that one actually. But I like owning my own content and having the ability to not pay the extra $20 a month. So, personal opinion.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Great. Well, thank you so much, Vincent. If anyone else has any questions, pop them in Discord or in the maybe the Twitch chat, and if Vincent's watching, he'll answer them for you, and we'll keep moving along. So, round of applause from me and from everyone. I see applause there in Discord as well. So, all right. Up next is Michele, who, oh, her camera just popped on. Great. And let me unmute. Where's Michele? Yeah, there you go. Great. So whenever you're ready, Michele.
All right.
Hey.
Hey. Well, we're going to talk about pull requests today, and I'm going to get right into it. So, pull requests and the developers who love them. I don't actually like Maury Povich or daytime television. I just needed a kitschy title. So I am Michele Cynowicz. You might know me as the Code Pirate. I am a senior front-end engineer at Vox Media, Inc. I'm also the comms manager and a mentor at the Front End Foxes organization, which, if you might remember, or you might have heard of, it used to be the Vue Vixens. And in order to talk about pull requests, the first thing I need to talk about is version control with Git. So what is Git? Git is a version control system for tracking changes in source code during software development. That's actually Git's own definition of what they are. But in other words, it's a recorded and reviewable history of your application. So first there's commit history. And when we have a project that's versioned, and I'm going to talk about this in terms of GitHub, because that's most popular and that's what I use. There are other interfaces that you can version control your software with Git in, such as GitLab and Bitbucket. But we're going to talk about GitHub. And in your project on GitHub, you have a commit history. And when you set up your project, you'll get a default called master. And sometimes people will change the name master to something else. It could be called main, it could be called default, it could be called trunk. I'm going to use the term trunk here because I like the metaphor of your software as a growing tree. So here's my tree. It's my lovely artwork. So when we think about how a software project grows, it starts out small, and as it continues to grow and become more complex, it gets taller and also wider. And you would see that with a software project that continues to grow. In production terms, in enterprise terms, I should say. In enterprise terms, your software is never done. You don't come to a point where your project is finished. It's always being iterated on, and it's always growing. So in a metaphor of the trunk of the tree, our software grows. And in order for our software to grow, we have to commit changes to it. Every time we make a change, we add a commit to our trunk. So as it grows, we keep making changes. But we need to keep track of those changes. As each of these represents a version of the software that's been subject to a change, how do we go back and look at that history? Unless we know what's happening, at these points in the life cycle of the software. So we have commit messages to go with each commit. And you might add something like an initial commit, or I fixed a bug, I changed the font colors, I added a form, I fixed another bug. And this is okay if you are working on a project by yourself and the only person you need to communicate with is you or future you, as you will work on this project in the future, and you might need to look back at your own history. But this becomes more complicated when you bring in other developers, right? So when you bring in other developers, you don't both want to be working in the trunk at the same time. So we have our tree, and we can shrink it down here. And now this is our trunk, this line here, and these are our commits. So let's say I wanted to work on a bug fix, and I have a colleague who wants to work on a new feature. We cannot both be working in the same trunk at the same time because we'll be overwriting each other's work. So we branch. And this is why Git branches are called branches, because of this model, right? We have the trunk and we have branches. And on my branch, I'll make a change, and on my colleague's branch, he'll make a change. And we'll continue to iterate on the software that is a copy of the trunk, which is in our branches. But eventually, we've diverged. And unlike an actual tree, we want these branches to merge back into the trunk. And how do we do that without overwriting each other's work? But also, how do we maintain the history, especially if these 3 commits go in here and these 2 commits come in here? They're no longer linear based on what I worked on in my branch and what he worked on in his branch. And this is where the pull request comes in. And pull request is a documentation that will encompass everything on this branch. So all 3 of these changes will be described in the pull request. And we call it a pull request or a PR because we're actually making a request. We're documenting a change, and we're asking the trunk or the owners of the trunk if it's okay to pull what was in my branch into the trunk. So we call that a merge, but it's also a pull because it comes from the branch and goes into the trunk. So this is the definition directly from GitHub's website. Pull requests let you tell others about changes you've pushed to a branch in a repository on GitHub. Once a pull request is open, you can discuss and review the potential changes with collaborators and add follow-up commits before changes are merged into the base branch. And I want to highlight here the words discuss, review, changes, and collaborators, because this is what the heart of a pull request is. We want to be able to look at a branch in isolation. We want to see what's changed. We want to be able to discuss it with our colleagues. We want our colleagues to review it for us and tell us if they've caught any potential bugs or if they know of any edge cases that we haven't yet treated in our own code. And we want to be able to collaborate, and we want to be able to address feedback in our branch before we commit before we merge the branch into the base or the trunk. So let's look at what a basic pull request looks like. And yes, this one is actually terrible. So this is a pull request in GitHub that I created for myself, and it's bad. But it gives you an idea of what's going on. I want to merge 2 commits on a branch named API into a trunk named master. 2 commits from API into master, right? So there's only 2 commits on this branch. I've only done a little bit of work, right? And I can give it a title, API updates. So the title and the description will be searchable in GitHub for future me when I want to remember why I made a change or when I made a change. I can search for my old pull requests. So API updates might be kind of exemplary, and down here I just repeated exactly what I titled it. And you might have even known that it was an API change because of the branch name. So I'm not giving a lot of information here. And if I have a colleague who wants to review this or look at this, it's questionable, right? But we do want to encourage conversation. That's why conversation is the first tab here. You'd be able to look at the commits. You'd be able to look at the changes that were actually made in the code. But the conversation is super important. So the commit history and even the diff in the file tells us the who, the when, and the where of an individual code change. And what that means is if you need to know when a change was made, you can look at the commit history and you can see the date. If you need to know who made the change, their name is recorded in the commit history, so you know who committed it, and you know where the changes are because the commit history shows you what code was changed. So commit history, while it's great by itself, it's not great when you are not by yourself. So the pull requests give us an opportunity to provide the what, the why, and the how of what you've done in your branch. Oops, how did I do that? I pressed the button that I didn't need to press. Okay, moving on. All right, so let's go back to my actually terrible pull request. So this isn't very informative, right? I sort of captured the what here, right? In this pull request, yeah, there are API updates in here, but this is not very informative, right? Oh, what happened here? That's not it. A better pull request. So this one's kind of better. It's still not great, but I've updated it, right? So now my title says, I've changed the API directory name and I've added a bindings file. So I've better captured the what here, right? This is descriptive enough that someone would look at this title and know generally what's happening in this set of changes. And now down here, I've kind of given a little more, right? I added a functions.json file to provide bindings and a route fallback for Azure's home routing, which throws a 404 on refresh without the bindings. Now you have a little bit more information. You know kind of why I made this change, right? Because a route fallback for Azure's home routing, which throws a 404 on refresh without bindings, right? So yeah, I kind of covered the why here. But if you had read my commit messages, I basically told you what I've done here. So the what is also covered here in my commit messages. But the why is really important because nothing here tells you that Azure's home routing throws a 404 on refresh without bindings. That's important information. So this is a better pull request, but it's not great. And one of the things that we encounter regularly as developers is that naming things is hard. And writing documentation about your code is a different skill set than writing your code. And sometimes when you're staring at a blank screen and you have to describe your code, you can torture yourself trying to figure out how to write your description every time. And for that reason, there is such a thing as a pull request template. So a pull request template is something you can add to your repository so that developers will automatically see the template's contents in the pull request body, which is a definition I pulled directly off of GitHub, which is not so great. But let's look at a PR that I opened that used a template. As soon as I click the open pull request button, I get this markdown file here kind of showing up already. All of this markdown is a part of the template. So it's asking me specific questions and to list specific items. I want to know what the context of it is and why it's being done, right? What was wrong or what was requested in order for this, this branch of code to even take place, right? Now, in our company, we use Jira. So I have a link here for a Jira ticket. So I am reminded every time that I should link to the Jira ticket for which I wrote this code. We also use sandboxes for testing. So I am reminded that I need to have my code up on a sandbox for a reviewer to look at. So I need to deploy to a sandbox and put a link here. And then asking me about any changes that need to be called out as significant or particularly tricky. And then questions about the changes. And this creates a checklist. Will the audiences see it? Will our editorial users see it? Will the engineers recognize it? Does it impact revenue? And please, we want screenshots. If you've done work on the front end, which I do regularly as I'm a front end engineer, screenshots are my friend. And we want to know if it's covered by tests. And there's actually a lot more down here. You can see the scroll bar. This is only about 2/3 of what's in this template. And then we can, when you preview it, all of this content is here by default. So if I don't fill it in, that's on me. But it also gives me like an easy win to fill in almost like filling in a form without having to think intensely about how I'm representing the information about what I've done. So I am actually well known for writing really intense pull requests, but they are kind of necessary and often appreciated by my colleagues because not only are they good in the moment when a teammate needs to review my code, but they are also great for me or for future me when I need to remember what I did last year and why I did it and what the context was. Because I guarantee you, come next year, I will not remember most of this. Let me get out of here for a second because I have a pull request to show you. I'm going to show you this one. And let's blow it up. So I have a whole long description here. This is what's going on. And I've had a conversation now that's had 17 back and forths. And I'm telling my reviewers what's going on in this pull request. I'm showing, instead of screenshots, I'm actually showing animated GIFs of what to expect in that interface. And then I have what this does and what to expect when in a use case that I maybe don't have a screenshot for. I have my links. I explain some tricky things that happened and why I made certain changes. And that we even like to put something fun in our pull requests just for the entertainment purposes. But you can see all the commits that I've made. And all of these commits are wrapped up in this one pull request with this one description. And all of the conversation that comes along with this, right? So we say this is about communicating. If I come all the way down here, I have a colleague who's reviewed this and he's made a lot of comments, and I've talked it out with him in the pull request and then resolved it when we came to a conclusion. And here's one where he had a suggestion for something of the design. And here's a screenshot of why we used a certain set of icons in the design. Here's another conversation with that same colleague, right? So this is how we are able to make great software, because we have multiple developers looking at this work and multiple developers giving their opinions and picking out bugs that I might have missed or making suggestions for cases I might not have thought of. And we really do, as developers, we really thrive on having clean and well thought out pull requests, which leads to clean and well thought out software. So that's it for me. You can find me on Twitter at my full name, which is impossible to spell. So you can find me at the hashtag CodePirate. And you can also check out frontendboxes.org, which is the nonprofit that I am part of. And I will stop my share. And if anyone has questions, I'm ready.
Awesome. Let's see. Gotta kick the camera back on. There we go. So there's some applause over in Discord. Do have some comments in the Twitch chat. Great presentation and relevant topic. And then somebody shared their favorite go-to Git learning resource there. Does anybody else have any questions? If not, we'll keep the train moving. Baritone Player 2 says, "Thank you, Michele. That was great and very informative." Oh, here's a question. Catherine says, "What tips do you have for new developers for using PRs to improve their coding skills?"
So for new developers, improving your coding skills definitely is a result of having conversations with more senior level developers in your field. And I do recommend learning to contribute to open source software on GitHub, which is a great place to get involved in projects where there are more advanced engineers working that can review your code. It's a little tricky to get started, but once you get there, you will have those conversations in your pull requests to kind of go over your code. They'll give you advice, even if they don't know you, just by virtue of the fact that you're trying to participate in their project.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much. Another round of applause from me. I think next time we do one of these conferences online, I want to try to find a way to like make more personable the fact that people are watching and participating. It's hard, I know, to present silently and have one person clap for you. So that's a problem I want to see if I can solve. I'm sure somebody else has solved it, so I want to do some digging on that. Up next, we have Abe Eveland with the last SDG grad demo of the day, I think. No, I lied. There is one more later on. But yeah, Abe will be up next. So whenever you're ready, Abe, go ahead and unmute, and as soon as you speak, I think you'll pop in here.
All right.
Yeah,
Can
there
you
you
see
are.
me?
I sure can. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
All
gonna go
right.
ahead.
So hello. Oh, sorry. What?
No, I was gonna say I'm gonna go ahead and give you pass the full screen over to you, and I'll see you in a few. All right.
Thank you,
Bye.
Jason.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So my name is Abe Eveland, and I'm also a recent graduate from SDG. SDG was a great experience for me, and I honestly grew as a person just as much as I grew as a software developer. Before SDG, I recently graduated from an HVAC apprenticeship at Pinellas Tech in St. Pete. And actually, because of health concerns at the time, I was advised not to pursue any sort of laborious profession. And that actually turned out to be a blessing in disguise because applying to SDG is truly one of the best decisions I ever made. My dad is actually a fellow software developer, and I had already always been wanting, to learn more about what that was or is. So after hearing the news and, learning some things from him, I realized coding would be a good fit for me. I love the idea of solving problems from different angles. And one of those problems I wanted to help solve is buying a pair of rollerblades that would not be a good fit for you. So about a year ago, I got into rollerblading, mainly for exercise, but it's turned out to be something I really enjoy and do every day. So to get into rollerblading, I first needed to buy a pair of rollerblades. And when I did, I realized that there were many variables that could cause someone to buy a pair of rollerblades that would not be a good fit. So I wanted to make a website that would inform people about these variables and also provide recommendations based on their skill level and skating purpose. So let me share my screen here and show you my website. Okay. So here's my homepage. It's got a little greeting that lets you know if you create an account, you can view the features. So let me show you how that goes here. I'm going to use my son Carter for my login. Let's add as a favorite number there. Okay, so these values here, the skill, maneuverability, speed, and fit, these are things you're going to be prompted to input on when you sign up for your profile. These are the values that are going to help me to match you with correct pair of rollerblades. Carter's a beginner. Maneuverability, we're going to put high, basically how easy it is to balance on the skates. And we want a comfort pair for one of my favorite features is if you drag your picture to the drop zone here, it will give you a preview to let you know you did that correctly. And real quick, I have to say, so this picture, this is what happens when you give a 2-year-old chocolate ice cream during a bike ride. So that was a lot of fun and had some cleaning up to do, but one of my favorite pictures of Carter. So we'll submit here. Sign in. What's his name? Okay, so now that we're signed in, you'll get a little greeting with your full name up top, to where that's where you'll click on to access the features of my website. The first portion is the things to consider, which was like my first inspiration of the website. These things all go towards buying, the variables I mentioned earlier. These help to weed out, the bad choices for you for a pair of rollerblades. For example, if you click on skill, it'll take you to a page with some information on why knowing your skill level is really important. And the other things, style and environment kind of go together. It's basically what is your skating purpose. If you're gonna like skate for fitness and skate on mostly trails, you're gonna want a certain type of skate. And also if you're gonna be, skating is like, if that's gonna be your main form of transportation, like you're gonna skate like in the city, urban environment, you're gonna want, another route of skates. Boots is really like a comfort preference. There's a trade-off. You can either go for comfort or you can go for performance. Typically, boots that are less comfortable will give you more power transfer, better performance. But sometimes you just want to, skate comfortably from A to B. Wheels and frame kind of go together. They're basically another trade-off of if your goal for skating, if your priority is maneuverability or speed. There's actually a lot into each one of these. There's different number of wheels setups. There's different hardness of wheels, different wheel size. Same kind of thing with frame. Different frame length will give you a different things there. So those are all the things to consider when buying a pair of rollerblades. Once you've read up on that, you can go to the other features here, which the next one is to add your own pair of skates. You can add your own pair of skates, so just either your collection or potentially another user who signs up can be matched with the skate that you add. So for Carter, let's just put in a title. You're going to want to put in price. Okay, and here's the values again, where these are the values you saw for user sign up. It's going to be what we match with to make sure you get the right pair of skates. For Carter, we're going to add beginning skill level. We'll do high maneuverability, do medium speed, and we'll do comfort. And then again, you will drag in your skates you want to add and submit. So now, if you want to view all the blades in the database, click on the View All tab. Right now, my database is mostly like just Rollerblade brand rollerblades. I obviously want to add more to it with other big brands and just have more of a selection. But on this page, you'll see the highlights of each pair of rollerblades here. If you hover underneath, you'll get a description of each pair of rollerblades. So if we go down the bottom here, these are Carter skates. He's a big Spider-Man fan, and these are the ones we just added for him. All right, on the Your Blades tab, same kind of style as the View All page. These are the rollerblades that are recommended for Carter. You'll recognize the values to where, so Carter is suggested, you know, beginning level skates, high maneuverability, medium speed, comfort, fit. All those skates that match all those parameters are going to be suggested for Carter. So while he's looking at these, if he has a specific one he likes more than the others, you can put it in the search bar up here and take it to a site where you can, you know, potentially purchase the pair of skates if you'd like. All right, and the last feature here is the users portion. This is basically my family. Here's Carter that we added. I want to implement, you know, I want to beef up the user section. I want to add more connection, you know, abilities where you can message other users. You could, you know, optionally put your location and, you know, maybe have like a little blog portion to, you know, try to set up skate runs and meetups and, you know, just to get to, you know, meet your fellow skaters in the community. There's kind of a big rollerblading community in St. Pete, so that's kind of exciting. There's a lot of outlets to meet up with people, skate around downtown St. Pete or in Tampa, so that's exciting. This is basically my website. So thanks for watching my presentation.
All right. Thank you, Abe. I think we'll start by asking you the same question Liz has been asking everybody. What do you think was the most challenging part of this, and what was your favorite part of this?
So my favorite part is always, I like working with React, and I like the front end aspects. You know, I could really I probably spent way too much time, you know, micromanaging my CSS and HTML. But that, you know, I really enjoy doing that. Probably, I guess, just building up my APIs how I want them, and, you know, setting up my API controllers to where how I was going to manipulate the data and, you know, give certain feedback, you know, how I was going to give the certain skates recommendations depending on, you know, the user's preferences. That and probably just, you know, the user login aspect, probably the toughest things.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And great. If there's not any other questions in Twitch or Discord, which I'm checking right now. Oh yeah. Somebody asks, what was your favorite part of this project? But I think I asked you that. Yeah. Oh, here's a question from Catherine. Are there any other features you want to add?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd like to expand on my database and mostly the first things I'd like to implement is, like I was saying, the users section to where people can connect, together, and just set up skate meets or stuff like that. So that's probably gonna be the next thing I'll work on.
Great. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Abe.
All right.
Round of applause. And we're going to move right along. Our next speaker, Liz. Whenever you're, oh, let me, did I pin Abe's video? Nope. Nope. There we go. All right. Cool. Welcome, Liz.
Okay. Hi.
Hi. I'm gonna pass you over the full screen now.
Awesome. Let's see if I can do all this. Okay. Ooh, these captions really work. Anyways, this is thanks to Michele. She was telling me about putting the closed captions, but that we have to be very articulate while we do this. Anyways, I'm Liz. I went to the Iron Yard. Jason was my React instructor there, and I graduated finished it in February 2017, cohort 6. And I thought it would be fun to do kind of post-bootcamp reflections and rebuild my capstone in React Native. So this is going to be all about my experience and thought process going through this. Oh my gosh, why did it do all that? Okay, so first up, my capstone was called Tarot with Sybil. It's a tarot-themed app based on a novel my mother is writing and shopping to publishers. It's built in React from January/February 2017, so it's kind of old. It's on Surge, which Surge was really useful, but it's not quite as nice, in my opinion, as Netlify, so some things have kind of slowed down. Everything is written in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We didn't do full stack. I went with just the front end. So all my data is saved as JSON objects. I have it all in there. It's very self-contained. And it was actually slightly based on a memory card game that we built as homework, which was quite useful because I was able to utilize certain code that I'd used, kind of clean it up, and do more with it. So you're probably thinking, why would I rebuild in React Native? This was always built with mobile in mind. As you can see, this is an example of my workspace. Yes, I like that color blue. And I always had it to the side. I built it with mobile first design. I purposely asked people to test it on their phones. I always wanted to move it to React Native, and I actually did try and do that at one point, and early 2017 was the Wild West of React Native. So it was a little difficult to do it, and I really struggled with it. So this is something that I just always wanted to do. My second job after finishing code school was at a company called Mad Mobile, where we were building a React Native app. It was for Cisco, the food company, and it was completely mobile first. Offline first. It was really great. We got to use some awesome technology. And in 2018, it was still kind of the Wild West with React Native. So I wanted to keep my skills sharp. I'm also extremely passionate about React Native. And I have been able to do so much. I have traveled throughout the country last year, giving talks about my experience building React Native. And I just really like talking about it and playing with it. And because of my experience, I was able to get these speaking opportunities and get these jobs, but unfortunately I don't work with React Native on a day-to-day basis. I also wanted to test out using the same code, see how much of it could be turned into my native app, as well as looking at how Expo is now and using all of these tools to actually be able to have one code base that does everything. As I said, I really missed working in React Native, and also it's a good experience to revisit your old code. At my current job, I had to quickly and swiftly learn TypeScript, and one of the things I did was I went through and rebuilt a whole bunch of the apps that I built while I was in code school into TypeScript, because that's a really great way to learn. You've already done it once. And also, it's kind of fun, also kind of scary, to look back at where you've come from and see what you did. So the first step of all of this, once I decided I was going to do this, is what I call the cringe of it all. And it's time to look at my old code. I love my Tarot app. I still talk about it. It's one of my favorite projects I've ever done. And I've done some really cool projects, but this one was all on me. This was everything from the design to building it. It was all me, and it was really great. But I had just finished 3 months of learning React. So y'all can imagine what that might look like now. And I definitely had a few moments where I was like, this is terrible. Why did I make these choices that I made? But I always have to keep in mind that this is the first big project I did. So it's okay if it's not perfect. So the following slides are actually some of my professional observations and then what I really mean by them. So I actually sat down, looked at the code, and took some notes. And my first observation was almost no code review, which meant that back then I said, if it ain't broke, don't ask Jason or Gavin. Gavin did help me with this as well. And that I tried to do it all on my own, which I did a lot of it because I was able to utilize previous homework. I had made notes of where I could use it. But because of that, some of my functions, some of my actual JavaScript is a little wonky. It's kind of like, why did I overcomplicate it? But that comes with the territory of when you're first starting out. The next observation was minimal branching. And having just listened to Michele's talk, I do have to say, don't lie, Liz, you still don't do that on personal projects. If you look at my GitHub for this one, I'm still pushing to master like a cowboy coder. That said, when I'm working with other people, I am a huge stickler for branching and for doing feature branches and actually testing things out. So that's one of those observations that I've come a long way since then. Also, there's no hooks. Duh, it's from 2017. I'm looking at it and I'm using hooks every day, and I've been using it for over a year now on projects for professional projects. And it's just so kind of weird to almost look at this and be like, oh, wow, I'm not using hooks. Well, we're going to change that. We're going to rebuild this, right? The next one was I used a lot of static prop types, which is I have gotten too used to TypeScript. As I said, I redid a whole bunch of my projects in TypeScript to quickly in January level up and be able to use TypeScript at work. And it's really funny that I was like, oh God, static prop types, why am I doing that? But they serve their purpose. I just haven't used them professionally in almost 2 years. That said, they're really good and you should use them. You should be typing everything. I highly recommend it. Whoa. Sorry, hang on. Technical difficulties. I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Apologies. Next one was I had decent organization, but I made some odd choices. I clearly didn't understand React Router and how it worked. I have some stuff that, as Vincent mentioned with Gatsby, I have some things that are kind of built out similar to how they are in Gatsby, which is completely fine, but not how I do things. And it's just very interesting that I'm kind of like, oh, why did I make the layout its own component? I mean, it makes sense, but why would I do that? And speaking of that, there was a lot of, wow, how did I manage that? Which really means I found it on Stack Overflow and had no idea how it actually worked, but I was able to implement it and put it in there. So again, I go back to that layout that I'm like, why would I never pass in the props that way? What am I doing? Wow. Oh, look at me. I'm so professional. And then I realized I was able to utilize what I had found elsewhere. Stack Overflow is going to come back up a little later, so don't worry. Still using that tool. So after I go through and I make all my observations, I move on to step 2, which is the copy and paste fun. This is where I get to import my images, my data, and my fonts. I use very particular fonts that I downloaded and uploaded into my project. and I had images. Thankfully, when I was doing this, since this was for something that my mother was going to use professionally, she also helped me. She wrote out all the text for it. She found some open source images that we were able to use. And that was very, very handy. So I'm very thankful that I had someone who could help me do that. So I didn't want to do it again. I knew I like it. I want it to look the same. I just want it to feel different when it's native. So gotta admit, not too shabby. Thankfully, 2017 Liz was building this with mobile in mind. So if you remember those pictures earlier, I had this wooden board and it had candles on the picture all around it. And that I did have that when it switched to mobile or when it got too small on the screen, it would switch to just this plain wooden background. So I was very forward thinking in that sense, which made it pretty easy to get a lot of stuff in there. So that quickly, step 2 is very quick. So the next one is let's get down to business. And it's time for some actual coding. So the first thing I did was that I utilized the Expo scaffolding for better organization. As I said, my organization was a very small app, but it was kind of like, those are some interesting choices. Everything's a component. Maybe I should have had a page versus a component. I could have done things differently. Well, whenever you do a React Native project, Expo, the scaffolding kind of builds all of this for you. So it does provide lots of better organization. I also decided I was going to implement hooks. And one of the big things I decided this time was that I was going to write my own shuffle function instead of using a node package. Now, I remember when I was doing this and I was talking to Jason and he said, oh, you can just use this, go on NPM and you'll find the shuffle array and just install it. And that was really good because it sped some things up, but also, and it was also good because it got used to looking up node packages, finding things that work, implementing them, going over any documentation. All things that I do all the time. However, I was like, as I put here, clearly I'm a badass senior dev. I can write my own. Until I realized I've never actually written a shuffle function on my own. Not that it's that, crazy. It's kind of one of those questions that you often get when you're doing interviewing and whiteboard. It's, it's something that it was like, I need to do it. I should do it at some point. So then I went back to, trusty Stack Overflow. I know there's a whole bunch of different ways we can randomize and shuffle it. I found the Fisher-Yates and I was reading that, kind of copied, put it in there, got it working. And then I realized that it wasn't exactly working, but it was working well enough. But that led me to step 4, which was that code reviews are important and that you need to realize that it's okay to still mess up, need help, and to talk to others. Like I said, I know they do now at SDG. I know one of your homeworks or one of the things you do is the Fisher-Yates shuffle. I had never done that. So I was doing it and I did not actually intentionally go looking for help or a code review, but I actually got on, I was on Slack and I was messaging Jason and Catherine about today, asking them, telling them if they can change the name of my talk and all of that. And then I told them, hey, yeah, remember when we did that, you told me to just use a node package. Well, now I had to go write my own. Look at me. I'm so cool. So anyways, I sent him a little bit of my code snippet. And here's where he was saying, yeah, that's it. But I think you could do it a little differently. We had a bit of a discussion about how I should use effect and use state together. And that he was like, no, it shouldn't have any side effects. It should be fine. However, he pointed out that I need that ./0, that was the really important part about this. And I like to note that we were both kind of wrong and kind of right, because I did have side effects, but he did have a point about using the slice in it. So I was able to combine them together. And this is where it's one of those that even though I am a professional, even though I can do a lot of this on my own, it's still nice to be able to bounce it off of someone. It's still nice to have someone actually look over your code and give you critiques and give you suggestions to make it better. So at this point now I have the basic functionality of my app, but there's still so much that I want to do, including looking through all of my React Native animation repos that I've saved on GitHub. And I saved them like 2 years ago. So I don't have it fully functional, but I was able to pull it up. I got to impress my husband last night because he's only just now learning Flutter. So he's starting to get into the native stuff. And he's like, look at my cat that pops out of a box. Whereas I'm like, well, look at this app that's way more functional than your little animation. But anyways, I have some final thoughts that this was fun. It was also frustrating. I'm still battling with using the Expo Google fonts and getting the right font that I want in there. Like I said, I'm still working on the animations. And there's been parts of it that, wait, did I say, yeah, it's been fun, but it's also been frustrating. And there's definitely parts of this that it's like, oh, that was silly, Liz. Why did you do that? You know better. But ultimately, this was a really rewarding experience because it's good to look back. And I recommend everyone do it. As I said, whenever I'm learning a new framework or a new language or a new like subset of a language, I like to rebuild projects that I've done, but in different tech and different frameworks because I've done the hard part. I know how to get it to work. I know it can work. I know I can do it. But it's always fun to like test something else out and do a little bit more and just keep yourself motivated to trying. And so as everyone here is, we've had so many capstone presentations. I just want to say, feel free in a year or two to come back. You might stop working on it. I haven't touched this since 2017, just like I have not touched any of my graduate theses since 2016, because I don't like going back and looking and editing. I've always hated the editing, but it's actually really good and it's really educational. And it's also just really fun to look and see how far you've come. I 100% tried to get this going in React Native in 2017 and could not. Whereas this time, like I've got it up and working and did most of this in like maybe 12 hours so far, which is crazy considering it took me 3 weeks to build it out in web. So anyways, I just want to say thank you. This provided motivation to go back and look at my project. And I just thought I'd share a little picture from my cohort 6.
Ooh, I see you in there, Liz.
Yes, I'm kind of in the back. We were making faces on that one, so like I was making an angry one.
Oh yeah, look at me. I'm wearing shades and doing my art, the trademark instructor chin move that me and Gavin are doing there.
Oh yeah.
That was a good cohort. They're all good cohorts. But that was a memorable
I like to
one.
say we're the best cohort, but
I can't speak to that.
No.
It's unfair for me to judge them like that. Anyway, thank you, Liz. I'm looking over. Kento says we're like the first cohort without an official group photo. Didn't we do a Zoom one, Kento? Because
that's not quite the same though.
Well,
you'll have to come back once everything calms down.
Cohort 17's official class photo that's going to be on the wall, as well as 18's, is going to be the Zoom screenshot. So, oh yeah, not in person. Yep. Cohort 17 doesn't have theirs either, Kento, because we don't do the photos until a couple weeks before graduation.
Yeah.
Sometime during the demo day period or the capstone period is when we take the final photo. Oh, that was the first day photo. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes. You said, well, they did that the first day. Yes. Any actual questions, though? Because if not, I will say thank you, Liz. And we will move right along. I think we've got Joey deVilla up next.
Standing by.
All right. Let me go ahead and turn on your cam, Joey.
Okay.
I might need to kick the bucket over here on this.
All right, how's that?
Yeah, looks good to me.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Joey deVilla, and I will step aside now.
All right, hi there. I'm Joey deVilla. I am a developer at large, and I'm here to talk about Ren'py. Let me share my screen. And yeah, in homage to anime, I have actually titled this talk, I Hope Ren'py Will Notice Me. Ask your anime friends what that's a pun on. And Ren'py is a visual novel system. So in other words, it's a scripting system that allows you to create what is a visual novel. And you can look at it one of two ways. One is a interactive, choose your own adventure style kind of book, but in electronic form, except it's got multimedia. It'll be backed up by visuals. It will have sound effects and music and all kinds of interactivity, as much or as little as you like. Another way to look at it, if perhaps you're more of a gamer, is to think of it as a story-based turn-based multimedia game. So a lot like those conversation bits in games like Fallout or other role-playing games where you have conversations with various characters and then you get different outcomes depending on how you converse with them. Now, one of the things that people ask is, why is it called Ren'py? And it's a pun. The first thing is that it's taken from the Japanese term Ren'ai, which means romantic love. And of course, because it's based in Python, they had to squeeze in the word pi. Python people are like the CrossFitters of the programming world. You'll know that somebody is into Python because they will tell you, just like a CrossFitter will do the same. The interesting thing is that you don't need much programming skill because there are a couple of options for building games or visual novels in Ren'py. If you're new to programming, perhaps you're an author who just wanted to write something like a visual novel or make your first game, you can use Ren'py's own built-in scripting language, and it's pretty simple. You can get from 0 to actual functioning choose your own adventure game in about after about 5 minutes worth of tutorial. Now, if you're a skilled programmer, and especially if you have experience with a Python programming language, you can just code something as complex as you like using all the features of Python. Ren'py is actually built on top of Python, and you can use the Python programming language to power your own application. So you've got choices, you've got options. And as for what you can develop your Ren'py games on, Mac, Windows, Linux, works just fine. A little bit of extra work, you can even take your Raspberry Pi, remember it's under $100 now for a pretty nice computer, and go write Ren'py visual novels and games on that. And do you need to install anything else? Yes. A code-friendly text editor. I use Visual Studio. You can use Atom, Sublime, whatever you like. Ren'py automatically prompts you the first time you run it to select a code editor. The nice thing is if you use Atom or Visual Studio Code, there's actually a plugin that does syntax highlighting for Ren'py. The other thing is if you want to make your own graphics or your own music or your own sound effects, yeah, go and load up your favorite graphics, music or sound editing application and use that as well. A lot of people also tend to download graphics and characters and royalty-free music. There is actually a whole community that builds that sort of thing for Ren'py authors. And of course, once you've made your Ren'py visual novel or game, the question is, how do I distribute it, or who can play it? And the good news is it runs on all sorts of platforms. It runs on the usual suspects, the desktop operating systems, Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. But with a little bit of extra work, you can target the web that's currently in beta, and there are ways to turn it into iOS and Android apps that then you can put on the App Store and the Play Store. And with a little extra work, and if you are really, really lucky, there are a couple of companies that if they're impressed by your game, will port them to Steam or consoles such as the PlayStation, Xbox, or Nintendo Switch. That's right. You can have big video game stardom with Ren'py. And the way to get started is to go to ren'py.org and download an app. Download the ren'py.org scripting environment. And it comes with 2 projects, one of which is a tutorial in visual novel form. And the other is an example story whose code you can copy and whose storyline you can copy, because it also borrows that classic anime trope, boy too shy to ask girl out on a date. But enough of that. Let me show you really quickly a couple of Ren'py projects that I have written. This first one is called McLurv, and it is based on the Colonel Sanders dating simulator, except this one is where you get to date Ronald McDonald. I'll run through it really quickly and show you what you can do, and then show the underlying code. So here's McLurv. And it starts off introducing itself as the classic dating game simulator. I always find these games semi-disturbing, yet amusing. And just like most visual novels or the conversation scenes in most games, you just click to advance the story. Yes, because Japan. And with a simple command, you can make characters appear in the center or left of the screen. And yes, you've been in love forever, but you're trapped in the friend zone. And I do explain that the friend zone doesn't exist. Don't worry, I'm going to put this game on GitHub so you can try it out. And then, of course, you have choices. You can have other characters. Oh, and you also have the option to do things like input. So, for instance, it's asking me what my name is. I enter it here. And it gets incorporated into the game as a variable. Yes, this is fully programmable. There are things like variables and objects and if statements and loops. And I'm going to get to the multiple choice section, but here we get another character appearing. Yet another McDonald Land character. And we should have an option right here. Yes. This is the interactive portion. We provide the player with some kinds of options: greet Grimace nicely, or be a dick to Grimace. Could somebody hop on and tell me which one to pick? How about you, Jason?
Oh, let's greet Grimace nicely.
Okay, let's do that. So I'll click on that. All right. So this option appears. Long story short, you did the right thing and you end up with Grimace. Nicely done, champ. And the game ends. Well, let me quit out of this and show you the code really quickly. It is fairly straightforward. You create variables by which you refer to the characters, and you're basically just jumping from label to label. So there is a statement here called label, which basically is a jump point where the program can lead. And most of this is just straightforward stuff. This draws the background image of the high school, and it says with fade. That means it's a transition effect, a fade to fade you in. And all the dialogue is simply just strings and quotes. As you can see, I've got some comments. This draws a character right here. Show Ronald-happy. I do have an image somewhere in one of the directories called Ronald-happy.jpg. And the last thing is, of course, right now, most of this is written in Ren'py scripting language. But I can, with a simple block, drop into Python and start using the full power of the Python programming language and its libraries. And those choices that we had earlier, greet Grimace nicely or be a dick to Grimace, it's all here. So there's a block here called menu. And the first set of indentations defines the choices made available to the user. And subsequent indentations, one for each choice, actually defines the response. So in this case, what happens here when we greet Grimace nicely, as you saw on the screen, we get the text, unlike Ronald, you greet Grimace kindly, and then we jump to the next, to a label marked Angry Ronald. And this is what happens. This is the end of the story right here. We display a message, and then this return statement ends the game. You can get a little fancier if I have just a little more time. Let me jump back to Ren'py, and I have created a full-on action RPG. Florida Man versus Hell Cow. This would have taken a lot of code, even in Pygame, but this was really simple to do in Ren'py. Once again, we've got the menu options, but this time what's happening is you've got these choices actually direct not just simple quotes and jumping to other pages, but actual gameplay. So anyways, yes, I've dodged Hell Cow's attack, and we basically fight until one of us has hit 0 hit points.
I need to see what happens when he drinks the White Claw.
Oh, White Claw gives you more, restores your health.
Awesome.
Let's see if the random number generator is going to be kind and let me quickly get to a game resolution. Oh, I've been hit with super bovine strength. I'm going to go full offensive. And keep attacking Hell Cow with my shopping cart. Oh, looks like I might win. Let's see. All right, dodge an attack. Oh. And note the soundtrack. There we go, and I win. And note that we can very quickly shift backgrounds and background music. And I will, for that, it is straightforward. It lives in one file. Here it is. So the most complicated stuff is the stat screen. Everything else is relatively straightforward. Here's where I initialize the important constants of the game, the player's health and Florida Man's supply of White Claw. This defines the intro cutscene. So this is where Hell Cow announces she's going to try and take over Florida. Florida Man here. We switch to Florida Man going, not so fast, Carl's Jr. And then here's the game. So first thing I do is I play the South Park song, Let's Fighting Love. We switch to the Walmart scene. And here's the game loop right here. So this defines Florida Man's turn, where you've got two options: attack Hell Cow with your shopping cart, and this code specifies how that happens. And then the other option Florida Man has, with the following block defining what happens as a result, is to drink a White Claw, which basically allows you to recover your health. Immediately after that, Hell Cow has a turn, where Hell Cow can either try, where Hell Cow will try and strike you, and of course there's a branch here to handle the case where Hell Cow does connect and the damage you take, versus Hell Cow missing you, and there's a quick statement saying swing and a miss. And finally, of course, there are endings. There's a bad ending where Hell Cow wins and Tampa Bay is turned into a hellscape, although I-4 looks exactly the same. And of course, the ending we saw, the good ending, where we play Queen's We Are the Champions. Now, there is some fantastic stuff out there. If you go to renpy.org, not only will it give you the resources to program visual novels and games, it'll point you to a lot of visual novels and games, a lot of which have available source code. And if you want to play something at the top of the genre, I would recommend Doki Doki Literature Club. a seemingly sweet but surprisingly dark visual novel game that's available on Steam, and kind of an example of how far you can go with this with writing visual novels and games in Ren'py. And well, that's my presentation. I will have this documented on my blog at Global Nerdy, and I will point to GitHub, where I will point to a GitHub repo for the 2 games I wrote.
Awesome. Let's see if there's any questions. Code Pirate says, "LOL, Joey, this is amazing."
I'm glad you like it. You know what? We may have to. We may have to put together a Ren'py creative workshop where we all work on work on visual novels or interactive games.
Could be a good crash course. Kento says, "Is this how Game Freak makes their Pokemon games?" LOL. I don't know if that's a serious question or if he was joking.
Probably not, but you could probably make a really good parody Pokemon game. And once again, there is a package that makes it possible to deploy it on iOS and Android, and it's still in beta. The web version is still in beta, but it's getting there.
Cool. Does anyone else have any questions for Joey? Also, a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Yeah, there was some chuckles over there in Discord at a few of your jokes, so I laughed at the title. Great. I misplaced my schedule. There it is. Up next is Rob Mack. Rob Mack, are you ready to go? I don't see him in the Zoom call. Well, if that's the case, we might have to come back to Rob. Let me look around. Okay, yeah. Mike, are you ready to go?
Yes, now that I've unmuted everything.
All right. And there we go. All right, Mike. I will yield over to you, and I'll check in with Rob, and we'll come back to Rob. So I'll take it away, Mike. Let me kick over this thing with that, and then I think I need to. Oops. There we go. Okay. All right, all yours, sir.
All right. Thank you so much, Jason. And thank you, all the organizers, for putting this together. This has been a fantastic day. So kudos. Thank you. And to all the presenters as well. I mean, some of these projects have just been blowing me away that, it's only been a few months of coding and you've put that, all the hard work into what you've got. So you should be very proud. So my name is Mike Traverso. I'm the lead mobile software architect at the New York Yankees. I also have a podcast that came out yesterday. It's called Friends That Code. So I'll implore you to check it out. We'll get to that later. Today, we're going to talk about ways to combat imposter syndrome. The title of the talk here is "You Do Belong Here" and Other Affirmations and Ways to Beat Imposter Syndrome. So what is it, imposter syndrome? What is it that we're trying to beat here? It's the persistent inability to believe that your success is deserved, or that your success has somehow been illegitimately achieved, as if your success happened because you've been lucky. If you've ever felt imposter syndrome before, you've experienced the bad kind of affirmation. An affirmation is just a statement that you hold to be true. Your mind probably races with these throughout the day. The negative affirmations reinforce negative feelings, like I'm not smart enough, I can't do this. And the positive ones reinforce positive feelings. I am smart enough for this, I can totally do this. Identifying the negative affirmations should be easy. It's what is happening in your mind that makes you feel like a fraud. Here's one that I have all the time, and especially just like a few minutes ago, was I'm a terrible public speaker. Why do these people want to listen to me? They probably don't. Why am I doing this? But that's my own affirmation, and I can change that. So let's put a spin around that and make it a bit more positive, right? If I've given lots of talks in the past, there's a bunch of times people have come up to me afterwards and said, thanks for your talk. You've inspired me to, explore this new technology, or you've helped me with something I've been struggling with. Thank you. So those are positive things that I can take away, and positive affirmations I can tell myself. So take a second right now to take a negative affirmation that you have and replace it with a positive one. How does that positive one make you feel? If you doubt yourself again, remember the positive affirmation and repeat it to yourself. So why do we feel like frauds sometimes? Because what we do isn't easy. We work with difficult to understand concepts, new languages all the time, new frameworks, not so easy to solve problems, et cetera, and everything is constantly changing. Developing software is not easy. The fact that you're here is an accomplishment. You tell a computer what to do and when to do it, and it does it. So if I'm so smart, how do I not feel like a fraud? So let's start by figuring out 3 things that make you awesome. If you're struggling to come up with 3 things that make you awesome, you're being too modest. Or you're being too hard on yourself. Try not to ask a friend. Don't be lazy. Really give this a think. See some awesomeness within you. And it doesn't have to be tech related. But the point of this is learning to promote yourself. Even if it's just to yourself right now, if you don't want to buy what you're selling, why would anyone else? Why would your colleagues, your boss, conference attendees, people in the audience, if you're giving a talk? Show yourself some love. You deserve it. Some of my, my 3 things that I think, I've beaten cancer twice in my life. I enjoy teaching, especially teaching how to code. And I've rebooted my career after leaving a good paying job in New York and coming down here to Florida, where I knew no one, to do mobile development because that's what I wanted to do. Reframing, can I do this, with how will I do this? And what's the difference here? The can I? Am I going to be able to do this? I doubt myself, almost as if I've forgotten that I've successfully accomplished all these other tasks that are similar to what I'm trying to do now. Or I undervalue my ability. I start to think, how am I here right now? Or have I just been lucky and no one has noticed? Now this new challenge is the time where everyone figures me out. So let's reframe this. The can I with how do I do this? You've done something similar before. Since this is similar, you'll take what you've learned before and apply it here and knock this new task out. Taking on new challenges is exciting. When you're done, you'll have learned some new things. Be confident. Trick yourself into it if you have to. Again, based on your past successes, you're going to be able to accomplish these new challenges as well. I mentioned earlier, coding isn't easy. Most of us spend all day surrounded by an IDE, warnings, compiler errors, and we just think, when we just think that we've beaten all of that, we end up having to deal with the dreaded bugs to fix. So here's some compiler warnings. Here's some more compiler warning. So here's some IDE warnings and errors. Different flavor of yet more warnings and errors. Oh, here comes a stack trace. Oh no, did we just murder a folder? Our code is responsible for this super sad dead face on a little folder. What's going on here? We spend most of our day looking at these. It's no wonder so many of us feel like we're imposters. But here's the thing. Maintenance in the coding world is 2/3 or more of the software development lifecycle. Mistakes happen. Don't let them ruin your day. Try to learn from them so you can avoid them in the future. So, for example, you do belong here. You graduated from a 4-year school. It was hard to get into, but you did it. You made it through 4 years. Or in this case, like for most of you today, you're graduating from an intensive boot camp that showed you how to master a bunch of different technologies that you didn't know existed a few months ago. Or, you've taught yourself how to code all on your own. Or you beat out all of the other candidates for the job you have now. Focus on previous successes to remind yourself that by no means are you where you are because of some random chance. You belong here. Again, because it bears repeating, you do belong here. Focus again on your previous successes. Remind yourself that by no means are you here because of some random chance. Everything's changing all of the time. Technology is innovation. Since it's always changing, you can't possibly be an expert at everything. So don't beat yourself up. Here's an exciting way to look at the world. You're just a beginner at the things you're not an expert in. So don't beat yourself up. No one is immune to imposter syndrome. At some point, we've all had a bad day or a bad week. It happens. Just know that it's not just happening to you. Somewhere else, probably in the same room or on the same Zoom or in the same Discord channel or in the same Slack channel, there are people dealing with their version of imposter syndrome. So here's some other tips with dealing with these feelings. You're not a unicorn, right? Apply anyways. What am I talking about? The majestic and much sought after developer that knows every language. Some language she or he knows 2 years before they were even created. They know DevOps, databases, graphic design, UI, UX, and can even help the company softball team win games. I'm talking about the job specs that sites like LinkedIn, Indeed, Career Builder, and the rest post every day. Here's an example of a unicorn posting for an iOS developer. Here we see the post mentions requiring some experience in Agile. This sought after unicorn needs to be so experienced in Agile development that they've listed it twice in the basic qualifications. Here we see the iOS developers should have experience with promises. There's just one problem. Swift doesn't have promises. Definitely Objective-C doesn't. And here they want someone enthusiastic about continuous integration deployment. Remember, this is a posting for an iOS developer. So I guess when you talk to the hiring manager, you smile when you talk about, CI, CD, but they want 4 years plus on an iOS developer. How many years do you need to have in DevOps, right? Oh, here's something. They post a preferred qualification that is something that if you read is a well-written blog post, you'll understand the thing right away that they wanted you to know. So all of these things that you're seeing, they're putting up this wall that kind of makes you feel like I'm not good enough for this job. Oh, by the way, have they mentioned Agile yet? Here it is again. So don't sweat these job posts. Who writes these things, right? Here we go. That's the unicorn. If you think you can satisfy half or more of the requirements, apply. Keep in mind that these are probably written by junior people in HR or people that just don't know technology maybe. They're trying to satisfy a hiring manager that wants everything. Or they're being written by someone who, again, doesn't know the technologies they're writing about. The last point I want to make on this, apply. Don't let these job postings make you feel inadequate. Always apply. You can learn on the job, and worst case scenario, you don't hear back, or you do and you go through the process and you learn how to go through the interviewing process. Network, network, network. Finding a job on Monster, Career Builder, Indeed, Dice is actually a myth, okay? A lot of people don't know that. The best jobs you're gonna find are the jobs that someone in your network turns you on to. So network with folks, establish meaningful relationships in the community, go to meetups, even if they're virtual, and introduce yourself. If you're running a virtual meetup, budget some time to have everyone introduce themselves. When life gets back to normal and we're back together again, introduce yourself to others. Too often we sit in a room waiting for a meetup or a talk to start, and we stare at our phones and we ignore all the potential leads for new jobs or new clients in the room. Connect on Twitter and LinkedIn. Not so much Facebook, not Snapchat, not TikTok. Twitter and LinkedIn are probably the best places you can go to network for jobs. And finally here, be supportive by reading your colleagues' blog posts or telling them something positive that you thought about it or positive about themselves. Reshare and like their social media posts. Be a positive force in the community because everyone wants to work with a positive person that isn't shy about praising someone else's hard work. Keep learning and don't get stale. This is, you know, pretty self-explanatory, but join a meetup group, you know, sign up for Udacity courses, take advantage of your company's training budget and time, read up, whatever way of learning new things is your jam, do it. So pursue your interests and learn more about them. So if you're graduating today from a boot camp and you're a front-end developer, but you're really interested in machine learning, take a class, sign up for an online learning course, read a book on machine learning, do what you need to do to get involved in machine learning if that's what you're interested in. A great way to solidify what you know is also to teach someone else. Vincent mentioned this early in talking about podcasting. You know, one of the best ways to, you know, to learn is to teach. So, and again, the reason is you're going to research the topic that you're trying to talk about so that you look as good as possible. The fact that you're writing it down in a blog post or a slide or talking about it on a podcast means that you're going to have a better chance at remembering what you're talking about. And if you don't, well, you know, if for example, you don't remember it, guess what? You've written it down for later. Stay thirsty, staying actively learning new things is going to be a big help and make you feel like you're doing your part to stay relevant in an ever-changing field of computer programming. Okay, it's a big one. Stop scrolling. Scrolling endlessly isn't healthy. Odds are you follow experienced developers on social media, folks with decades of experience talking about the great project they're working on, the sweet conference that's going to fly them out and to, you know, for them to give a talk, or them being funny in a viral post and getting thousands of likes. Just be happy with what you're doing. Be happy for your colleagues and for their successes. Social media helps us compare ourselves to other people, and you don't want to compare yourself to other people to be happy for yourself. Remember, show yourself some love. So stop scrolling, or better yet, put your phone in a drawer and forget it's there. Okay, enjoy some self-care. Do I mean go to a spa? Well, maybe, if that's your thing, sure. Do something positive that's not tech related. Take time to talk to friends, go for a walk, read a book, get your me time in and decompress. Too often we're stressed out with crazy schedules and tons of work. This isn't the healthiest way to live, and decompressing from time to time can help keep you in a positive mood and keep imposter syndrome at bay. And that's it. Thanks so much for listening, everybody. I just want to give a quick heads up. I do have a podcast where I showcase some amazing developers that I know that just happen to write code for a living. And they also give up some really good advice, talk about their, you know, careers and more. And you can check it out on anchor.fm/friends-that-code. You can get me up on Twitter at Traversoft or at friends-that-code. That's it. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Awesome. Let's see. Yeah, there's a few comments. Let's see. Michele says, by the way, y'all, shy folks at meetups is the #1 reason I wear my pirate hat to everything, including on her presentation earlier this afternoon. It's a great and memorable conversation starter and a way to be recognized at multiple events. Kento says, Mike, thank you for sharing this. We appreciate your support, and this was a fantastic presentation to help me in the job search starting today. Also, your talk about giving presentations has really helped me today, and I applied everything you taught us. Sorry, I had to scroll. I lost my place. Everything you taught us about making a good presentation.
Cool. It's excellent to hear.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that I think I agree with and have experienced just about everything that you mentioned there in my own in my own career. In fact, particularly the bit about finding jobs on those job sites being a myth. I'm trying to think in my professional development career now is about a little over 20 years. And I'm struggling to think of a job that I've ever gotten off of a job board. I don't think there's even one.
They don't exist.
Yeah, everything's always been word of mouth or someone reached out to me.
Yeah. And, you know, so real quick, a couple of points, right? So to Michele's point about a pirate hat, that's great advice. You don't necessarily have to get a pirate hat. You could have a cool shirt, you know, so because It would be super cool though to walk into a meetup where everybody's wearing pirate hats. I would love to see that.
I would.
So if anybody's
Michele would be disappointed at her diluted brand, though, I think.
Oh, okay.
But it would be
All right.
amazing. It would be
Okay,
amazing.
you get my point.
Yes. Yes.
And to your point, Jason, I mean, so here's just taking your personal example, right? You know, you're responsible for starting up a coding school from scratch. So, you know, to think about it, you know, so you're a developer, you've created a coding school, you've created this guild, you're a conference organizer, all these things, you know. So you remind yourself that, look, any doubt that I have about myself, it's these, you know, just throw it out. I mean, acknowledge it's there, but kind of push it away with all of the positive things that you've done, and, you know, try to move forward from there.
Thank you. I agree. Liz recommends wearing cat shirts.
There you go.
Yeah. In fact, I have a few. When Liz's husband's cohort, so before they were married, before they met, he actually came through the program. And one of his, the students in his class insisted that we all participate with him in Catsual Friday. And this became a thing. And I still have cat shirts that I occasionally wear on Fridays as part of that.
Yeah. That's a cool thing to do. I mean, again, it's network with folks, be nice to people, be supportive, be a positive influence in the community, and you'll definitely will find work because people want to work with people that are, you know, supportive and nice.
I agree. I'm gonna not read Kento's question out loud, but y'all are welcome to go read it in Twitch.
Okay, so I've got to get back on Twitch.
Yeah. Let's see. Does anyone else have any questions before we move on to Rob's presentation, which will be the last SDG grad demo of the day? I know I mentioned that it was going to be Abe, and then I realized Rob was still on the schedule. Yep, we got some clapping in Discord, and so a round of applause from me. Thank you, Mike.
My pleasure.
Absolutely. Let's see. All right, Rob, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Go ahead and share or flip on your camera whenever you're ready, and thank you again, Mike.
All right, can everyone hear me?
I can hear you, which I hope means everyone else can.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank you, Mike. That was a great segue into me, you know, just looking at what I wanted to present today. I have a lot of things to share. Just before SDG, I was just kind of in the rut. I have a 9-month-old daughter, and so I was working 2 jobs just to make ends meet. While my fiance was pregnant, I was doing, for the one job, I was 6 to 3 and then 4 to midnight, 4 days a week. And it just got to a point where it's just like, I need to invest in myself. You know, I need to get bigger. I need to do something for me and my family. I've always been a creative. I love challenges. And I just felt like at the time I was not being challenged at either job. They were just dead end jobs. And that's when I started looking into coding and looking around and looking at different options in the area. And I came upon SDG. And my fiance, one of her friends, her girlfriend's husband graduated the Iron Yard. So it came highly recommended. I looked at all, you know, results of like people going through it and how they felt about it. And it was all positive. So I was very, very excited to get started. So when I did get started, it was a roller coaster. You know, it was definitely a roller coaster, but it was fun. I like roller coasters. It was up and down. It was a lot of information packed into how many weeks, you know, 12 weeks. And I'm just really happy with the product that I have to show for you today because it took a lot of time and work. So without further ado. this is my app. It's What's for Dinner. It's basically an application made for people, what it is. It's to decide what to have for dinner. This came up because I'm constantly being asked, and I'm sure many people might out there be the same thing. It's like, whether it's lunch, it's anytime, hey, what do you guys want to have to eat? And it's always, I don't care, or whatever you want, or, things like that. And my fiance used to just make fun of me for always saying this. And so I just decided, I can make an application where we can go in and I can figure it out, and so basically what I did is I made an interface starting with the proteins. I thought that was like the better way to differentiate in the beginning. And also just to note, this is like a version 1 of what I want this application to be. And I'll touch on that later. So if you go in and you select chicken, you'll be given all these options. Okay, so this is going to come out as, it's going to tell the name, the protein group, the nationality, and then a list of ingredients for the given recipe. You're going to have cooking steps and the cooking time at the end. And it's very easy. It's very simple. That's what I was going for. I wanted this to make a very easy user experience. And then it's literally as easy as clicking start over, right? And then you can go into pork, Mexican, and then you're given 3 right here. And this is all just off of the data that I've given it currently, right? So just for the sake of time, again, I only had 3 weeks to make this full stack application. So for the sake of time, I just wanted to give 3 examples of each of the nationalities combined with the proteins. So I'd like to just show you, if you inspect, if I can inspect this right here, and I'll show you my components. If you go into the V, you'll see right now we're at recipes, pork, and Mexican. So if I start over, the state currently is only protein, right? So then if I go in here and I select fish, the state will be updated to fish. And then if I select Italian, you'll get a fish and Italian dish from my database. This was the easiest way for me to implement this, and it's also very easy to navigate, which I really liked as opposed to routing. So then if I start over, it's literally, not to give you a headache, but Mexican, and then it's there and start over, right? I wanted that for the users. I wanted them, especially someone with a kid, knowing like you only get so many minutes in a day and you only have, so much time to get something done. But the cooler feature here is the add recipe feature. Okay. So let's put this as presentation. Okay. The protein group will go with Italian, and the protein group is not Italian. That is nationality. Let's go with beef and then Italian. Okay. And the recipes, ingredients, let's get fun here. The ingredients, let's do a little C#. We did some C# on this. We also did some SQL, which is the biggest driver of this application. It's very database driven. Did a little state, HTML, CSS, React. And let's go with some steps. Steps. Present this accordingly. And the necessary cooking time, let's make it 12 weeks of a boot camp. Coding boot camp. So if I go in here and I submit this, now if I go in, here it is, presentation, beef, Italian, cooking steps, cooking time, and it'll be updated in there. The one thing that I did want to incorporate after this, which for me, it's going to be an exercise in coding post-graduation, which I'm looking forward to, is implementing a user sign-in. I would like to be able to have like users store their own recipes, and then like have like an upvote and a downvote system for that user. I just didn't have enough time throughout these 3 weeks to implement that. I just wanted to have like a functioning working app for me to, you know, show to everyone. But that's something post-graduation that I would love to implement. And, you know, it's going to help me practice, keep coding. And so I'm really looking forward to that as far as, you know, practice and also having, you know, keeping the muscle memory of coding and deploying and X, Y, and Z. And then after that, you know, possibly focusing on, you know, another project. But what I would like to also, I guess, show off here is when I was doing my SQL, I started out with 1,200 lines of code for my SQL, for my database, which was like a lot. It was very overwhelming at the time, having to put all of these in. And what I realized was that once I implement this into my app, it's going to just kind of be a run-on statement. Like if it's going to just keep going throughout the lines, like it's not going to be very nice and neat and appear the way it does here. So I went in, and what I did was I went through and I manually indented everything myself for where I wanted the line breaks to be, everything like that. And then I got rid of the spaces. And what I did, if you can see, is I put @ signs at the end of each break, right? So in here, in not add recipes, it is in recipes. My code that I wrote was I wanted to pass down the filtered recipes using props from my filter recipes. And then I wanted to map it. So when you go in and I wanted to take it as the recipe and the nationality of the recipe, right? And it's going to list the ingredients with a split, which is, you know, a function for JS. And I wanted to use the @ symbol. So wherever I put an @ symbol, I wanted it to split my code. And then I wanted to map that for what the ingredient's going to be called into the ingredients being called. So it'd give it a nice indentation when it came through on the other end when I had to format it back to HTML. So that's a code that I thought about for a long time, and I'm pretty proud of that. So that's where all this comes in, and the layout of it being formatted nicely. But that's really about it. I spent a good amount of time on this. I'm pretty proud of it. I'm pretty proud for this to be kind of like the skull and bones of what I want this to be eventually. And that's about it. Before I go, I would also just like to say, like, I'm proud of everyone that presented today, for everyone that made it through the cohort. I know how challenging it has been, and I just want to thank all like my fellow classmates for, you know, being helpful and everything else. I just want to wish everyone the best of luck on the career search and whatever life holds for you at the end of the day. And I just want to thank SDG, most importantly, for giving me this platform and allowing me to learn. You guys have been great. Anytime I needed anything, everyone has been amazing. So with that, I just want to say thank you. And if you have any questions, I'll be around. And then I haven't gotten to a link for my email or anything yet, because I just came home from campus. But I can put my information in the Discord at the end if you would like. So with that, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Wonderful. I think that there's some comments here. Catherine says, I'm excited to see what you keep adding to this app. Great job in knowing to stick to your MVP and planning for more. And Kento also says, thank you, Rob. You did great this cohort. Does anyone have any? So the standard Liz question is, you did mention the part that you were proud of. What do you think was the hardest part of building this app?
I think the hardest part of the app was, well, for me personally, so I kind of fumbled in the beginning. I kind of went in a way where I wanted to route all my different pages. Like I wanted to have it where chicken, if I clicked on chicken, it would go to chicken. And then from there, you would select the nationality instead of using state. So that's kind of why I highlighted that in the beginning,
Mm-hmm.
because it was like a revelation, and it came to me like, I'm just happy it was sooner rather than later. Because it made my application a lot more easier to deal with and everything like that. So for me, the hardest part was, having what I thought was a good structure for everything, and then having to be like, okay, I have to scrap this. And now, I have X amount of days to get this done.
Yeah.
So that was kind of the harder part for me. But other than that, I really enjoyed working on this. And then when I was talking about the indenting and the putting the @ symbols as cursors for the breaks, that took me like 3 hours, which was surprising. I didn't think it was going to take that long, and I was like zipping through it too. So that was the way more tedious part of it, but I had a lot of fun creating this.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic work, and a round of applause for me. You got some gifts and some claps here in Twitch and Discord. And with that, I want to say thank you. And up next is our last speaker for the day, Kat, whose last name I'm going to not butcher because I've never heard it said out loud before. I'll let her handle that. I did the same thing with Michele. So, let me see. Kat, you can go ahead and unmute. Oh, you are unmuted. And then go ahead and there you go. Hi. All right. Let me bounce this business there. All right.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully that works out okay.
Sure.
It's this one. Are you able to see the slides?
I am, and I'm going to make an adjustment so that we can see your captions as well.
Okay. Yeah, and shout out to Michele, who spoke earlier today. I had no idea that this caption stuff was a feature that I could use with Google Slides, so this is really neat. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I didn't know either, and I'm going to start. I don't use Google Slides, but I think I might start now because that's a really great feature, especially for doing these online. So.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, and with that, I'm going to yield the full screen to you. So.
Okay, awesome. So hi everyone, my name is Kat Batuigas, and this talk is called A Taste of Docs' Code. I say taste because this talk is not going to be comprehensive at all. I'm not going to be able to go in depth. There's just not enough time. But my goal for today is to get you curious and whet your appetite a little bit for this topic. And this is what I'm going to talk about. I had some experience in implementing a Docs as Code project earlier this year at where I work. And this was my first substantial experience in using this kind of Docs as Code system. So by talking about this experience, what it was like for me, I'm hoping to give you an idea of how it might be useful for you all as well. This is a definition that I lifted from the Write the Docs website. Write the Docs is a community of software documentarians, just people who care a lot about documentation in general. And the idea is that documentation is part of the product that you're building. So you write the docs in a way that is integrated into the rest of the development workflow. So sometimes I find it helpful in order to understand what something is. I also like to know what something is not. So many of us are probably familiar with some of the things that I've put on this slide, stuff like WordPress, Microsoft Word, Google Drive. These are what I would call more traditional, perhaps more writer-centric ways of creating and managing documentation. Docs as Code does not use any of these. So I'll talk a little bit more about what Docs as Code does actually use when I get to describing the setup that we came up with a little bit later. And just a little bit of context, I work at a small company called Crunchy Data. For those who aren't familiar with Postgres, Postgres is an open source relational database system. And at Crunchy Data, we are Postgres folks. That means that we've also hired people who are core committers or do a lot of development in and around Postgres. So for example, PostGIS, which was actually, I think, mentioned in a demo earlier today, PostGIS is an extension to Postgres that you can install to help you work with geospatial data. And an example of an application that uses geospatial data is really, any app with an interactive web map. Off the top of my head, a bit of a timely example, perhaps the Department of Health or the Johns Hopkins COVID tracker. That is an example of a geospatial app. And typically these applications are run and created with pretty heavy and bulky and also probably a little pricey geospatial software and middleware. So my colleagues at Crunchy have worked on developing geospatial microservices, which are smaller and lightweight, and also happen to be free and open for anyone to use. So that was the project that I was assigned to. In terms of the core documentation team, it was really our two sort of lead geospatial engineers, as well as me. I was assigned to be the lead doc editor for this doc project. And there were other people who were part of the spatial project team as well, but for the core doc team, it was the three of us. Our target was to do a soft launch of the spatial services in March of this year. And as part of that target, we wanted to include a complete user guide. So something that would include installation instructions, usage examples, troubleshooting guidelines, so that people can actually go in and start using the services even before we officially launch them. And we don't actually have a date for the official launch yet. So March was the foreseeable end of this documentation project. I work in a small developer relations team at Crunchy Data, and my focus is on written content, so not just documentation. I did also have some previous doc writing experience before I joined Crunchy. I wrote documentation for another tech company, and our process there and the system there was a little bit more traditional, using some of those tools that I had kind of shown in my earlier slide of not docs as code. I had briefly used docs as code once before. I had never implemented it, but I was aware of it and I was keeping my eye on it because I had joined the Write the Docs community, which I had also mentioned earlier. And this is just to show you what we ended up with. This page, where this entire sort of suite of project documentation was generated using our docs as code tools. And so what did we use to come up with this? So docs as code may not look the same across different projects or teams or organizations, but docs as code will typically have some or all, or perhaps even more components on the first column that you see on the left-hand side. And if you kind of take a look, all of these tools are just tools that devs already use in their regular workflow. And on the right-hand side are the specific tools that we or I ended up using in our setup. So we use Markdown to write our doc content. We save them in plain text, sort of Markdown files. My text editor of choice is VS Code. I think the other engineers may have been using other text editors, but that didn't really matter too much. But for me personally, in VS Code, I was also able to install a couple of extensions. So for example, linters that would help me in my editing work. We used Hugo as our static site generator Hugo generated, basically the CSS, HTML, and all of the static sort of assets needed to produce the page or the suite of pages that you saw on the slide earlier. We stored our documentation code, our markdown, in the same Git repository as the project source code as well. So whenever we made changes to even just the documentation and we pushed that up, that would still become part of the version history of the overall project. We used GitHub issues to track documentation fixes and bugs as well. And the last row that I included on here that I wrapped in square brackets, I did not actually touch any of this. In terms of continuous integration, this is just something that our engineers had already incorporated in their projects. So basically what this meant for me was that whenever I pushed a change up to the repository, Travis would also run and basically perform automated tests to make sure that nothing actually ended up broken in that new build. So the main takeaway here really is that there are many, many different tools to choose from, just like in any sort of programming or development project. And a point that I want to make today is that Docs as code is probably going to be most successful when developers themselves are also contributing to the documentation. And that's certainly not a setup or a system that is true for all shops, for all organizations out there. There are still other documentation workflows and processes, and they're all very valid. Docs as code is not meant to be an entire replacement of, having to use Microsoft Word or Adobe FrameMaker or using WordPress to create and manage documentation. But the point here is that the tools and the workflow really serve to minimize friction between devs and docs. Docs as code also probably will work better if the sort of process owner, in this case it was me, if the process owner is also either a dev themselves or someone who can learn the tooling, which is actually what I had to do before officially sort of starting the project. And kind of going back to my developer relations role. Developer relations looks different across many different places, but the one thing that we have in common is that our goal is to keep devs productive and happy. And so for this particular doc project, if we had gone with a more traditional workflow, quote unquote traditional, our developers would have, probably still been able to write the docs, but I don't think they would have been as enthused actually. And just a quick anecdote that I'll share. Hugo, the static site generator that we used for this project, is written in Golang, which is the same language that our devs use to develop the spatial microservices. So I think that was just a really neat experience for them. I think it helped ease the transition or the context switching between writing, source like project code and then writing documentation code. So this is the workflow that we agreed to do within the team. This was our first time implementing Docs as code for this team. So, there's inevitably going to be some awkwardness. It's not perfect by any means. And, again, this is not necessarily a workflow that will work across the board for everyone. And in fact, we have another team in our company working on a different Postgres project, and they use a different Docs as code setup. It's a lot more involved. It has automated sort of code snippet or example testing, which is really, really fancy. So, you know, there's different workflows, there's different setups, but what I want to highlight here is that this is really kind of similar to a regular dev workflow, right? You make changes, you develop locally. If you're happy with what you're seeing locally, you open up a pull request. Someone reviews those changes, someone reviews the pull request, and if that looks good, if that gets approved, then that gets merged into the main repository. And even in Docs' code, and I realize that this is really true for any sort of project, for any system, you're still going to need to talk. Even with developer-centric tools at your disposal that help you, you know, sort of automate a lot of things or make your job a little bit easier, collaboration and communication are still very, very key. So we're a distributed team, and while we were working on the docs, and to be clear, the devs themselves were also building out the product at the same time as well. But every day we would communicate over Slack, and we had regular sort of check-ins over video chat as well, in which we would also talk about documentation status and progress. So this is what we ended up seeing. Our internal devs, the two sort of lead engineers on the spatial projects, as well as a couple of other devs who were involved in the project, I think they were pretty satisfied with the tool chain. They had no sort of real issues or no you know, major friction in terms of adopting the system. We made our soft launch deadline in March. And I included a couple of screenshots here just to show that we were able to get early adopters to dive in and use the services. And we also did get other people already contributing to the project as well. And this is before the official launch of these services. So, and to be clear, just as a disclaimer, the GitHub repositories do also contain READMEs for these two spatial projects. But I think without the sort of user guide that we shipped with the soft launch, you know, not everyone is going to be on GitHub, not everyone is going to be reading those READMEs. So I think without the user guide, we would have been a little less successful in terms of adoption and engagement and folks actually sort of using these services for on their own. And as for me, so I actually have no professional development experience. I had learned web development and SQL before joining Crunchy Data, but this was my first time really using some of those skills in a professional setting. So throughout the project, and especially at the beginning, you know, I just felt like a hobbit among the taller, more knowledgeable, more experienced engineers. But Docs' code did also allow me to flex my web development knowledge a little bit. And while, you know, there was no Mordor really, or no ring to contend with, I was a real contributor, even as the smallest, youngest, least experienced person on the team. So that was a really neat kind of outcome for me. So just to recap real quick, Docs' code is really about integrating doc creation into the product, into the dev workflow. It works pretty well if developers are themselves major contributors to the documentation. You still need to talk. Communication and collaboration are still very key, even with you know, sort of this cool kind of techie way of managing documentation. And finally, it was also a way, it can be a way for you to flex your web development skills, even if you're not, a professional developer. So you might be currently working or end up working at a place that already uses Docs as code, or you might be at a place that doesn't currently use Docs as code, but there might be a good case for implementing it. My goal for today was to just get you curious and whet your appetite a little bit about Docs as code, and hopefully I've been able to do that. But there's a lot more to this. Docs as code definitely also has its quirks, its shortcomings, its challenges. So here's how you can learn more. And this is also absolutely my credits section. Really kudos to all of these communities, these individuals who have put out their Docs as code sort of knowledge and experiences out there for everyone else to kind of learn from. I've mentioned Write the Docs earlier in this talk, and I really just want to highlight them again. They have an active Slack community, and they're very open and welcoming. So if you're someone who cares about tech writing or documentation, I would highly encourage joining the community. I've added links to our spatial services documentation on the web as well, in case you want to take a look, or those are projects that you might be interested in using. But there are many, many other examples of projects that use, or organizations really that use Docs as code. Microsoft Docs, like the docs.microsoft.com website. I'm pretty sure they use some sort of Docs as code system. GitHub, Google, Bootstrap, all of these also use Docs as code in varying degrees as well. So I think that Docs as code really has kind of taken off and maybe even disrupted documentation and tech writing a little bit over the last few years. So yeah, I just want to say thank you to Suncoast Developers Guild for giving me the time to kind of share my experience. Thank you so much, everyone, as well, for listening and watching. And I've added my contact info on here in case you want to connect or find out more. I know that I wasn't able to do a more sort of interactive kind of demo, but I'm happy to kind of walk through some of this at another time if people are interested.
I think this would make a great crash course.
Cool.
We do a kind of a longer format, like once a month thing.
Mm-hmm.
So this I think would make a great crash course, kind of getting into implementation and stuff.
Awesome.
Great. So we do have a question in Discord. Ben asks, well, he says first, nice to see someone else loving Hugo. Can you ask her if she used it with forestry in order to allow non-devs to collaborate with it? It can be added as a UI layer for non-devs in order to write, edit documents, and it won't affect their current workflow or DevOps workflow.
So unfortunately, I am not familiar with forestry. That is something that we didn't use for this project, but that sounds interesting. I really was probably the only sort of non-professional dev really involved in Docs for this project, but it would be interesting, to implement or include something like that, especially if it's a bigger project with a lot more people, a lot more, non-devs involved. So that's really cool. Sorry, I just saw the caption go non-devs, and I'm like, no, that is not what I meant. Yeah, forestry. I'm gonna have to look into it. Sorry, I couldn't answer your question, but thank you.
No, that's okay. Ben says you can reach out to him if you want to learn more.
Okay.
So, I have a question for you. So our handbook that we do for the students, this is it's got the lessons and lecture notes and everything. We use pretty much the same stack that you described earlier, except we use Gatsby instead of Hugo as our static site generator. The biggest challenge that I've found is grammar checking all of the stuff that we write in Markdown. I use Grammarly for almost everything that I send out there. And I found that the workflow from like copying, and it does a pretty good job of like ignoring the special syntax for Markdown if you just paste that into Grammarly. But the workflow of like going from my text editor, pasting it into Grammarly, editing it, and then putting it back in, and then making sure that it didn't mess up any of my Markdown in the process, and all of that is probably the worst part of the whole workflow. And then it ends up getting skipped, and then things go out with typos or obvious grammar checks. Is there anything you use or suggest, as part of that workflow, other than just being, like an awesome proofreader, which I'm not,
Right.
which I'm not, and I bet a lot of other devs aren't either. And like you said, this is, as a developer, this is the only way I will write anything. So.
Right. So there are actually some English language linters out there. The one that I use, and I know that I haven't used this to its full capacity, but the one that I use in VS Code, I think it's called Write Good or something like that. I should have looked it up before starting this talk, but I can send that out a little bit later if that's okay. But English language linters do exist. And the cool thing about these things is that you can add your own sort of specific style guides to them. For example, I think it kind of looks out for things like passive versus active voice, right? But if you have some specific kind of rules that you want to follow, I think that's something that you can customize in these kinds of linters as well. So that's something that you might want to take a look at if you haven't yet.
Absolutely. I will do that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's called Write Good.
Write Good or Bright
Yeah,
Good?
Yeah, I think
Write
so.
Good.
Right,
Okay,
right as in like
Good.
right.
Okay, got it. I like it. I'll look into that. Thank you. I'm not like, married to get to Grammarly. It's just I know it's one that works well and is popular.
Yeah.
And I love that it integrates with my email, and we do a lot of other stuff in Google Docs. That's our main document writing stuff that we use as a team, and so that's all well and good. It just, as soon as I go and I'm, even when I'm just building websites, God, I would love, like, in my HTML and stuff, for it to grammar check me, because it's usually Catherine who catches my typos and sends me back to go fix them on the website. And I can't push anything live without making a mistake. So it's one of the banes of my existence as a writer, not as a writer, but as a developer who has to end up, content writing.
It's so normal. I suffer from it too, and I'm supposed to be the doc sort of writing person. So
yeah,
not alone.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions for Kat before we wrap up what I think has been a pretty awesome day? No, looks like it. All right. Well, thank you so much, Kat. My applause. There we go. And Catherine's back with us, I think, to say goodbye. Your video's on, so I'm inviting you to come chat.
I did it just in case. I wasn't
Yeah.
sure what you had planned.
Nothing in particular. You know me. I don't know if Gavin wants to pop back in and say any words. But yeah, thank you everyone who came and participated today. Thank you to all of the graduates, and congratulations to everyone. Your project I think I speak for everyone when I say your project looked amazing. Everyone did a great job presenting. To all of our folks from the community who came and presented alongside of them and really turned this into, I think, an event with some very broad appeal. I'm really excited to continue doing this. This is probably going to stick around as our new demo day format going forward. So we've had 17 demo days, and this is hopefully we'll have 17 more conferences. This is probably going to be a quarterly thing. That said, yeah. Anyone else have any words? Yeah.
Definitely, you've already mentioned with Kat about the crash courses. So if folks don't want to do a conference like this, but they want to do a smaller event, but they have more time, we would love to have you do crash courses. So anyone that's out there in the community, please reach out to us. We try to do those monthly, but we can do them as often as we want. And they can be about any tech topic. So definitely do that. But otherwise, we will definitely be doing this in November again, around the 14th. So we would love to have some more speakers, and we'll of course do announcements, but if you already know ahead of time that you want to be a part of it, please reach out because we definitely want to get you on the schedule.
Yeah, that's going to be right after my birthday and Gavin's birthday. So I'm going to be going over the big 4-0. So I'll be 40 years old at the next conference. I'm not gonna put Gavin's age out there. Yeah, do you have anything to say, Gavin?
No, I think I just repeat what you both said. I think it's been an awesome day. I loved all of the student presentations. Having seen them as they've been building and preparing, the work that they've all done has just been amazing. To see them grow from the first day of the cohort to here is always a magical transformation. So I congratulate them all and loved all the presentations from the community. It was just really a great day. And Jason, I think Kento would like to say something. He posted in.
Oh, if you posted it in Slack, I did not see it. But yes, Kento, join us. Actually, if
Yes.
anyone who's still in the Zoom call would like to hop on and speak, go ahead. So, but
Hi.
Kento, yeah. Hi.
I just wanted to say, Gavin, thank you. I know I already kind of messaged it to you, but I just want to personally say to you that we couldn't have done this without you, and this experience was something else, really, and I mean that in a really, really good way. And Gavin's teaching has been very, very helpful, and I would not have been where I am today without him. And I just want to say thank you, and obviously thank you for the rest of SDG as well for giving this platform to us to be able to learn. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Kento.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to Gavin. So I have as well expressed my gratitude to him, I think, privately, but this has been a great cohort. I think it's been as all of us know, everything in our lives is extra challenging right now, and I'm super happy and proud to be part of a team that's adapting, I think, as well as we really could have to all of this. And we've fumbled a bit along the way, but we've adapted well and learned from those mistakes so that we don't keep making them. And I think that's that's the best anyone can do right now. So
I would also like to say thank you to Gavin, Catherine, Jason, and my fellow peers in the cohort for a great experience and for making me believe in myself when I didn't start this program and for making me the developer who I am today. Yeah, it's a very, I guess, sad moment, but thank you to everyone.
It's bittersweet.
Everything you guys have done.
Yeah.
Cool. Hey folks, it's Mike Traverso again.
Mike.
I forgot to mention, if anybody'd like to, I mean, please reach out to me on LinkedIn as well. I'm happy to help in any way, and I'm definitely going to be reaching out to you, Jason and Catherine, about future opportunities to help out.
Awesome. Really looking forward to it. And I loved your presentation today. Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, I see you unmuted, Joey, and I see you speaking, but I don't hear anything. There it is.
There we go. I also had my mic on mute. I have a double safety just in case.
That's this. I keep flipping it up, and then I promised you all I would do it 5 more times, and I think I only did it 2 more times. So.
Anyways, fantastic job. You guys are, the heart and soul of the Tampa tech scene. So thanks for doing this.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming and being part of it.
My pleasure.
Yeah. Anyone else before we say goodbye? All right. Well, have a good one, everybody. Please enjoy the rest of your Saturday. So far, the weather's holding up, so I'm gonna go for a swim in the pool before the thunderstorm, which inevitably will sets in because it's that time of year. Um, all right. Have a good one. If anyone has any questions, if anyone wants to connect with any of the speakers, if anyone wants a copy of the presentation, links, anything related today, drop a message in Discord or over in the community Slack. Either way, and I'll be keeping an eye out for that kind of stuff and pulling those things together for anyone who wants them. Feel free to email me as well, jason@suncoast.io. I also want to mention thank you for everyone who was watching all day and stuck with us. I think we're just under 6 hours here for this event, so that's a long time to be watching a live stream event. So thank you. Everyone did wonderful, and looking forward to running this even smoother next time. So. All right. Goodbye, everybody. I'm going to unceremoniously switch to the reticulating splines view, mute my mic, and say goodbye.